Okay, welcome to the Architectural Review Board meeting for June 1st, 2017. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Liu,
Here.
Vice Chair
Q Kim is absent today, and
Yes.
he would also be, if he were here today, he would be recused. On item number 2 or 3.
Okay.
And also just for, let's finish the
roll call. And Board Member Guyer, Board Member Valte.
Present.
Board Member Firth. Here. 4 present.
Now is the time for oral communications. The public may speak to any item that's not on the agenda. I don't have any speaker cards, so I will close the oral communications. Under agenda changes, additions, and deletions, I did want to point out to the board that in the packet, the numbering sequence is a little off, but I think it's fine for the public. I think the agenda is correct and all the packet materials were available. So we can move on to the first item, which is number 2, study session for 250 and 350 Sherman Avenue, preliminary architectural review of a new approximately 40,351 square foot public safety building at 250 Sherman Avenue and a new parking structure at 350 Sherman Avenue to contain 636 parking spaces on 6 levels, 2 below grade, 4 above grade, with a footprint of 37,075 square feet and floor area of 149,500 square feet. The public safety building would be developed with 3 individual buildings and provide 167 parking spaces for use by the City Palo Alto Police Department, 911 Emergency Dispatch Center, Emergency Operations Center, Office of Emergency Services, and the Fire Department. An environmental assessment is an environmental impact is being prepared. Formal application is not yet submitted, and the zone district is PF. And Amy French, welcome.
Good morning, Amy French, Chief Planning Official. I am here with Matt Raschke, who is with the Public Works Department and the lead on this project. As noted in the report, the scoping session had occurred at the Planning and Transportation Commission on April 12th. This accompanied the notice of preparation of an initial study that identified the topic areas to be studied in a draft environmental impact report. That period of review closed in early May, and May 10th, I believe, and there were not a lot of comments received about what additional topics should be studied. The 2 sites are across the street from the county courthouse there, the city courthouse, and a mixed-use housing project that the ARB, some members of the ARB may remember, at 385 Sherman. It backs up to an alley, Jacaranda Lane, that backs up to the Cal Ave businesses there on California Avenue. The council has weighed in and stated that they wanted maximized parking on the PF zone site. That site is also having a land use designation of regional community commercial. At one point in time, there was a consideration for retail. The council heard from the business district folks and decided to move forward with an all parking option there on that site. The public safety building at 250 Sherman, Matt and the applicant architect who is here will describe that, both projects as far as architecture. So today it's a preliminary review. We're seeking comments on the 3 options that are shown in the plans. And this will be coming back to you as a formal architectural review application.
Thank you, Amy. Matt Raschke, Public Works. I'm the project manager for this the public safety building and garage project. The public safety building is the highest infrastructure plan priority for the city, and as part of that, we had selected this site, parking lot C6, to place this new essential services facility there, and then to mitigate the parking. There was also in the infrastructure plan a new garage plan for the Cal Ave business district, and the projects were combined such that the parking lost on lot C6 can be recouped on a new parking structure on lot C7, And then on April 3rd of this year, City Council gave staff direction to basically maximize the garage capacity of about approximately 636 spaces, 4 stories above ground, 2 stories below, and decided not to pursue a retail element on the parking structure. So just to give you a little background on that. And then I'd like to welcome Mallory Kusenberry from Rosterless Kusenberry Architects to give the presentation on the project. Thank you.
And welcome, and you have 10 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. All right. Thank you for having us. I'm looking forward to having the chance to get input from you on this. The status of the project is we're in early schematic design. We've been doing schematic design and program verification concurrently. We now have an approved program and scope size, and we're doing our initial schematic design approach, which is to go out and to talk to a lot of different groups, including yourselves, get a lot of feedback and a lot of input on the early phases of the design, with the goal of getting a sense for where people are at. I want to make clear that what we're presenting today to you are not proposals, they're not design approaches as much as they are conversation starters. Our goal really is to generate some dialogue and get a sense, get the temperature of the community, find out what some of the ambitions and the hopes are for this very important project. Just to orient you, this is an early massing model, just to put the thing in context. This right here on the lower photograph, I'm using my cursor, tell me if you can't see it. This is California Avenue right here. This is the public safety building site. This is the parking garage site. This is the courthouse, the new Visa building, and various mixed use and retail functions around it. This is looking from the side of the courthouse in the foreground here, parking structure there, public safety building there. Officially, this is lot C6 and C7, which you can see here and here. The streets, the bounding streets are Park Boulevard right here, Birch, Ash. To the south, we're using Project North being up on this illustration. So to the south is Sherman, and then Jacaranda Lane here. There are 2 existing parking lots, of which the parking will be displaced and then relocated into the new parking structure. It's a very diverse context. There's some photograph, various heights, various building types, mixed-use residential, courthouse, the new office building. The parking lots themselves are surrounded by trees, but have no trees within the parking lot itself. And then here are the sites themselves. I'll give you a little bit of data about them. The lower illustration, you can see the height of the public safety building is here on the far left, and on the far right is the height of the parking structure. This diagram assumes photovoltaic panels on top of 3 stories of parking, and you can see the heights relative to other buildings in the neighborhood. The public safety building on the right has a public plaza here. It has, this is the footprint, the main footprint for the 3-story public safety building, which goes up to 50 feet high. There are a few 1-story site buildings out here. This area right here is a fenced-in operational outdoor area for the police department. And then the alley is continuous in the same direction as it is to the north here. And then the parking structure is almost property line to property line on all sides except the Birch Street side right here, where there's about a 12-foot setback currently. The parking structure is around 36.5 feet to the top of the guardrail. And then if the photovoltaic panels are put on top, it's around 47, and these are rough numbers, but roughly around 46, 47 feet to that height. You'll notice the setbacks, and I'll give you a little bit of background on the drivers for some of why this is looking as it is. The public safety building has setbacks on all sides. That is in part driven by operational requirements for the police department. We want to have a security setback from all public rights-of-way where we have subtle barriers for vehicular movement so they can't approach the building closer than 25 feet in any side. So the minimum security setback around the building is 25 feet, and then we've increased that setback for the plaza area over on this side. There is a garage. There are 2 two-way ramps to the subterranean parking for the public safety building, one off of Sherman, one off of Birch. And the primary vehicular entry for the parking structure is off of Sherman, with the primary pedestrian access off of Birch near Jacaranda. The driver for the size of the parking structure was to optimize the quantity of parking spaces. As you said, is 637 is our target. And so that's pushed it out to the property lines. I want to offer one correction in addition to the package that you have there. The public safety building's square footage is actually not 40,000 square feet. That's an older number. The approved number is 45,500 square feet. So that's a correction. I mentioned a couple of programmatic drivers for the scale and massing of the public safety building. There are also a lot of community design opportunities that we took advantage of and looked at with the massing. So what you see here are some early photo montages that are based on the current massing that you see. There's no design in here, just the massing. But this is looking down Birch Street. You can see the public safety building here and the courthouse in the foreground. And then in the lower illustration, this is Park Boulevard. You see the 3-story public safety building here with the 1-story elements here as they approach Park. We looked at a lot of different options for how to mass this building. We looked at a 2-story option, initially thinking that it might be less imposing as a 2-story building. It spread it out, and in addition to operational drivers, which said that a compact building works much better for the police department, there were a lot of other benefits that we saw that, in fact, our discovery was that the 3-story massing was less imposing and actually tucked itself away in surprising ways as you move through. So in this case, in the upper image, you can see that the courthouse, as you approach California Avenue, is still the dominant building. And then as you go towards the mixed-use residential on Park Boulevard, on the lower image, you can see that the building steps down. Similarly, in views from California Avenue, you'll have to look closely on the lower image, the larger one. The public safety building is here completely behind that existing tree. So it's not apparent on that view at all. And then from the corner of Park and Cal Ave, you can see it's tucked back. This is the street 3-story volume here, tucked back, and not taller than other commercial, actually, in relative proportion that you see here. And then when you're actually standing mid-block, a little bit of it peaks up above the rooftops there. I will point out a little detail. You'll notice there's a tower. There's an intention to have a telecommunications tower that is building-mounted monopole, not a truss tower, that will be 135 feet from ground to top of tower. But it will be building-mounted. That is not 135 feet there. You'll see subsequent massing models where we've represented it at 135 feet. This is based on an earlier height. We've subsequently done more research as to height that it has to be. These are some building sections. This is a section through the main public plaza. You can see the upper left. You can see the parking structure here with the photovoltaics, and the plaza here, the 3-story public safety building. And you can see the 2 stories subterranean for each, the parking structure and the public safety building. A lot of the focus that we had now, once we had established the programmatic drivers and scale and context drivers, is to put a lot of emphasis on pedestrian orientation. And so observations that we had for this particular 2 sites is that the pedestrian use of this environment varies depending on which frontage. On the what we're calling north-south direction of Park Boulevard, Birch, and Ash, there is a lot of pedestrian movement, particularly around lunchtime, when you have a lot of people who are working in to the south who are coming to Cal Avenue. So they come 2, 3, 4, 5 at a time. And so having some width for a group of individuals coming together to go get lunch and be able to walk side by side. Currently, there isn't even space. You see when they get to this lot, they have to go single file as they pass by the parking lots. The idea is to provide a more generous space for that movement in that direction. We observed less movement in the east-west direction along Sherman. With the new office building, the courthouse there, any pedestrian activity there tends to be a little more static. People come out, they'll smoke a cigarette, they'll talk on a cell phone. They're not moving so much on Sherman, and we're trying to take that into consideration. The idea here is to have, and I'm starting on the right side of the image, along Park, excuse me, we would have a widened pedestrian area there along the 1-story buildings to provide the width necessary for pedestrian movement. In the plaza here, you see the building is significantly stepped back, and the idea would be to program the plaza for lunchtime uses or other passive or active pedestrian uses. There is the shading and landscaping along the parking structure here. And then on the west side of the parking structure, the intent is to provide an arcade. So even though the parking structure goes to the property line on that side, on the first level, to a ceiling height, we're hoping around 11 feet. We have a pedestrian arcade with the stairs to the secondary stairs to the parking structure visible there, but it gives some width for movement in that location. Zooming in there, you can see the plaza. Again, the site plans that you're seeing now are conceptual. These are just early passes at it, again, to generate conversation. But you can see the idea is that we are providing some zone along the front of the public safety building, which provides security for the police, and so you don't want people getting too close to the building, but that we do want to have a zone set back here where we have seating opportunities, shade opportunities, maybe outdoor tables, again, so that you can accommodate individuals from Cal Avenue to come and have lunch or other hours. The way that the parking structure hits the street right now on the left is the current approach. We're exploring some options for that as well. Again, pedestrian orientation is a big driver for us. So if you look at the illustration on the right, one current study that we're doing, and we're looking for feedback on this as well, would be to actually have an exterior mounted staircase here that allows you to walk up the side of the parking structure, exit onto the different levels, but creates more of a ceremonial civic stair that then its outlet is in the direction of Cal Avenue on that side, creating a little bit more of a dramatic presence for the pedestrians, and then have a secondary arcade here with bicycle parking that leads you towards the alley that has Starbucks on it, which is a little bit over to the left in that illustration. So then, so those are some of the big site concepts. What I'm going to do then is orient you towards 3 of the concepts that we have started to gather some of our thinking around. And again, these are conversation starters, but our goal is to create 3 types of attitudes, for lack of a better word, 3 approaches to how the building may be designed to capture a different feeling. And so we've aimed to have a consolidation of design ideas within each of these concepts that differentiate each other, but create a clear identity. So the first one, concept 1, we're calling screening and greening. And the idea there is based on some feedback we've heard from people saying, well, maybe we should downplay the building's presence. Maybe the building should be a little bit more of a background building, not necessarily as assertive. So to achieve that, this approach takes a kind of an organic approach where we use organic materials, wood-like materials for window screening, deeply textured hard walls. You can see samples of the materials here. Maybe some building planting on the parking structure where you have vines on the parking structure, or dense planting on the public safety side, double row of trees. Basically creating an environment where we are creating more of a visceral, organic feel to the buildings and downplaying their presence as objects. So you can see some of the material samples there. These are initial elevation sketches, and this is a massing model. We do not have windows shown, so these are just the volumes, but you can get a sense for the textures, the organic qualities, maybe even some of the vines on the parking structure, things like that, and the denser planting there. And for this first concept, the idea would be that landscape would follow along. So the site development would have, again, more organic shapes, as evidenced by the photographs on the right, where it's a little more meandering and it downplays, doesn't have a civic formal presence. It's a little more informal in its design articulation. So that's concept 1, number 1, screening, greening. The second concept takes a very different approach. It says, all right, we actually want the building to assert itself as a design presence, and we're calling this one dynamic massing, where it actually creates some visual interest and has a contrast in materials and a play of materials that are a little more assertive. I don't want to necessarily say playful, but a little more dynamic in how they present themselves. The color palette, it doesn't really show on this screen here. Hopefully the color resolution on your screen is a little better. The color palette would be based on historic colors colors of historic buildings within Palo Alto. So the idea of terracotta color, a light colored tan plaster, those types of materials that you see in a lot of the historic buildings, but updated and presented in a contemporary language in this scheme. You can see up closer here. Again, these are just conceptual window locations, but again, it's taking portions like the EOC above here or the stair tower here or some of the other program elements and popping them out as individual volumes to create some of that dynamic. You can see the play here. One of the things that is a theme throughout all of these, and we're interested in feedback on this as well, is getting the public safety building, the parking structure to work in tandem, having them work together, so that whatever design approach we take on the public safety building, we take on the parking structure as well, creating somewhat of a gateway entrance towards Cal Ave. So you can see that play here where the volumes and the play continue over onto the parking structure. There is in this scheme, there's a long wall opportunity where we're seeing as a possible public art opportunity on the wall that faces the Visa building. Again, comparable for this second scheme, the site development would also be dynamic as well, with the way that we have site furnishings and volumes being playful. Now, one of the things I'm going to add, I didn't mention this earlier, but we are creating vehicular barriers along the perimeter of the site, which is necessary for the public safety function. However, we do not want this to feel like a fortress. So whatever we're doing, you can, as we see in those photographs there, in terms of seat walls, in terms of planters, those will be the barriers. This will not look fortified. This will look like it's a variable three-dimensional landscape, which also then provides the subtle but transparent security barriers that we need. And the other thing I'll mention is the subterranean parking is property line to property line, so all planters will be raised anyway, just by virtue of the fact that there's no dirt below the parcel. Then the third concept takes yet a different approach, and we're calling this one Simple Civic. And the idea is that for those that feel like a more appropriate language for this project would be understated, formal, and less dynamic, this approach is still a contemporary take on it, but the idea is to use vertical proportions. The bottom windows along the perimeter of the building would evoke a colonnade. It has a little more understated in its development, and the use of materials, for instance, the white would be like a Sierra white granite, which is a common civic material for public buildings throughout the Bay Area. Traditional brick, things like that, but again, in a more understated, serious civic kind of approach. You can see that massing here again to create a dialogue between the parking structure and the public safety building. We would have some of those elements present in both of them. And the site as well would follow along, this time having kind of a radial approach where the approach to the building is playing up with that linear approach that you see on the exterior of the building. So in closing then, these are really, again, as you can see, we've kind of clustered them, and the hope is to have internally consistent approaches that are, again, for lack of a better term, attitudes. And we're curious how the community responds and what everyone thinks is an appropriate language for this type of a building in this type of a context. So with that, I will open it up for questions.
Okay, so thank you for that. Before we get into the questions, I did want to open up this to the public for any comments. I don't have any speaker cards for this particular item, but I'll keep that open in case there are any. So are there any questions from the board? No? Okay, then we'll just move on to comments. Anybody want to start? No. Robert?
I like the basic concept. The thing that it is a little bit, I don't know, I think needs some additional thought is on the building itself. It seems like you've gone through all the effort to camouflage, or not camouflage, but to make it a very attractive building, and then you have that sort of utilitarian parking lot next to it. I mean, I just have a problem with that, especially with a lot of the buildings in the area are higher that look down on that. And invariably, I've seen police yards before, they end up just being a mess. And, you know, a lot of the buildings, like I said, around it look right down on that. And if you've got a couple of floors, you know, if this had no subterranean parking, I'd say that's, yeah, you need it. But in this particular case, you do. I'd rather see some of the functions that are maybe straightforward parking or some other function go up, and then the sort of utilitarian stuff move down. As to the options, I mean, to me, to a certain extent, they all look like bunkers. I mean, and I know, you know, the function that goes on there, you need a certain amount of that. But, so I figured if that's the case, then you might as well express it in more of a dynamic concept. So I like scheme 2 better. Or I should say as a start. It's a little bit more interesting. If you're going to go a little bit out there, why not? I'm not a big fan of, in general, putting wood cladding on like a parking structure to make it, to hide it that it's a parking structure. I mean, come on, anybody knows what it is. You know, as far as a parking structure, I'd rather have it look like a parking structure rather than something that you're attempting to hide, because you're never going to hide that it's a parking structure. So I think all in all, I prefer option 2, and with some of the modifications, I'll see if there's anything else that comes up while any of my other colleagues have some comments.
Peter.
Okay, good morning, thank you. I have to say I applaud the approach of bringing it to us, of trying to crystallize a couple of ideas and just being open to feedback. It really is, it's great to be involved in it at this stage. I have a bunch of thoughts I'll throw out at you, hopefully coherently. First of all, it struck me that I don't think the buildings should be designed to be seen together as a pair, as a gateway down Birch Street. It strikes me that one has a very distinct civic function, the public safety building, and the other, the parking structure, really is rather unfortunate that we need it at all. I think from following the political discourse over the past few years, everybody agrees we need it, and everybody laments the fact that we need it. Why didn't we plan for this better? I think that's where we are right now. How did we get here where we need to spend this much money and make this big a building? We all need it, but I think it's not the same as the public safety building. That's a civic building. It's one of the few we're building in our generation. Let's make it something special. That said, if I could then address the public safety lot first, lot C6, if I could get you to change 2 things, I would say to remove the ramp that enters onto Birch Street. That's the most important pedestrian area going up and down Birch Street, right past Cafe Pro Bono over to the California Avenue. To have a 20-foot ramp for police cars there just strikes me as grossly inappropriate. And I really don't think there should be any vehicular access into either of these buildings from Birch Street. Secondly, as Robert mentioned, the large parking area behind the public safety building, so to speak, the secure parking, the outdoor police facility, I really wonder if you couldn't put that underground or somehow just not where it is. I completely agree that those tend to look unsightly and very off-putting after a few years of police use on that. It's not an attractive thing, and yet this is a very important property. It's a pretty close to downtown area, just developing even more that way. If there's any way to, what I would like to see is to shift the public safety building further away from Birch and make a larger public plaza in front of it, sort of on the scale of what we have over on Lytton and University here now, which is about twice that size, would be a much more appropriate use of that open space, and put the police outdoor activities some other place, underground, or I don't know how I'm sure there's a lot of complicated functional stuff, but just looking at the site plan, it just seems to be inappropriate that the parking lot for the police is twice the size of the public plaza when you're half a block off of California Avenue. It just seems inappropriate. I agree with you that the massing of the public safety building should be taller, more compact. A 50-foot building is fine in that location. As your presentation showed, it's not overpowering, it's not out of scale with the area. And I think it's better if you can get a larger plaza to go with that. I think it'd be good if you can get vehicular access on both of these buildings off of Sherman as much as possible. You're correct, I think, in your observation that a lot of pedestrian traffic is north-south along Park and Birch and Ash Streets. So to the extent that you can bring in vehicular traffic off of Sherman, which is also somehow a calmer street, I don't know how to put it, but I know coming in on Birch Street always seems to be a bit of a nerve-wracking. You just pulled off of Page Mill and you're sort of slowing down, or there's people walking, or you parked your car and you're walking into University Avenue late at night. It's not the place to have a police car coming out. I'm left then thinking about the public safety building and your design options. And I really like the idea of it being civic. I really dislike the images you've shown us. They don't look in the least bit civic to me. And so you're left then having sort of a philosophical discussion of what is civic. So what I'd like to do is just point out some things that I would think would make that building civic. By civic, it's timeless. It's something that 50 years from now is still going to be looking good. It's going to be there that long. I look at other buildings around town, not to say that we should copy that architectural style, but the Burge Clark's post office has a civic presence to it somehow. All of us love that building. Why is it? Lucy Stern Theater is another one. But if I could ask you, your design team, to sort of ask yourself, what makes it a civic, timeless building? To me, it's memorable forms that are evocative of a public function. And you do have to do some soul searching because the public function here is rather security conscious. But I think back to the Armory up in San Francisco in the Mission District, and it's a serious security focused building, and yet there's something about it that feels civic, that feels public. I walk by that and I feel kind of proud. That's what my community built. To me, that's what this building should have. It's built with durable and timeless materials, plaster and stone, that really will withstand the test of time, that won't be off-put by poor maintenance from a failing city council, things like that. It also has a public interface, the arcade on the post office. There's something about that ability of people to sort of step into it a little bit. Again, granted that this is a public safety building with police security, but that's what it wants. Somehow the part where the public goes in, where it's on the edge of the plaza, should feel like, hey, this is my police station. I live in this town. And somehow what we're seeing in these images, I understand that they're schematic massing models, but they're not massing the right things. The last comment on that building then was just a response to your comment about a 135-foot tall communication tower of some kind. That just seems really extreme. And if that's necessary, I would ask you to try to somehow put it in a design that makes sense. I know we had a very thick flagpole on the small fire station, which never quite worked, but 135 feet is a tall tower, and that will be visible from everywhere. Is it really necessary? And if so, do something to make it really work. Then on to the parking garage. I really do, again, want to reinforce I think it's necessary at the size it is. It's just unfortunate. It's too bad that we have to spend public money doing this kind of thing for lack of planning in the past. And that said, I think that you can't really camouflage the building, but as much as you can to soften the edges, give them some ins and outs, put a tree, a place for public a bench to sit on, a small plaza, just anything you can do to soften the edge, to take away the focus. This is not a civic building. This is just a necessary thing we have to have. It's a parking area. So make the edge of it more user-friendly, easier to get in and out of. Perhaps consider having 2 entrances just to make it function better, but each one, again, gives you an opportunity to have some ins and outs on the building, put some more landscaping there. It's imperative to use materials that are incredibly durable and simple. This is the last building the City Council is going to vote to paint or do anything to. So wood siding or anything remotely like that just won't work. It'll just look terrible over time. I know it's a political question that's not in our purview, but having retail on the ground floor would make sense. We're striving to get more life, more pedestrian activity. Retail is the best way to do that. Much better than benches and things. So I just put that on the record. That's what I think we ought to be doing with that. So that sums up my comments about these. Again, my biggest concern is this ramp into the public safety building off of Birch.
If I could, with permission, one clarification that I failed to mention during the presentation. The 2 ramps that Board Member Walte is referring to, they provide different functions. The Sherman Avenue ramp is the primary ramp to the operations level. It's the ramp that the police vehicles will be coming and going from. The Birch ramp is the second means of egress for operational vehicles in an emergency, but they won't be using that primarily. That'll primarily be arrival and departure of personal vehicles, because that ramp goes down 1 level and then continues down into the 2nd subterranean level, which is where the personal vehicles are parked. So the day-to-day operations will be police vehicles off of Sherman and personal vehicles off of Birch. So to the extent that that's helpful.
Well, it's an explanation of why it's there. It doesn't change the fundamental notion to me that that's the wrong place to have the ramp. Let me throw out one last response to an idea you mentioned, or at least I thought I heard you say something about a staircase on Birch Street into the public parking garage. And it occurs to me, I think it's a great idea that if that stair were broader and more open to, say, the second level, it's a great place for people to interact with the parking garage on an easy, informal level, a landing, a place to put a chair. Just struck me as a neat idea. Okay, thank you.
Wynn.
Thank you. This is an impressive and even intimidating project. And I'm glad that it's come to us early. We often talk about city projects, and we're not. If they get to us at the time when the choice is a flat roof, a pitched roof, or a curved roof, it really is too late to be of much use. So despite your respectful request that we stick to the 3 design alternatives, as you can see, we're going to engage you in a more extensive way. It's also, thank you very much for giving us the transcript of the PTC's environmental review scoping hearing. I'm very interested in knowing what the design team thinks are the defining characteristics of this area. You know, this is historically our second downtown. This is Mayfield. So it's been less commercial, less big corporate, though we now have Visa across the street. It's been greener, it's been flatter, it's had more views of the sky, it's had more views of the hills. But what's interesting to me in connection with this project specifically is that it's been radically rebuilt south, and thank you for using north and south of this project. And millions of dollars of private money have gone in here recently, and the result is buildings that are and look expensive. They have elegant materials, they have totally underground parking, they respect the earlier residential. This is one of our best neighborhoods for attractive multiple family housing. We have that little Sarah Wallace Pocket Park, which is quite lovely. It does not seem to be child friendly, but it's quite lovely. And I want to know how this project is going to rise to meet those standards. I don't want it to look cheap. I'm sure it won't be cheap under any circumstances, but I want it to look like we spent our money intelligently and well. I mean, I think about 2650 Birch Plaza, which is not particularly new, but I think exemplifies a lot of the things that work in that neighborhood. I think about the Visa building, which is across the street, and I would, it has everything in terms of pedestrian friendliness in that essentially block lawn development, except a place to have coffee. So I would love coffee in the garage. I think you talk about maximizing parking spaces, and that's important. But when we had something even more important, which was affordable housing at the Opportunity Center, we lost 3 units to keep oak trees and a dawn redwood. And they're still alive, and it still makes that a much more effective place to house people as they move through that setting into another. So I would argue that we will be better off in terms of use of this neighborhood, a reduction in conflict over parking spaces, and general well-being and attitudes of people coming to this area, if you carve out spaces that may lose us a few parking spaces here and there, but make this a place we want to be and where we don't feel, treated like cattle, very well-fed cattle, but still. 410 Sherman is another interesting building. It's another thing that abuts this thing. It's on the diagonal. And one of the things that's interesting about the courthouse is that it's on the diagonal. So even though it's tall, it's very seldom close to the curb at that height. On the other hand, it's a tragedy because of that parking lot. It's like the old PAMF building. It's a high, mid-rise in a sea of asphalt. Well, the county is underfunded. They can't maintain that building properly. I don't think they had the right materials when they built it in the first place. Because I have gone there as a lawyer, I remembered it as much taller because I am always terrified when I walk into that building. But actually, it's not very big and it doesn't look very big because of that angling approach. I don't know if there's a way that you can acknowledge that fact, that it angles, but I'd be interested in knowing. But mostly I want to know that you're designing this building for this place. We get a lot of commercial buildings where their agenda is driven by national and international branding. This isn't. And so I want this building to look like it is the most wonderful expression of that area we can imagine. Not a high standard, right? But this area, you know, it's higher density than the research park, so we don't have that sort of conspicuous consumption of land that goes on there. It's lower density than downtown, so it's got more light and air and greenery. And I would like this project to continue to drive in that direction and to address better than it does now people with strollers, people with intermittent mobility problems, people with anxiety about getting mugged. I am really going to be interested to see how you design a block-long parking structure that I'm comfortable walking into at 10 o'clock at night. I'm delighted with your suggestions for external stairways. I'm assuming elevators will be glass and on the outside. I hope we'll have Portland Airport-style indicator lights that tell me where the available spaces are. Most of all for that building, I want Portland-style downtown parking garages, which are designed and built to be converted to housing. So they have flat floor plates. Had a really interesting conversation with the community development director there, and that's what they're building now. I know they're doing that, private developers doing that in Los Angeles as well. I think this is an alternative that the EIR should certainly address. I appreciate what you're doing along Birch. I appreciate the agenda to produce a public safety building that does not seem to be a place where an occupying force stands down until needed. A place that invites people in. I think it's essential that a place that invites people in has a lobby with clearly marked and accessible public bathrooms. I didn't see that on the drawing so far, but I think this building will fail if it doesn't have that. Though I am, of course, very pleased with the idea that we would have better working spaces for the people who do work in public safety and sturdier emergency operations systems. I'm very happy that we're moving forward. I agree that to have driveways for private police officer, public safety worker vehicles going in and out of this plaza on Birch is a tremendous undesirable. I would like to see another way of doing that. A civic building, to me, should exemplify what we want to happen in this city in public and private development. And we basically would not be suggesting to anybody else that they have surface parking in an area like this. So I don't like seeing us having surface parking in an area like this. I'm also curious as to whether the one-story buildings could work as two-story buildings and again give us more pullback. If you stand in the Molly Stone parking lot and look towards this site, you're going to see it. Right now you see trees and a little bit of the courthouse. And I'm curious as to what we will see with this approach. I imagine it could be quite planted out. But the idea of single-story buildings and surface parking on land this expensive does not strike me as the optimal solution. Also, in terms of, these are big. This is an acre of office space, right? We've amended our code recently to ask that when we do landscaping, we use native plants, we create habitats. I was looking at my little, 6x8 habitat on my alley behind my house and counting the hummingbirds this morning. This could, I would like to know that when this is built, this is going to be a bird-rich environment, that it's going to have plants that bloom from season to season. I don't want industrial, I don't want to see Cape Natal plum, and in my family we say Raphiolepsis. I don't know how it's actually supposed to be pronounced. But in answer to your question about, sort of which personality, sounded a little bit like, do you want your kid to be upstanding or recessive? I want it civic, but I mean something, I do not mean the unfolded Jack Tar building that we saw in these elevations. Avenidas is a great civic building. Redwood City Hall is a great civic building in a completely different time period. I would say this building is not our truncated Edward Durrell Stone that was built to be armored, and we've gradually taken down some of the curtain walls or the walls to repel people, but it's not a great success. I'd like this to be less of a heat sink than it is now. I want to know that it's at least as heavily wooded as it is now. As you point out, it's mostly in the periphery, so that may be quite possible. But to me, civic means beautiful. It means you're thinking at least 50 years ahead. It means you know we're not going to have adequate maintenance budgets in the future. And I'm really interested in the public space and its landscaping. To me, one of the markers of a successful civic building is moderately expensive landscaping. It used to be rose gardens in front of courthouses. And I don't know what we do now, but something that requires actual gardening, or that perhaps over time becomes fairly low maintenance, but these are plants that do a multiplicity of things. I agree that wooden lattices are never going to survive. I think that metal screening could be very effective. I'm very concerned about having a huge blank wall along, is it Sherman? Yeah, for the garage. And we have not been noticeably successful in creating public art in this district that is widely viewed as attractive. And the thought of how expensive a piece of that size would be, I mean, we've had our art commission telling us how expensive something 20 by 30 would be. And so the thought of having effective public art here, I'm highly skeptical. It seems to me unlikely. But I can't imagine a terrific design. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation, and I think I agree with Peter. I think that the way that you've broken up the three concepts for us was the right way to start your project. I was wondering if you could go to if you have the slide of your opportunity and constraints diagram, which was maybe either page 2 or 3 in your.
Not currently
packet.
in the site in this slideshow. My apologies.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll put this one up and I can speak.
Yeah, that's fine. So I just wanted to make some comments on this. So one, let's see, I guess I have 7 comments on this particular one. So one is, I consider Birch as a gateway for people who are driving from Page Mill Road. And Birch used to be like a little skinny 40-foot wide street, and it was widened with the median in there. But I think that that's important just to note that it's a gateway, and you've mentioned it, but it doesn't really show in your diagram. And then on Ash Street, 1 block over, it's been partially widened. So like near California Avenue, it's 60, and then it goes down to 50, and then it goes down to 40. And that's come up, that issue has been come up on the Visa building across the street from your garage. So that's something out there that's in the mind of the neighbors. The third is on Park Boulevard, right? That's our bicycle boulevard.
Correct.
So we've been proposing, I think there are improvements to that, the length of that. And that doesn't really show up on your diagram. On some of the new projects, we've been doing bulb outs and whatnot on Park to make it more pedestrian friendly as well. Then 4 is that there's the Palo Alto Central condominiums. It's like mixed-use condominiums on the other side of Park. And I just wanted to highlight that because I think when you had the previous...
These right here, I believe.
Yeah, and when you had your previous public safety building on the Page Mill site, the issue of like light and noise from a building that's being used 24 hours a day comes up. So I would imagine that that's going to come up later. So I would like just to note that we do have that use across the street. The 5th one is the paseos, and I think you've noted that on one of your drawings. So right there are 2, one near the Starbucks and one near the FedEx. Yeah.
This one right here, right?
Yeah. No, I think
or
it's
here.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing is like a little courtyard
Right,
in back of the Palo Alto Pizza.
Right.
And in like downtown Mountain View, they have 2 public garages in a similar location to this with an alley and paseos. And at the end of the paseos, they were able to put in stairs and elevators. So at the end of the axes, and I realize that that's not necessarily, it's not easy to do in this particular situation, that in this particular configuration that you have. But it seems to me to work, like in Mountain View. Like if people do use them, it does make those spaces less, what do you call it? Less, it makes them more desirable, it seems to me. And if there's any way to do that, I would try to do it. Stanford Shopping Center has a garage that has those amenities, and I don't think they're on, my recollection is that they're not perfectly on axis. Like I think that you can still do something with sidewalks or whatnot, or planters to make it more desirable. 6 is like the existing trees. So I think I understand from the packet that you have here that no trees are being proposed to be retained. Right. And then I did look at the arborist report, which was not in our packet, but it's on the city's website. And there are a lot of trees, and some of them are recommended for, or some of them are I forgot the terminology, protected trees. So normally I think that's a decision that happens later, but I would like to, ideally I would like to see it now, just so that it's on everybody's, so everybody understands that that's on the table, and that's a constraint, and just so that we all know. And I think most of the board members do go to the site, and so they've seen the trees. And then the 7th, last item is the alley, right, the Jacaranda Lane. And on other projects in Palo Alto, the width of the alley comes up. Trash that's being used by the existing businesses, having a safe and attractive place to walk, or for employees to take breaks in the back alleys of the restaurants, or the back doors of the restaurants. I did see there are mailboxes. It seems to me there's a whole bunch of things happening there, and I think that the design needs to take those into account. I mentioned the public garages in Mountain View. They've done it both ways. Like on one of the garages, they just built right up to the property line because they were squishing everything in, and it's pretty mean. On one of them, they set it back and have planters and street trees in a plaza, or like pavers, decorative pavers. And it looks kind of nice. It doesn't look great, but I don't see people I don't see people using it. So I think it's ripe for discussion to see, it doesn't make sense. And it seems like you have extra width over on the parking garage lot. I mean, it seems like you have a little bit of extra room based on the parking aisle module. Like it seems like you have a little bit of room.
On the Jacaranda side, is that what you're referring to?
Well, just on the width of the lot, right, is...
On the width, yeah, right.
Tell me where they're... 130, and a parking aisle is 60 feet. And you have structure, and you have 2 aisles, right? So you have a little bit of room to do something. Okay, so that's all that I have on that particular sheet. I had some comments for all of the schemes, and I think I'm in agreement with some of the other board members here about the civicness. I think I was actually looking for something that's more civic than what you're showing. I don't like the ramp going to Birch Street at all. At that intersection, because California is like a dead-end street, there's lots of zigzagging cars, and there's lots of turning at that intersection. And to put a ramp there seems to be highly undesirable. I do like the 1-story portion facing Park. I think that seems to match the Palo Alto Pizza Company building. It brings the scale down. I'm not crazy about the blocky, the height and the length of the garage on Sherman. It seems to me that if you have like a 300-foot long facade, I would normally like to see some sort of break, or you make like 3 different facade components into one facade, you know, break it up. I have mixed feelings on the plaza. I think generally, I think that adding a plaza is desirable. You know, in the context of California Avenue and Mayfield, I've actually gone back, not just particularly for this project, but I've actually gone back and looked at the original plats and the old maps and the Sanborn maps to try to figure out what happened, because it's not like the best layout. And I always wondered, why isn't there a courthouse square like you would see in Sonoma or San Luis Obispo, all those great California towns that have a great courthouse plaza. And then I look at what happened there, and it seems like we totally missed the boat on that. And I think trying to add some sort of civic space is highly desirable there.
If I could ask just for a follow-up clarification. So you said mixed feelings on the plaza. If you could expand on
I will
which way
maybe
the mixed
I have some comments on each of the concepts, and yeah.
All right, thank you.
And then I have another comment just for all of the schemes is lighting the top level of the garage, right? It may be better if you have photovoltaics, because then the lights are underneath the photovoltaics. But having like, if you don't have the light, if you don't have the PVs and then you've got lights all around the garage, it seems to me that would be a major negative for the neighborhood. Okay, so on the 3 concepts that you have, on concept 1, I have a reservation about using that approach on the garage, just based on the size of the garage. Like, I like the idea, but then if I'm looking at doing that on that size of a building, I guess I wonder, is that enough? We've used it on the Webster Street garage here in downtown, and the wood rotted eventually and had to be replaced. I'm not sure that we ever replaced the planters. I think the planters ended up disappearing. And wood is high maintenance. I would say that we do have terracotta lattice work on some new buildings here in the downtown area, and that looks pretty nice. So I would say that might be a possibility. I've looked at some of the other city garages in Palo Alto, and the city isn't so good about maintaining the planters. I see a lot of dirt, half planted planters. I'm a little bit worried about that, about the maintenance of that. And then I would say that there's a garage at Stanford Shopping Center, which is like 4 times the size of your proposed garage here. And they've been able to maintain the planters and green screen really well. And it does look nice, and it makes it better. So I think that should be an option. I think that some sort of planter should be an option, and it really may make the some level of planters may make it very desirable on the Sherman and the Jacaranda Lane side. And I think I do like the arcades that you're proposing on Ash and the staircase on Birch. On concept 2, I share Wynn's concern about the mural location. It seems awfully big, and it seems like not a great vantage point for viewing. And then there would be street trees, presumably, that might obscure the artwork. So I don't know if I'm not sure if that works. On the massing, You know, we do have architects who are doing these sort of Schindler-like forms on larger buildings, and I'm not sure if it works or not. I think that you're very skilled at manipulating form. I just wonder, does it really work at a big urban scale? That's just an open question. It seems to me doing that it gives you opportunity, doing that approach gives you the opportunity to break a big box up into smaller forms that would better fit in with the neighboring existing buildings on California Avenue. So I think that's worth considering. On the plaza, on your concept 2, you know, I'm not an expert at plazas, but I've been doing some research into like the New York City code on plaza design, and also some other urban designers. They have like recommendations for plazas. And it seems to me that this one doesn't, they generally recommend having, like if you have a path from the edge of the sidewalk to the building, that path goes in straight, at least 80% of the way. And it seems to me that like this is chopping it up too much in this particular scheme. On concept 3, when I saw the images that you were proposing, it reminded me of what's his name? I think I wrote his name down. Rafael Moneo, he has a civic building in Spain, a town hall building in Spain, which I've always liked. It's a building facing a plaza. And I think what really what separates that building from what you're proposing just diagrammatically is it has like porch space. It has the indoor-outdoor space. And I think that's really the key, because you get the like light and shadow, and it gives it the sense of like having a Greek colonnade, but it's not, you know, it's not Corinthian columns. And I think it's also important to have the indoor-outdoor space, because otherwise, if you just have vertical, like narrow vertical slot windows, it can look like a jail, right? I mean, so there's the famous or infamous jail, like in Chicago, which is the little, instead of having bars on the windows, right, there's just little skinny slot windows, so they're so skinny that nobody could ever break the glass and escape. And Oakland has one too, off of the I-80 freeway. And I think that would just be the worst direction for this building, is to have something look like that. And I don't think you're not doing that exactly, but I wouldn't want it to go that way. Somebody did do this on this approach on like our Bloomingdale's building at Stanford Shopping Center. And I think the only caution I have there is like they had a design architect and then they had an architect of record, and things fell through the cracks between the two. And then they were coming to the ARB to try to resolve all of them and all of the odds and ends, because the interior and the exterior never matched. And it was just a battle. It was a very difficult situation. So I would want if you do that approach, I would want to make sure that it's all resolved and allow for change. Like I would imagine the insides of this could change over time. If you say like over 100 years, the insides will change. So I wouldn't get too specific about the programming inside of the police station. So on the plaza design, I just want to mention the things that I'm interested in. So one is south-facing, which I think you have. Visibility for openness and a sense of safety. And that's been an issue on some of our parks here in downtown. Lytton Plaza, Cogswell Plaza. The sense of safety and the openness were an issue, and the city's removed some of the barriers there to make them more open. So I do want to mention that, because I know you still have to do your security issues, but we still want it to be have a sense of openness. they're saying on the New York City code that along the sidewalk, within the first 15 feet of the sidewalk, that it's at least half open. So we'll see how that works with your safety requirements. Try to keep the plaza level like less than 2 feet above the sidewalk level. It seems like you have a couple steps, which is what, a foot or two?
It goes up 2 feet. The building is 2 feet above the sidewalk.
Okay, so like I think that's by this New York City code, right? That's the maximum. Keep the stairs low, right? Low, shallow height steps, like more like 4 inches instead of 7 inches. Paths like 8 feet wide at least, extending 80% into the depth of the plaza. And to minimize obstructions, it seems like there are air vents for the garages. You have your driveway ramp for operational vehicles, all of that kind of stuff. Is to try to minimize those or design them well. And I think Wynn would be interested in this. The New York City outlines like 6 different types of seating. And then it gives you like how many different types of seating you have to have based on the square footage of the plaza. So like the bigger the plaza, the more different types of seating that you have. And the different types are like movable, individual, fixed, seat walls, plant walls, steps. So anyway, we don't have the New York City code, but I think that the point is that we're interested in to make the plaza usable, you want to attract like a diversity of people and uses at all times of day and night. So I think some of your schemes do that more than others. I don't know, but I think that's what we're interested in going forward to see how that works. Okay, that's all that I have. Any other comments from the board members? Yeah. Did you have any follow-ups that you wanted to
The main
make?
follow-up is to thank you very much. This is very articulate and helpful suggestions, and it's exactly what we were hoping at this point. In a way, this is like a weather balloon, and your feedback has been very, very helpful, so thank you.
Great, we look forward to seeing this come forward.
One more.
I have one question on the communications tower, which is, I would enter into a lease with the county, stick it on their building. I mean, that's a more recessed location, closer to higher-rise buildings. It's our sister public agency.
For the record, these views have the 135 feet. So you see the tip there. It's a little hard to see, but you see the tip there, and you see the height here. So this does represent the 135 feet, whereas the previous ones I showed you did not.
If I may, Los Altos and Mountain View both have very similar towers to what we're looking at. So if you look on San Antonio Road at Edith, you can see it from there. But it's set back, the Los Altos has the orchard around their civic area. And Mountain Views is right on Evelyn Avenue by their police station. So they create sort of a microwave ring that encompasses Santa Clara County, and it's very important that we have this tower. But it will be difficult to hide it.
I pass by both of those towers frequently. They're on my regular routine. And every once in a while, I look at them, and it's like, oh, that's ugly. And then 99% of the time, I pass by, and I'm thinking about when I'm eating for dinner or whatever, and I don't notice them. So we'll see it when it comes.
I don't think any of us think you can camouflage, except with very high, with stealth technology, on a 135-foot tower. That's not the question. The question is, of the available places you can put it, what's the best?
And my takeaway from the conversation was integrating it into the design such that it's there, but it appears intentional as opposed to just screened.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are we ready for the next item, or do we need to take a break to set up the next applicant? The hotels. Okay, we're going to take a very short coffee break for 5 minutes. Item number 3, which is a public hearing for a quasi-judicial matter, 744 and 748 San Antonio Avenue, recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a major architectural review to allow the demolition of 2 existing commercial office buildings at 744 and 748 San Antonio Avenue and construction of 2 5-story hotels, Courtyard by Marriott with 151 rooms, and AC by Marriott with 143 rooms. The site will include surface and 2 levels of basement parking. The environmental assessment is a draft EIR, was circulated for public comment from March 27th, 2017 to May 10th, 2017. The zone district is CS. And we have Sheldon Ossing here, our planner. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I've provided a PowerPoint presentation. The applicant is also here with their PowerPoint presentation. I've done a good job with explaining my first slide, but just to kind of build upon that, that in the draft environmental impact report, we do have one unavoidable impact, and that's to the eligible historic resource that's on the site, and that's why we have the EIR in the first place. But I also want to mention that the property does abut the city of Mountain View. That's to the rear, so just put that in context. And then you did mention about the basement parking. There's a full 1 level of basement, and then the second level is a partial on the site, represents about 17% of the site. So they're here because of the architectural review, and as well as they have a parking adjustment that's up to 20% for valet parking. So in the basement parking area, they do have valet spaces that take up the drive aisle. So there would be a valet operation for this site, and that was included in your packet, how that's going to work out. So there were a number of meetings on the project. There were formal ones here, but also there were meetings that were outside of this venue. I met with some key people from the neighbors across the street when the project initially came in, as well as the applicant did host a neighborhood meeting on site during the course of this project. There was a preliminary ARB, there was 2 formal ARB meetings to date, as well as there was an environmental scoping meeting for the environmental impact report. And all along, there were comments made from the public, also by the board and staff as well, on how to revise the project to make it more consistent with the city's findings. At the most recent board meeting, the board did raise some comments, made a motion on that. Those are to revise the 3-story glass element onto both buildings, as well as provide warmer colors for the AC building, drawing upon some of the local context, provide elevations with some mature trees, acknowledging what that would look like, better define the side setbacks, and adding more plantings to the terraces. There were also to provide some depth and interest by extending the cornices and the window details along the side elevations as well. And then there was a comment to add some benches. So the applicant, in their presentation, will describe how they've revised the project to address those concerns. But I did want to mention that we are supportive of the changes that they made. We would like to have the project come back to the subcommittee to address the landscaping, however, and that's a condition of approval. I did want to mention in the staff report, just addressing the landscaping as well, the applicants added some cypress trees to the side. I know in the staff report we mentioned a certain height. We do want to recognize some of the constraints that the building is on a podium. So given the roots and the trees, they're probably looking at more of a just over 2 stories for the height of those trees instead of, I think we had a much larger number. So just to have that more realistic. So some of the key issues that we've had throughout the project, we've had aesthetics, dealing with some of the mass and what the building looked like, having to do with traffic, particularly along San Antonio, and then hydrology. We had some comments about the fact there's a basement, some dewatering of the site. So aesthetics kind of goes into both realms of the project as well as the environmental impact report. Traffic's mostly with the environmental impact report as well as hydrology. And just to mention about these issues, they're all really good issues by the public, very succinct issues. None of them were really kind of out there, so we just want to acknowledge that they were all really good comments. To go into aesthetics a little bit, just given the context of the area, it really includes a lot of low-scale development, much more older development. However, the site is in transition. The code does allow for up to 0.4 FAR for most buildings, except hotels. There's an incentive, so to speak, for more FAR, up to 2.0. And that's what the project that we have here today. So this project does maximize on that and would include the 2 5-stories with the underground parking. And San Antonio Road, you have 24-foot special setbacks on both sides. It's a divided road with 4 lanes and a median. So there is some separation, and streetscape is quite wide. So what this exhibit is supposed to demonstrate is what the existing FARs they are along San Antonio for that block. And you can see that 0.4 is what the maximum standard is typically for commercial. Of course, I mentioned about the hotel difference. So most of these sites are below that. There's some that are a little above that. There's the Court campus that's kind of off this picture here. That's a bigger project. So you can see where there's a lot of potential in this area still if people want to redevelop. So it's an area that we would consider that's in transition. So one of the challenges for this site has been that you have 2 hotels, 2 different brands. And so normally you see on the site, we can work with one building and maybe you could kind of put it in the middle. We've had some discussion about that and the applicants responded to that. So what we're trying to do is how do we address the edges? And the front has been the major issue there. And of course the applicant has addressed that by having these terraces to the front and step that back. And this exhibit shows the cross section, of course, with San Antonio, and there's also some additional landscaping on the opposite side where the residential buildings are, and shows what that distance is and the relationship between the proposed building and the existing residential buildings. And here's some of the front elevations of the buildings, and also the size, just showing how the articulation looks from a plan view. And again, here's some of the sides for both the buildings, and the applicant will go into a little more detail of that. So we believe that the applicant has addressed the edges and concerns regarding aesthetics in this case. So CEQA is the other part of the component that we have to get into. It's required under state law, and an environmental impact report was completed for the project. We initially started with the scoping meeting and a notice of preparation, and then we had the draft EIR circulated starting in March through the beginning of May. And the report identified some areas where there were significant impacts, but they could be mitigated except for the cultural resources. So you had air quality, biology, cultural, and hazards. And only cultural resources was an unavoidable impact. There's a mid-century modern building that's on the site, and that building was deemed to be eligible for listing in the California Registry due to its age and sort of the character of the architecture. And so, of course, there's an impact to that. There is no mitigation when the proposal is to demolish that structure. So where we are in the EIR process, we have the final EIR that was published yesterday online. We have a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that speaks to all the mitigation measures and the timing of those. We have a statement of overriding considerations for the unavoidable significant impact. And this will all go to the City Council for their certification and adoption of the project. So if the board makes a recommendation today, then we'll be looking at the subsequent meeting for the council to consider these issues. So now going back to one of the other key issues of traffic. So this is all standard types of methodology that's used in when we look at what is significant impact. And so the first thing you would do is to have the trip generation, and those is by use, and that's the standard is by the ITE. And so that was used as standard. It's used for the city as well as the state and the United States. And there's a sample that they use to come up with what that ratio is. And so that was applied. And there were a study area of 12 intersections that were done, and the level of service is the metric that's used to determine if there's a significant impact or not, and that's usually an amount of delay that's at an intersection. And there's a gradient that goes between letter A and F. So think of it like if you're like a grade school or something. A is free-flowing, and F is a gridlock situation. An acceptable level for the city is D, and E is for a county management program intersection. And none of the intersections were below that standard. So there definitely is traffic out there, and we can acknowledge that during the peak hours, but none of it was below the standard that's acceptable by the city. In addition to that, there was a comment about queuing lengths for left turns, and again, that was deemed to be acceptable 95% of the time, which is, there's no CEQA threshold for queuing, so that was an industry standard that is acceptable. And then having to go with hydrology, the final EIR did clarify the depth of the excavation to be 18 feet for a portion of the site. As I mentioned, that 17% is that second level. And the location of the area is not near any structures, so there wouldn't be a concern regarding subsidence. And the majority of the site would be dewatered to a depth of less than 10 feet, and it would be, the dewatering would also be consistent with the city's new ordinance regarding dewatering. So in conclusions, the project complies with the objective development standards with the exception of parking. They're going for that exception. The ARB did identify a number of issues in previous meetings, but many of those concerns have been addressed, and we're asking that the project come back to the subcommittee regarding landscaping. And then we requested the project receive a recommendation from the board today for the certification of the final EIR, as well as the approval of the project to the City Council. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have.
Chair, if I may. So I want to thank Sheldon for that summary recap and sort of setting the stage for where we are. I just wanted to also bring the board's attention to packet page 133. As Sheldon noted, the board's had a lot of dialogue on this item. You last met on it about 2 months ago. And as we've been trying to do more recently is get pretty specific direction in our motions. And this meeting you've considered a lot of issues, and the direction that you gave us about 2 months ago was to focus on, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 discrete issues that are on packet page 133. And so it is our hope that you would focus on those items that the applicant went back and reevaluated. Thank you.
Okay, so I think now it's time for the applicant presentation. And also, I do want to mention that we do have a lot of speakers on this item, and so we're going to limit the time. We normally allow 5 minutes per speaker, but I'm going to limit it to 3, because otherwise we would be here for well over an hour just on the public comment. And also, are there any disclosures by the board members? I have one. So I talked to architect Randy Pop on, let's see, May 8th for just like a minute or two. He was just asking for clarification on whether or not the board wanted to see the buildings, if the board wanted the buildings to be different, more different than what we had seen at our last hearing. Okay, and welcome, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Greg Laban. I'm Vice President of Design with T2 Development. Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. We're very excited about the progress this project has transformed over the last 2 years. This project, as Randy Pop will show you, has really been enriched by this process, so we want to thank you for that. So I know we're on limited time, so I'm going to pass this off to Randy, and he'll tell you.
Thanks, Greg. All right, so Randy Pop, architect. I'll just jump in here really quickly and mention that although Sheldon had sort of a summarized list, I actually went back and watched the video of our last discussion in April and was very precise about listening to what your comments were. And so this is a good list. You know, it's summarized properly by Sheldon, but a couple more refinements there. And I'll echo Greg's statement. You know, very productive meeting in April, and appreciate how precise you all were. In the next few minutes, we'll touch on all these items, but first I want to just give us a quick reminder and perhaps a great example of how this project can be successful. Look where we began and what this was like, and compare this to today. Just for reference, it's virtually the same number of rooms and the same FAR. So let's just dig right in. On the San Antonio frontage, you asked us about the full-height glass, and full-height glass is not just common, but it's really desirable. And what we've done is extended the floor plates across to avoid the impression of a multi-story interior space. It's a little bit concealed by the trees here, but we wanted to really be honest about what this building is doing on the inside as well. And through a combination of some plan adjustments and extending the cornice cantilever to really the practical limit of the material, we've added interest and contrast, breaking down the massing further and creating some strong shadow lines. The courtyard with its angled planes and rhythmic spacing of fenestration is in contrast to the more sleek and regular forms on the AC you'll see in a moment. The variation in detail extends to the materials as well. And I have a rendering for you of this that's a little higher quality. I wanted you to really be able to see the materials and to visually observe that. It's a little bit hard to do electronically here. The Trespa panels are designed to reference wood paneling, and they're interspersed with hand-troweled plaster. From a distance, it'll appear smooth, but up close, it's going to feel very refined and much like stone. Metal trim, now painted to pick up on the darker grain in the Trespa, has replaced the stark white stripes that were on the building previously. So color variation, balcony railings, sunshades, and window divisions all contribute to a design that's intended to break down the massing into some very discrete elements. These two buildings are a bit like siblings. Some similar features, but otherwise pretty unique. Our goal is a cohesive campus that's sharing amenities. The AC is more geometric and simple, meant to appear more sleek and streamlined. Fenestrations organized into groupings, while architectural elements box out and frame portions of the building as a different approach to breaking the massing into easily comprehended components. Colors have all been adjusted and refined. While our electronic images struggle a little bit to exhibit this, the sample you have is a color reference from a mature leaf of Coast Live Oak. As with the courtyard, we're using the hand-troweled plaster, but reflective of the brand, we have clean metal panels to complement the clear anodized aluminum window frames. Similar overhang extensions at the terraces create those same generous shadows and the contrast that we're looking for. Just getting a little bit closer, we want with some enlarged views placed side by side, this helps to further illustrate the points I've just relayed. Overhangs, elements, window forms, and materials are all in support of our architectural goals. One last look at the more urban-focused palette of the AC, and I've put that oak tree there as a reference. We really have attempted to manage those colors in a different way, where they were very, very saturated before. They're a little more muted now, and the greens and other colors are lifted from natural elements. And the much more natural and maybe sort of earthy courtyard palette. So what I'd like to do now is shift to the pedestrian experience at the front, and I'll invite Gary Lehman, who's our landscape architect, to come give you some information about that.
Good morning. We're excited to be back here. We received some great comments last time, and we've been able to build upon that to create a really wonderful landscape palette for the project. One of the things that we wanted to do is to create more buffering along the San Antonio frontage by taking the existing street trees, which are a southern live oak species, and to amplify that to make a denser, larger scale tree canopy across that whole facade there. And so we've increased the number of trees, the size of those trees, to really help reinforce that feeling overall. Within the ground plane, there's a lot of native plant materials that have been used, as well as other flowering perennial sort of color opportunities to be able to make those that area very inviting. We've included seating along the street frontage, along the public sidewalk, to be able to provide a more inviting opportunity there for people to be able to sit down, go to the cafe that's in the hotel complex, be able to stop and take a break along the street frontage. It's kind of within the canopy of the oak trees, so that's a really really nice amenity. We've had a lot of detail looking at the site utilities, making sure that they're well hidden behind the Corten walls, but just really creating a very rich environment there. You can see we've also added in the plan view here the courtyard, the patio terraces that are on the upper levels. We've been able to add plant material to those areas as well to make them very warm and inviting, providing filtered views, both provide privacy as well as green scaling elements for those areas. We think that those will be really successful spaces.
So I'll just step back to the terraces just for a second and mention that this is really a direct result of trying to reduce the height perception, but still taking advantage of the benefit that this height can provide. We're expecting these will be highly desirable spaces for the views. We anticipate being able to see Hoover Tower and beyond to the foothills here. So the question about the sides of the building being articulated enough, I sure think so. Even stripped of the landscaping as they are in these renderings so that you can really see the buildings, the massing's detailed and varied and interesting. Where the Hilton Homewood Suites is a boxy and simple building, and I can say that and be critical because I was the concept design for that. I hope you can read the added layer of character that we've incorporated here. Forms that draw across floors, knitting elements together, color placement, and varied window systems are all contributing. And so it's even easier to see as we get closer. Planes that push in and out, and architectural elements placed to create shadow and interest. Interesting geometric forms to create relief and enhance the differentiation between the brands. So let's bring the landscape back to the discussion.
One of the areas we really focused on was looking at the side elevations of the building and taking a look at how the building materials were changing, how the recesses worked with the building materials. We wanted to make sure that we had a large landscape presence along those side elevations, but in response to your comments, looking at how we could articulate the landscape more so that the landscape and the building were engaged and there was a dialogue happening there. The main thing that we did was to introduce the Italian cypress trees as a second layer to the Italian buckthorn planting. It's along the property line in addition to the property line fence. So that creates this nice layering of materials. It's all evergreen, but it'll be different in texture and color. And we've chosen plant materials that are very fast growing so that these impacts will be manifested sooner than later. So we think that that's really been a successful addition to the project. One of the things we tried to do wherever possible is to incorporate more native plant materials as a part of the landscape design. We're in an urban context within the podium area, which makes it somewhat challenged to be able to use actual native plant materials in those areas, but we're using drought-tolerant plant materials throughout. So we know that we're going to be well below the thresholds of water use and such, and we think that we're creating actually a significant amount of habitat, both in the use of native species, trees, shrubs, and ground covers, as well as related species that are also supportive of wildlife habitat conditions. So we think it's going to be a good neighbor in that regard.
So Sheldon didn't mention this in his presentation, but I'll just bring up, this was a comment that came up at the last time, and it's something that the public has asked, is why do we need more hotel rooms? And I'll just share with you that while the area has seen some pretty significant commercial growth, the demand for hotels has matched that, but in the 12 years since Hyatt Ricky's was taken down, we're still 77 rooms short of that number. So we spoke with the Treasury Division at the city to get some data, and it's pretty clear that although development has continued, it just hasn't kept pace. And so that's part of why this is so important to do. And just for reference, a fairly conservative analysis has the TOT for this 294-room development at an 85% occupancy at roughly $3.6 million in a 3-year period. I can have just another moment. I'll just end by saying thank you. And I'm happy to respond or address any comments that you might have. And we're looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions? Otherwise, I would go to the public comment. Here. Peter?
Yes, I wonder if we could get some clarification. The staff is requesting that we have landscaping work be put on as a subcommittee item. What more exactly is it that means? Sheldon?
I thought that was more geared towards last time when we said we could do that. I don't know if that's,
Okay, so we have condition, it's attachment B, and it's condition number 7. Packet page number. (147), condition 7. That the applicant return to the board subcommittee with a revised landscape plan that reflects the regional indigenous drought-resistant plant material required by the findings.
So that's the entire landscape package for the whole project? Or is it just the frontage of the San Antonio Road?
It would be the whole project.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have lots of public speakers. You're limited to 3 minutes each, and I'll give you the order of maybe the first 3 speakers. I have Thomas Brosnan. I have a Storkman W. I don't have a last name for that, or a first name for that. And Meredith Taylor. And if you would come up to the microphone, please. Great, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the review board. And I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of comments. So first off, thank you for considering all those and for the work you put into this. But I'll just start with a very simple comment on the Architectural Review Board staff report. If we look at finding number 2, part E, it concludes that this project enhances living conditions on the site if it includes residential uses, so it does not, and in adjacent residential areas. So as someone in an adjacent residential area, I'd have to dispute that enhancement because just by the nature of it, this project will increase the traffic, there will be noise and pollution. Level of service D&E doesn't seem acceptable to me, and I don't know why we would be considering it acceptable here. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we have W. Storkman.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't aware of Palo Alto until the mid-1930s. At that time, I was a younger man. My uncle was here, and that moved to Palo Alto. And I knew then that I was going to move to Palo Alto, and I have been a resident of Palo Alto since 1954, down at the southern end. Oregon Avenue created the haves and the have-nots in Palo Alto. If you're in the north, you're the have. If you're in the south, you have not, which was a distressing thing for us in the southern part. But my concern is not too many. I noticed that Google uses Charleston, Leghorn, and Middlefield as exits out of getting out of from the work on the eastern side of Bayshore. It's heavily trafficked, and each of those 3 left-hand turns are stacked up with cars from 3 o'clock until about 6 o'clock for those people going home. Coming down from the north, you can get off. And the worst part about the whole thing is, in order to get to this hotel, you have to drive past it. You have to get into that left lane that the Google people get in and make that left-hand turn to get to the hotel, unless you come from further south and approach it from one of the middle field from that way. And so this is a very disturbing thing, and it's ugly, and it seems like our city council has no respect for the people who live in the area. There were masses amount of people that I gave out 400 flyers, and I never heard any objections to what I was trying to encourage, that we shouldn't let this project be built here. They're at a disadvantage right now. They all have to make a left-hand turn unless they go past San Antonio around and come back on Middlefield to get to the hotel. This is a disaster. I don't understand why we're even thinking about projects like this. Oh, goodbye.
You still have a minute if you want.
It's only a warning for a minute.
Yes.
One more minute?
You have 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next speaker is
Meredith
Janet?
Taylor.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Yes,
Well,
Meredith Taylor, and then
Yes,
the,
thank you.
yes.
I live at the greenhouse, and I've lived there since 74. I've been a resident in Palo Alto since 55, so I've been here a long time. And I wanted to say I appreciate your consideration of the project near Cal Ave, because it looks like you're really going into some detail. This one, I think it's completely black and white. You're not considering any of this. The very points that they're trying to make that are so positive are clearly not positive at all. And they present a lot of stats, which are great about this, and it's good that we have stats to make sure, keep everybody in line, but none of these are realistic. The building looks like a prison by their plans, or like it came there with much effort and plopped down because it couldn't go on. It's really, really an eyesore. The traffic is probably the main thing, and I have something that I took last night when I was coming home, and I want to give it to you because of, you know, the pictures are worth 1,000 words. Whether it's in the morning when they're coming to work, at noontime when they're going off and doing other things while they have some time, if they actually take noon anymore, and also in the evening. And there's one picture of it where it's congested, and it does show one of the Palo Alto plumbing has trouble. They have to go around and switch around. So that's one example of the businesses that are already there having trouble to negotiate the Leghorn-San Antonio intersection. I marked it Leghorn here, Greenhouse here, and you can see it's completely packed. There's not a place, there's not a car. And then the next site is that people have pulled into the intersection because they want to try to get through the light, which is against the law, right? But there's no place to go. They're stuck there. At Leghorn, I've thought, you know, I'll go around Leghorn, the back entrance. I've sat through 3 different lights just trying to get through because of all the traffic backed up. This hotel has no back exit, okay, whether that's good or bad. How are they going to bring all of the stuff they need in to maintain the hotel? They're going to have to bring it in the front. They can't exit. So the congestion is going to be 3 times as worse. Plus the fact, all of the stats that they gave on the traffic and whether the flow is this way or that way, in reality, it's not flowing now. And the hotel's not even there. So can you imagine what it's going to be afterwards? Plus the fact, my little picture has the theater part of the Jewish Center, which you cannot, you know, you can't help but see. They presented the fact that you can have, the aesthetics of, you can see Hoover Tower. Mere thought of that from my home since 74 is that the aesthetics is going to be from the people on the top floor, which already defines that it's too high if they can see Hoover Tower from San Antonio Road. So, I mean, it's really a horrible concept all the way around. Every positive they had is in reality a negative. So if I might, I'm going to stop talking, and I would like to present this to you to just have a look-see. I put 1 and 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janet. Maybe. There we go. Janet Kale, and followed by Nancy Martin and Lulu. It's sticky sometimes.
Again, thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to present our considerations and our thoughts to you before this project is actually completely done and buried or built and erected. You've heard a number of issues. You've heard from residents before, and I'm thinking you're going to hear from a number more residents this afternoon or this morning about their considerations and their concerns of a 5-story building on San Antonio Road that does not fit in with the community. It is not residential in the sense that we live there as residents who are actually living, working, and paying our taxes to you and to the city and to contributing as individuals in this area. You're going to hear all about the traffic impact, you're going to hear the environmental impact, you're going to hear all kinds of things. And I think you're taking far more consideration with the police station that's in Palo Alto and considering what the impact of that is going to be on the surrounding community than you are of us. You know, you've heard that we're the stepsisters, quote, the step community of Palo Alto. That has been in my mind for a number of years. I've lived here since 1974. I've lived at the greenhouse all of that time, basically. And I have been on the board of the Homeowners Association for 40 of those years. I have been the board president for the last number of X years, and it must be at least 20 or 25 at this point. One keeps getting reelected if you don't do something drastic. So I'd like for all of you to just take a hard look at where we live. Take a look at the community. Take a look at the environment. I may not have all the politically correct buzzwords to use to give you the appropriate information, but one of the things that bothers me is a 5-story building directly across from the rising sun, the rising moon, the stars at night. I used to be able to see all of those before the trees got pretty high, and now the trees get high and I wait until the moon comes up above the trees and the sun rises. I don't always see that in the morning, but when, you know, you could. It's going to impact our environment, our living conditions. A building of this sort is much more appropriate to be built on El Camino. If you drive from Sunnyvale up through Redwood City, you're going to see all of these wonderful buildings that are square, angular, stuck right on the street, and I'll grant you that they are setting back this building and putting some plantings in front of it. But when I hear them say, I'm planting something and it's going to be big and grow, I'm afraid that poor plant is not going to survive 10 years. It's going to be so compacted in an area that it doesn't give it the proper environment to mature and grow and be a healthy plant for that particular area. But again, I'd like to ask you, and Mr. Liu, I believe, if I'm correct, you have family members who have lived in this area. Walk in their moccasins. Eat at their dining room table. Look out their windows. What are you going to see if you only want to see a 5-story building directly across from you, which is going to be taller than those on San Antonio Road, Carmel Village, the ones that are going in right across the street from that? Just put yourself in our place for a minute or two and see how you would feel if you had to look at a 5-story building that was basically square, rectangular. It didn't fit the community. Think about how we live. We do pay taxes. You know, we're down at the end of Palo Alto. We're not very in the middle. We're at the very end, but we're still part of your community. We still pay taxes, and we still vote for city council members. So thank you very much for allowing us this time.
Great, thank you. We have Nancy Martin, followed by Lulu, and then Joan Bett Zuri.
Hi, I'm Nancy. I've lived at the greenhouse since '76. Every bit of the word progress since then has led to more traffic. Progress, I do not define as more buildings. To me, this has been negative progress. We have lost so much. More businesses in the area do not add to a positive residence experience. Residents that I have spoken with in the area do not have confidence in the reports from the organizations that have been used in the EIR. I specifically cite reports from Hexagon. It is just not believable that a hotel with 294 rooms and a commensurate number of employees and services needed will only add 88 and 87 additional traffic trips a day. Naive to believe that. Charts used for the projections do not tell the real story. Traffic is bad now. It will become intolerable. I quote from the EIR, "The project would increase the average delay, parentheses, the wait time experienced by drivers using the intersections by 0.5 seconds or less." Naive, unbelievable, not true. Anyone who drives San Antonio at any time, but especially at commute times, would know this is not realistic. The city accepts LOS, levels of service, operating conditions of level D or better. The hotel traffic will lower levels to LOSF, jam conditions with excessive delays. This already happens at certain times of day. The U-turns required at San Antonio and Middlefield, San Antonio and Leghorn will become traffic nightmares. I could go on and on about traffic, but to move on, project objectives. Provide much-needed hotel rooms in the area of Palo Alto not currently served by hotels. Excuse me, these hotels are going to be used by Google, who are in Mountain View. There's not a lot of businesses in our area that need these hotels. Augment City of Palo Alto hotel tax revenues. Well, you've got the new hotels, and you've got Paramount that you're going to be talking about. Redeveloped an underutilized area. Excuse me, by whose definition? Okay, I have more, but I also am Lulu. Lulu has to work, so I've been asked to read.
Can we do this? So we do.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I can't allow you to speak on behalf.
I was last time.
I know.
He wrote.
I know, but we've actually the staff has gone through this with me.
Well, nobody told us.
Well, okay, so I will say, we have it written on the agenda.
No, he's written a new email.
No.
Lulu has written a new email, and he asked if I would read it, please.
I can't let you do that. So our rule
what's the harm in it, please?
I'm going to give you the rule, which is on the agenda, right? Spokespersons that are representing a group of 5 or more people who are identified as present at the meeting at the time of the spokesperson's presentation will be allowed up to 15 minutes. And so that's our rule. We haven't always enforced it in the past.
Of course, all the advantages goes to the developer.
All comments can be set to
Mr. Lulu happens to be a transportation employee. I'm sorry. Think about the city residents.
All comments can be submitted to the staff. They get forwarded to the board. They are included in the packet, and they will go to council for review. So it's not too late to get your comments in. Okay. I'm sorry, you are out of order. And if I have to, I will. You are out of order. And I've never had to use that before. Okay, Joan Betzuri and Joan Larrabee and Pat Starrett.
My talk will be short because no matter what facts we bring up, traffic dewatering, visual degradation, no matter how much we prove that this hotel project goes against everything the city of Palo Alto stands for, no matter how much we prove that these hotels are not a fit in our neighborhood, money and influences override doing what's right. Let's remember that in the early stages of this project, the ARB recommended that since this would be the first hotel in this area, that Marriott should concentrate on making them more pleasant, less dense, and a benefit for their neighbors, and requested a major redesign of this project. Well, of course, this didn't happen. What they did is they lowered the number of rooms from 300 to 294. Marriott doesn't care about its neighbors. It only cares about making money. This hotel provides absolutely no benefits to the neighbors. These facts became a reality when at the April 5th ARB meeting, at the last minute before discussion of our agenda, Alex Liu, Peter Balte, Win Firth, and Robert Guyer disclosed that they had met privately and separately with architect Randy Popp. We attempted to voice a rebuttal, but we were immediately told that we were not allowed to speak. This is a violation of city regulations. I'm sorry, I'm upset. So after these private meetings, the board's position did change. It turned from the earlier position I mentioned. Instead, your focus now is on shrubs, changing some colors, and adding a bench. Tax revenue, money is your decision maker, not doing what's right. So check off and own approving the project that will have a major horrific and negative impact on our neighborhood and on the city of Palo Alto.
Thank you. And I do ask not to withhold any applause or negative reactions. We do that because if there are people who want to support the project and they're a minority in the room, then they would feel, what do you call it? Intimidated by a large crowd. So we try to have no applause or boos at all during the hearing. Okay, so Joan Larrabee.
Good morning, y'all. I'm back. We got the copy of the final EIR at 5 o'clock last night, so a little disappointing. The project ignores the requirement of the city that new development be compatible with existing surroundings. Palo Alto from 101 to the city limit line at Alma Street, which some of you don't know that the city ends at Alma Street, is primarily residential, small businesses, Summer Winds Nursery, a couple of small churches, small businesses, Tai Chi, this and that, catering to the residents. And of course, the 5-story hotel doesn't do anything for the residents. And as some of the other people have suggested to you that a nice small hotel like the new one in Los Altos would have been quite acceptable to us, but this is not. Most of the people, most of the project, most of the street, San Antonio Road, is housing. It starts at the JCC, which Mr. Popp designed. It's mostly senior housing. There's housing in Greenhouse 1, Greenhouse 2, hundreds of condominiums, nicely landscaped, 670 San Antonio Road, 444 San Antonio, are townhouse developments, there's apartment buildings, and just small businesses catering to residents. But the EIR, and we only have 4 lanes, not like over in Mountain View on the other side of the train tracks that is 6 lanes wide where the tall buildings are. We have only 4 lanes, and when construction starts, one of those can get closed down. But the EIR says that our area is not suitable for housing, but we've all lived there for 30 and 40 years, and you're telling us it's not suitable. We've got 2 schools, daycare, everything. And it says it's not suitable because there's no train station. But further in the EIR, as mitigation for the hotel, it says there's a train station with 20-minute headways for the trains. So which is it? There's a train station at San Antonio, or there isn't. Oh, the traffic. I can see why the traffic counts were not redone, because 5 years ago, level of service, and I'm going to talk more because you shut us off on April. It was already significant. It would be a significant problem and a significant impact and would stop this project if they had current traffic counts instead of 5-year-old ones. And the most egregious, of course, is the dewatering problem. They started out with 1 basement of underground parking, and that's all that they did when they did their core drilling, and voila, It's now 2 stories of underground parking with no further requirement to have that checked. And I'll tell you something, you're talking about the money coming in. What's going to happen is when Mr. Bach, who's had a business there for many, many, many years, and the little grocery store on the other side, when those 2 buildings start having cracks and start falling in because you are not requiring them to check the water, they're going to sue the city of Palo Alto. And that's going to be a negative on your revenue. Oh, I just can't believe it.
Okay,
But anyway, you're not requiring them to go down another 10 or 15 feet for that second basement. And you know what it says in the EIR? It says, oh, there's only 67 parking places there. That doesn't make a difference. And the other part of the EIR says, oh, it's back in a corner there. It doesn't make a difference. Come on, people.
Okay, yeah, you're...
And I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pat Starrett, followed by Chris Brosnan and Thomas Erpin.
It's Starrett. Full disclosure, I'm from Chicago. I did not slip through a jail window to get here, and I did not come across in a covered wagon. I've been in Palo Alto for 55 years. I've lived on both sides of Oregon. I know what's been going on, and it pretty much, well, I really wanted to start with thank you for your serving on this board. I'm sure it's not easy to determine the outcome of the many projects that come before you. However, I've been lying awake nights, the bags, wondering what I could say that would help you take a new look at what you are evaluating. Now, I worked for the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District starting in '78 in land acquisition, so I know EIRs. I was not aware that an EIR did not require a CEQA report. I'm sure you've all driven down San Antonio, and surely you've considered, oh, it's an emergency vehicle. How will an emergency vehicle get through? I haven't heard one word from any of you thinking about that. It would be interesting to know your ideas on that. It all started with that sign on Alma where it says all trucks must go down to San Antonio Road, in parentheses, any project that we don't know what to do with. San Antonio's potluck, and the people who live there are leftover citizens, as far as I'm concerned. Again, I've watched for 55 years what's been going on, so, you know, I know the good, bad, and the indifferent, and I know the difference. So I'm going to ask you, all the research that all the residents have done, they're ignored. In fact, one speaker had finished, he thought we were through, and somebody said, oh, and now let's talk about the color on the hotel. Whoa, there's enlightenment for you. I'm going to ask you to put on your neighborhood hats. You're all neighbors. You all have a neighbor. I'm one of your neighbors. I'm one of your citizens, so are all the people that are here. We shop, live, work, play, everything that a resident does. And it seems to me your first consideration should be the residents of Palo Alto, not the person that is a hit and run person that stops at a hotel. Now, I've noticed that Mr. Pop is proposing a hotel next to McDonald's. Perfect. Absolutely no neighbors, no problem. He talked about grab-and-go food. Okay. He can grab one of his architectural plans for a hotel, put it in a 100% perfect place, no neighbors, no objections. So, you know, reason has to come in here somewhere. Fairness has to be a part of your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Brosnan, Thomas Erpin, and Annette Hilton. Great.
Good morning. Try to get this. Good morning. I'll try to focus on some things that weren't said yet. I looked through the architectural or the environmental impact review. I was disappointed to see no discussion of possible crime. We pride ourselves on having almost no crime in Palo Alto, but we do actually have a problem on the street of San Antonio with crime, only on the street too, not within our complex. So I was kind of disappointed not to see any discussion of that. Another thing that I was disappointed not to see is that these issues are very pertinent, but also we've seen that there's a lot of construction up the street, and we've been discussing that many of the other adjacent or nearby properties are being purchased as well. And it's kind of strange that there's no discussion of what this possible project could have on, more projects being done in the area and what that would look like. It just kind of seems like, oh, well, let's just do this and worry about that later. I'm kind of concerned that there's no talk about that whatsoever. I didn't think that my 3 minutes were actually up. That was kind of like anyway. For me, I've grown up in Palo Alto, and it was a nice place, and I still think it is a nice place, but it's becoming a little unlivable in terms of there's so much pollution on the streets right now. I've done a lot of research about this stuff. I've had the privilege to make car exhaust in a lab and test what it does to myself, and it's much more prevalent than people really think, and there's a lot of research that have shown that even low levels of pollution can harm people. And I really, I'm concerned to see kids walking up and down the street going to school, and there's just, gridlock of cars that are just spewing harmful things towards them. It really bothers me. I would really like to see more, things about that. And that's all I really wanted to say so far. I would like to echo, the concerns that my neighbors have brought up. I feel they're very valid. And I would like to see this go forward into a place that, people can be more happy about it. I think there's a problem when you bring in these experts that are not living here that are saying, oh, there won't be an impact on traffic, where anybody who lives here knows there's going to be a big impact, and you don't need to pay somebody to come and tell us that. I would like to see more input from the residents, but thank you for considering our objections.
Great, thank you. And Thomas Urban?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to give you the comment and suggestion. I just want to call the attention that this morning, Safe Palo Alto Groundwater give a response and follow-up clarification on the issue of dewatering. And according to Dr. Keith Bennett, who cannot be here today, that the project has not seriously considered this issue, and there are alternative and proven method to deal with this issue instead of taking a risk of lawsuit or whatsoever. So this is already sent out in writing, and hopefully that city planner and the board have the opportunity to review in more detail. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we have Annette Hilton, followed by Susie Mitchell.
Good morning. My neighbors have already addressed a lot of the concerns that we have. I'd like to just again emphasize that there are 288 homeowners on this one block, 288. And we have traffic lights at both ends of the block, as well as one at Charleston and San Antonio. So Charleston, Leghorn, and Middlefield. The traffic is already impacted. The report, the EIR report, cited one school. There are actually 6. There are 2 private schools, and there are 4 in PAUSD. JLS, Middle School, Fairmeadow, Hoover, and Greendale. So it's a biking and walking place for kids, as well as for those of us who live there. We have Google buses that are new since the last report that use our street and the intersecting streets as well, all the time, as well as people who go to Costco and who come off 101. And coming off 101, all the trucks coming into Palo Alto use San Antonio because they can't use Embarcadero. So we have trucks, we have Google buses, and we have the 288 homeowners already who are living, working, going to school, and doing their business on a daily basis. That's a lot of traffic on one block. And I think the hotel is inappropriate, just based on the traffic. But there are other concerns about parking, compatibility, the denseness of the building, and something that hasn't been brought up is the lighting. On their diagram, Marriott, Courtyard, AC, et cetera, is going to be at the 3rd floor. That's going to shine into the bedrooms of people across the street who that's their home. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And we have Susie Mitchell and Julie Conahan.
Hi, thanks for meeting with us. My name is Susie Mitchell, and I was born and raised in Palo Alto, and I currently own a condominium at 777 San Antonio. I've always been concerned about and strongly opposed to the proposed construction of the 2 Marriott hotels. Initially, my opposition had a lot of emotion mixed in, as well as trying to work with the facts of the project. Given the time during the proposal process, I've been able to sort the emotion away from the facts and be a little more objective and observe what my main concern is, and that's the traffic. San Antonio and the intersections of Charleston, Leghorn, and Middlefield are overwhelmed with traffic, and the congestion is really impossible given at different times of the day. And it's unrealistic to take videos at certain times of the year, which are Christmas vacations or certain summertime weeks. There's just a lot of holidays that make it look like it's a very smooth flowing street, and it's not. So despite what the EIR report states, I and many have questions and question the hotels and how they really will significantly and negatively impact the traffic congestion levels. I believe that we may not be able to change, no matter how hard we cling to the past or whatever, we may not be able to change or alter the current traffic situation, but I do believe we have a responsibility as good citizens and people who make decisions to not make them worse. I ask that you please take that into consideration as you make your decision. It's an important one, and it really does impact those of us that live in that neighborhood. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. So we have Julia Conahan, and followed by Patricia Marquis and John Petrella.
We've lived at the greenhouse since 1981, and my husband has lived there since 1977 when it opened. And I would just like to say I'm against this project. I don't think it's very attractive for our neighborhood. I think it's too big, it's too tall, and I think that the number of rooms is going to create a real traffic problem. We have a traffic problem now because Google opened. And last night, we drove from the greenhouse up to up to El Camino for dinner, and it took us 18 minutes, and that's only a mile. It was gridlock. And when I'm up there, when I come down from downtown Palo Alto to shop at one of the stores at El Camino, I don't come home on San Antonio Road, although I live on that. I have to go all the way back to Charleston and come the back way because you just can't move. You can't get in. It's just a terrible situation, and I think adding 294 or whatever number of rooms is going to be terrible. And I also think somebody said that you have a cafe. I don't know where the parking is going to be for a cafe if people want to go use it, because the road in front of our house on San Antonio Road there's always people parking there because there's not parking in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Patricia Marquis.
Good morning. Thank you for being willing to listen to us. Oh, that was fast. I am a long-term resident of Greenhouse 1, and I am deeply concerned about this proposal. These 5-story hotels do not fit in our community neighborhood. Most of the people on San Antonio are residents From Charleston to Alma, there are 326 homes. That's 3 blocks, and 44 small businesses. Where do I go here? These buildings are much too tall. The rest of our neighborhood consists of 1- and 2-story buildings. Across the street from the proposed site, the greenhouses have garages. Our first ground stories, which were dug out of the earth and cannot be seen from the street or from the grounds between our buildings, thus making our so-called 3-story condos visually into 2 stories. So they cannot be used to justify a tall building. Everything is 1 or 2 stories in the neighborhood. Marriott's report on traffic states no impact. I guess their 300 guests and 50 employees are going to walk. The traffic on San Antonio is fast becoming a nightmare, especially during rush hours when it's gridlocked. These 2 hotels both have the same exit, 1 exit. So 10 cars trying to merge into this gridlocked traffic would take a long time. And 50 cars driving to dinner would certainly have an impact on traffic. I have seen a photo of San Antonio that Marriott provided. I didn't recognize any buildings or trees in that photo, and I have been walking San Antonio for more than 40 years. So please be very skeptical. Truth can get lost in companies with a lot of money on the line. A better choice for this site would be residences that meet Palo Alto's housing needs. This would create a more appropriate growth of our community neighborhood. About 550 people reside in the greenhouses. Most are connected by the internet, so please do remember that we vote. Thank you for your attention.
Great. And next speaker is John Petrella. And we have 2 more speakers after that, or 1 more speaker after that, which is Esther Agenda. More speakers.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have just a couple items to discuss. There are more concerns than this, and you should be no surprise that I speak against the proposed project. One of my concerns is that the traffic. There's no mention in the EIR whether or not there's going to be a lane reduction in San Antonio during the construction time. Does that mean that you're promising that there won't be, or you're just ignoring the fact and you're going to spring it on us later that we're going to go from 2 lanes of traffic to 1 lane of traffic? So I'd like to see something clear and unambiguous about whether or not there's going to be any traffic lane reduction during the construction phase and or after the construction phase. It's not addressed at all. Last night at around 10, I walked out the block between the Lakehorn intersection and the driveway to Greenhouse 2. There were about 13 vehicles parked along that strip. There are room for maybe 2 or 3 more along that strip. If there's going to be lane reduction or if that parking lane is going to disappear during construction, those cars are going to flow back into the neighborhoods. You've probably heard of that problem in downtown Palo Alto, where neighborhoods get upset when cars start parking in their neighborhoods. So that's a concern to me and should be a concern to you. Because San Antonio has a median strip, there's only places to make a left or U-turn at the Lakehorn intersection or on Middlefield Road. And so you have to assume, I think it's a reasonable assumption, that half of the cars going into the hotel will be making depending upon which direction they're going to be making a left or a U-turn. There's plenty of capacity for making a left or U-turn on the Middlefield Road, but there's very small capacity on the Lakehorn intersection, and that's just going to, it's going to back up and impact traffic. Traffic, you may have heard by now, during commute times can get to gridlock. So that brings up the question of emergency vehicles. I made that point, I tried to make that point in my comments, but the response to my comments were basically that, oh, well, people will just pull aside and make room for the emergency vehicles because that's the law. Well, in the grid law, there's no place to pull aside. So I think whoever wrote that particular response should reconsider that response. And I guess I have one final question. I noticed in the revised EIR that the requirement for a LEED certification on the building was removed, and I'd like to hear some explanation for why the LEED certification is no longer a requirement. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Esther, agenda.
Good morning, Esther Nihenda speaking for Safe Palo Alto's groundwater. While we recognize the importance of hotels to the economic vitality of our city, we do not agree with the conclusions of the final environmental impact report of minimal impacts from dewatering for this project. First, if the underground built area will go to 18 feet, it is extremely unlikely that dewatering would happen only up to 18 feet. Recognizing this, the city guidelines call for dewatering no more than 3 feet below construction. Thus, dewatering for the proposed project will likely need to lower the groundwater level to 21 feet. The geotechnical report for this project explicitly says that there are some significantly thick, relatively clean sand layers below a depth of about 20 feet that will generate a significant volume of water, and not penetrating into those layers with the dewatering wells is desirable. Second, the stated area for dewatering to 18 feet is said to be 14,100 square feet. This area is 4 times last year's residential basement of 3,500 square feet at a similar groundwater level that pumped over 30 million gallons of water. I guess you could say I am a water advocate, but 4 times 30 million gallons is a lot of water, and water is more precious than gold. The report claims that pumping will be reduced as soon as possible, reducing the potential for off-site settlement. I think the geotechnical report said 16 months of dewatering would be required because dewatering has to continue until 2 top stories are built to counteract buoyancy. They also recommended backup power so that dewatering would not be interrupted. Not only would that be 16 months of localized drought for surrounding properties, but Palo Alto currently allows dewatering only from April to October, which are 7 months. Our research shows, and we sent you a graph this morning, that the water impacts groundwater levels at distances in excess of 200 feet. We also sent you a copy of an article in the San Francisco Chronicle that construction of underground parking near a Rite Aid in San Mateo near the Bay has been reported as the likely cause of significant settling, and there's a big lawsuit. And Gordon Hinckley, the 15th president of the Latter-day Saints, once said, "You can't build a great building on a weak foundation. You must have a solid foundation if you're going to have a strong superstructure." We ask that this project be reviewed, especially for the dewatering part. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And last speaker that I have is Barbara Crime.
Thank you for hearing me. I'd like to say that I've been in Palo Alto at my residence for 55 years, and I just go crazy just with the traffic going down San Antonio Road. That used to be easy. Now just to get up to where I could make a left turn on Middlefield coming down San Antonio going east takes me like 3 lights to get up to the light at certain times of the day in the evenings just to get in that left turn lane because you can't get over to get in the lane. And I've seen results. I get really angry every time I walk down Loma Verde and West Bay Shore, and when I see all these cars that are parked on the side of the street in front of other people's residences because the condominiums were approved with inadequate parking for the housing. A lot of young families moved in. There was no parking on 3 sides. There's a little tiny park in back, a walkway park, and then on the other side is, I don't know, a business, and then of course you can't drive down West Bay Shore. And so all of those people, as a result, they don't park in their garages because a lot of them store their furniture and stuff in it, and so those people park in front of other people's houses. And I just think these impact studies don't recognize the fact that there are just going to be these kinds of problems as a result. And I've talked with a lot of people over in my neighborhood. They get really angry because people are all parked in front of their houses. And I know one older lady, she said her friends couldn't come to visit because they have to park so far away. But the people who do the studies, I don't know where they live, and I don't mean, I mean where they mentally are to come up with the results that they come up with. And I can see with this project, I'll have to wait through maybe 8 lights to be able to work my way up to turn left on Middlefield. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for everybody for coming out. And also the board received lots of emails over the past couple of weeks. So I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this item, and we'll bring it back to the board for comments. Peter.
I was going to ask Alex before that. There was one email one of the members of the public referred to. Would it be possible to have staff just read that into the record for us?
Yes.
If it exists, would you mind?
Okay. Thanks for the update. I have read the responses to my comments E-1 and E-2, and that's referring to the final PIR document, which only emphasizes on what standard manual it uses and how the methodology it uses is consistent with Palo Alto's standard methodology, while ignoring the common sense. I have serious concerns about the validity of the conclusions in the study. I have 2 questions to the city. E1, 1,522 daily trips, removing 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., it's 85 trips per hour. The study is fundamentally based on the peak hour trip estimation of 108 trips per hour. In a city like Palo Alto, where most of the hotel guests are business travelers and follow regular commuting patterns, it says there will be only 25% more trips during peak hours than during non-peak hours. Does it make sense? E-2, the conclusion of the no significant traffic impact is based on the methodology LOS standard that also says the current traffic condition in these intersections are acceptable. Note that this is one of the most congested intersections in Palo Alto. Does this make sense? If the answers are yes, I don't have any more comment. We don't need to do anything to improve Palo Alto traffic condition as it's already acceptable. If the answers are no, my suggestions are, 1, no matter how official a manual is, if it's too generalized and outdated to get reasonable number For this specific project, it does not make any sense to use it to get conclusions. Field studies should be conducted to get localized data to be used in the estimations. If the consulting firm does not want to take the effort to get more accurate numbers, find a better one. 2, if a methodology that is consistent with Palo Alto standard but result in anti-common sense conclusion, that means the Palo Alto standard is wrong. By the way, the LOS standard is indeed well known for its usefulness. We should fix a standard instead of blindly accepting a wrong conclusion based on a standard. Thanks, Lulu.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Sheldon. I guess I'd like to address the community here. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of strong feelings about this project, and I think all of us have given it a lot of thought. And I'll be honest with you, I think the problem is the traffic. The problem is the traffic is already unacceptable. The problem is many of you have lived in this neighborhood for a long time, and the traffic has grown worse, much worse, over your time here, so it's very noticeable to you. I don't think the problem is the hotel. The problem is the traffic. In my opinion, in my reading all the reports, listening to the traffic studies and whatnot, I don't think the hotel is going to dramatically change the traffic situation. It's already bad. I don't believe it's going to get much worse because of the hotel. So I'm looking at this issue then. I put that out there. That's what I think about the guts of the problem. That's why I think many of you are here. And I wish there was something we could do as architects, as an architecture review board, to make the traffic problem better. But I don't know what that is, and I don't think that's the purview of an architectural review board. With that, let me come to the building itself. I think it's a big building. I think the architects have made a lot of effort to mitigate the apparent mass of the building. I think they've done that successfully. The building, when it was originally presented, was a 5-story facade on San Antonio, which was much less in character and context than what's currently presented. They've worked hard, the staff has worked hard, we've pushed hard to get that modified. I'd like to bring it to the community's attention. This particular type of use on this lot is legal. The City Council has authorized a FAR rating of 2.0. That means that 200% times the lot area can be built as a building. Typically for commercial buildings in that area, it's 0.4. This is a factor of 5 times more. It's a lot additional mass of the building. We're not charged as an architecture board to set zoning standards. This is a zoning standard your city council has put in place. We're charged with making that the best way we can fit and be compatible. I find that we have done that. This building is compatible, and it is the best building we can hope for given a 2.0 FAR. And I put it to the community, if you're unhappy with large buildings like this, change the zoning code. Don't ask the architecture board to reject a project that meets the standards. I have a further question about the landscaping, but why don't I let everybody else go first? Thank you.
Robert.
Thank you. Basically, I couldn't agree with that more. I mean, that's exactly what it is. The applicant is not asking for any particular variances or modifications to the requirements. They're building within the parameters that has been legally approved by the city of Palo Alto. And I've heard a half a dozen people say, you know, we vote. Well, you know, if that's the case, then this is not the purview to tell us about voting, because you're not voting for us. We work at the discretion of the city council. If you're unhappy with something that they've done, then you voice your opinion there or at the ballot box. We're here voluntarily to try and do the best thing we can based on the parameters that we're given. And I'm sure the applicant will attest to the fact that we've been a royal pain in the you-know-what, because we've demanded a lot of changes. But we still have to work within the parameters of what we're told, or what is legal for us. If this particular property, the code said that you could only build a 3-story building, then that would be it, but it doesn't say that. It gives a height limit and how many square feet can be built, as was mentioned. So I understand completely where you're coming from in that respect, but this is not the purview to, to respond to that. I could, like I said, we could see everyone's upset, but we're trying to do the best available, or the best job for the community to get what's done. I mean, I see a lot of shaking heads, but there is no other solution to that. I've been told that maybe they ought to put it on El Camino. If you put this on El Camino, the people to get to 101 are still going to come down San Antonio, so the traffic really isn't going to change any. The exact fact, maybe the fact that the location is fairly close to 101 makes it easier for people living further in the city. Now, that doesn't help you any, but again, we're looking at it from the overall community as a whole. We represent the entire community of Palo Alto. So with that, I have to agree with my fellow board member that I think it's acceptable as it is.
And Wynn.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to speak to us. It always feels a bit hollow to say that when it's clear that so many people feel unheard. But you are not unheard. As my colleagues said, some of the decisions which are most, to which you are most opposed, are decisions that we don't make. One of the things I keep hearing as I listen to you is that we live in a region, and you particularly as border dwellers, near border dwellers, live where regional impacts are so very obvious. And I live in downtown North. I live in the mixed-use section of northern Palo Alto, and we certainly have felt abused and exploited by the practice of using residential streets for parking commercial buildings and uses. And it used to amuse me when people say, oh, you want parking in front of your house. Well, no, I'd like it within 2 blocks. But it is true. One of you talked about what Palo Alto stands for, and what Palo Alto stands for in its context is increasing density, and with it, certainly, maybe we're heading for peak car and it's going to reduce itself soon, but certainly that means less mobility. And when I hear you talking about the ways in which this hits you, particularly running errands, going to dinner, I think that highlights a problem with the way that we study traffic. We focus on peak hour, and what a lot of us experience is that it's the difficulty in going anywhere, anytime, that really has changed our sense of our neighborhoods and how we live in them and how hospitable they are to us. You raised a lot of distressing issues. Some of them I would like to ask staff for clarification on. What are we saying about construction traffic impact? I know we have hundreds of pages of documents, but in brief, how are we addressing that on this very busy road? Do we anticipate lane closures?
So as part of the conditions of approval, there would be a logistics plan that would be submitted to the city for approval that would review things such as construction hours and traffic control, pedestrian control, dust control, noise control.
And is there any opportunity for public participation in that process? Or could there be in this very difficult situation?
No, this is a question that we get frequently on projects. I will say that the logistics plan is a public document, but we don't have a system in place for receiving public input on that. This is a document that is reviewed by our transportation department, which is interested in traffic flow and making sure that there's no impacts during peak times or where there might be a conflict. They also look at safe routes to schools and making sure that there's no impacts to the free movement of students going to and from places. It's also reviewed by our Public Works Department and utilities to make sure that there are no other conflicts with other areas of interest that they may have, as well as fire safety and our public services. So it's a pretty thoroughly reviewed document, and people are certainly welcome to request a logistics plan, but we don't have a public review process for that.
Or to write you about what they would like to see in that logistics plan, what they consider acceptable levels of disruption?
We certainly would accept any documents that come in, sure.
Okay. Is it too soon to tell whether this would result in shutdowns of traffic lanes during daytime hours?
I don't know if staff has some of that information. I see the applicants up and may have some perspective on that, but I will say that anything that's submitted is reviewed by the various city departments.
So if I may, thank you. Of course, we have not submitted a logistics plan yet, but we've actually thought quite a bit about this. This site has a unique condition. There's a roughly 300-foot frontage on San Antonio for this site, and within that frontage, there's a 24-foot special setback that we are not allowed to build on. This will become staging, truck movement, storage, right? As we're digging a big hole behind that, we've got this very generous zone, wider, as wide as a 2-lane road, that is an area that we will have as a working space that is not on San Antonio Road. And while there may be short periods where we need to manage traffic and do some things as trucks are moving in and out of the site, it's our instinct in this case that we'll be able to limit that to a very large degree. I'll point out that the EIR did address the traffic during construction, and because of the future use and because of the current use, the ins and outs of construction actually are less traffic impact typically than what you would see on a normal day if the site was in use.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I do realize that a lot of this information is in the documents, but I also think it's impossible for all of us to master all of it, particularly in a setting like this. Thank you. I have a bunch of stickies here. And briefly, there's a lot of concern about the accuracy of the hexagon traffic reports. I think that my colleagues hit the principal problem, which is they assume that existing traffic is acceptable, and that is not life as it's experienced by those who live and pass through this area. I'm much concerned about a regional impact, which is the increased impact of Google operations. How did that study deal with Google coming online so intensively here? I mean, I know they talk about anticipated future development, not just what's just happening when they do the original study.
Yeah, I mean, so when you start the environmental process, you do a notice of preparation that kind of establishes the baseline, and we did acknowledge a number of projects that were approved or
regionally
part of the cumulative, and that's in your draft EIR, and that's part of the whole analysis for the cumulative analysis.
And you feel that we adequately dealt with reality as it changed during this project, during this extensive planning period?
Yeah, I mean, there can't be like a moving target. We have to.
I understand. We have a baseline, and then, but we also, when we look at cumulative impacts, so we're looking at other anticipated development during the period.
Yes, so we studied cumulative impacts that were known at the time that the notice of preparation was filed for the environmental impact report.
And do we have a sense that we had some big surprises since then, or is this pretty much what we expected?
Well, I don't know if we have a comparative list of cumulative impacts at, what was it, a year and a half ago? Mm-hmm. And today, so I'd have to get back to you on a question like that.
I think I'm certainly not asking you to do it today, but I think it does have to do with whether these are things that people can comfortably rely on. So much discussion of the geotechnical study and the groundwater adequacy and perhaps inconsistencies between the proposed pumping programs and our local regulations. Could you explain that to me? I mean, I understand the increased local anxiety when it's become evident that perhaps our standards for groundwater pumping have not been as lovely as we would have liked, or as effective as we would have liked in other jurisdictions, and we're all very much aware that we have experienced near record rainfalls. So how will we be asking for an update on the geotechnical information before we permit people to start digging and draining?
So the project needs to be consistent with the ordinance, local ordinances regarding dewatering. And so we
Right.
do have a condition approval regarding dewatering, and we do have an updated condition than the one that's in your packet.
Condition
that's
number which?
consistent. It's condition number 29.
Which is
And
on
that condition
page-
actually, as we're working on this packet, we're actually working on what's going to the city council as well. So I know that the dewatering condition approval will be updated to be consistent with the new ordinance. And the project will need to be consistent with that. If they're consistent with that, then they have addressed the watering concern.
Okay, so what I'm suggesting is that if we don't have an updated geotechnical report, it might be in the city's interest to ask for one.
Yeah, so we have a geotechnical report that's for the project, and that will need to be augmented.
Hello, my name's Amy Ashton. I'm with David J. Powers and Associates, and we prepared the environmental impact report. So the City of Palo Alto, as of May, and that was after we prepared our draft EIR, so we included information regarding the new dewatering requirements, which were adopted May. And this city has some robust requirements in the ordinance as well as guidelines. It requires monitoring of adjacent properties. It requires reuse of the water, offering reuse of the water that is dewatered. There's a geotechnical report that has to be prepared to specifically address the dewatering and how that's going to work and the impacts on adjacent properties. There's impacts to landscaping that will have to be dealt with. So this city has a robust set of requirements, and the applicant will have to follow every single one of them during construction.
So we're not going to see trees dying at the greenhouse because of this project's dewatering.
That's the idea. And their geotechnical analysis will have to include all of this as part of permitting.
I mean, one of the things that it seems to me is important on a project of this size that's causing such grave concern is that people continue to be aware of what staff's doing as they get away from these public hearings and comment to them. The reason we have a set of robust groundwater standards in this city is because we had a bunch of robust groundwater activists in the city. Let's see, emergency vehicles, I think probably the traffic study did it. Oh, the question about, is it true that a requirement for LEED certification has been removed, and if so, why?
No, they still have to follow the requirements. It's just the actual certificate is not necessary. So they still have to go through and meet the standards.
And which standards are those? Which LEED certification were they previously going to do, and what is?
So,
Untangle
We're
this
using
for me.
Cal Green as the standard.
Yeah, I believe the state standards are now more robust than the LEED certifications. And
So that's a good answer. That's a more demanding standard. Thank you. So these are questions from me. What are the side setbacks for this parcel? What I'm going to is the statement that because there's a podium involved here and subterranean parking, it imposes constraints on what you can plant. And so I want to know what the side yard setbacks are, both above ground and below ground, because when I hear at this point in a project that we can't, we're building a 5-story building, I want 4-story landscaping. And when I hear we can't do it because we can't get to the dirt, I think this is something that we should have addressed early in the project, not something I want to hear again. So I know that there is some setback, and I'm basically saying, are we really kept from doing adequate landscaping by inadequate setbacks? And how do they apply below ground, which is what matters most for landscaping?
If I might address that. What I was referring to specifically with regard to the limitations of the podium relative to more native type planting, it doesn't constrain the fact that we can do taller planting. It's just not native. It's just, the native species tend to have more robust root systems to be drawing water, in the more drought tolerant situations. So we're using species which have a proven performance of performing well. On a podium condition, that accommodates the shallower root systems.
So we're going to look like Italian graveyards? Is this what you're telling me? So what is the subterranean setback and what's the surface setback?
Yeah. The
No, that's
basement
not
is set
correct.
back 10 feet from the property line.
If you look at section, on sheet A5.2, is the sections, and it'll show that the extent that the garage, basement garage extends.
Yeah, right, it's closer. So the 10-foot setback reflects the surface condition. Below ground, it's probably half that.
And this comes up repeatedly on all sizes of sites when we look at plans. So maybe you can add this to our list of things to think about. But I think that assuming that one can go all the way out and still adequately landscape isn't always a safe assumption.
I'll just promote that roots don't stop at the property line. Right, so if you plant within that 5-foot zone, the roots will grow under the property line and across, use adjacent areas as well.
Which means perhaps we need
so
more.
we've selected planting materials that will get to that 4-story height, is that right? Yeah, I mean, we're anticipating that while we've shown planting materials, as you requested, with a level of maturity of about 15 years,
right,
that over time, these species will get to close to 40 feet tall without difficulty in this zone with this type of dimensional constraint. We don't anticipate these particular species to have difficulty achieving those heights.
Thank you. See if I can get rid of all these stickies. So I'm reasonably reassured about the landscaping. I think this whole issue of adequate setbacks that still allow for landscaping is important. And I would note that they are asking for a parking adjustment. I don't think it's wrong. Have there been any changes in the entry court and drive since we first saw this project? Is there any more holding space there for cars coming off? And maybe the EIR consultant can help us with this too, but I'm still concerned, well, first, have there been any changes? And secondly, I'm still concerned that last time we talked about the fact that a condition of approval is that this hotel operation not back cars up into the travel lanes. So I can pull up and pull in at any time. I'm going to slow down to find the driveway, but I'm not going to be backed up because there are 2 cars in front of me. And last time we talked about the fact that I believe there's a conditional use permit condition that says thou shalt not back up property, or am I thinking of another project? Thou shalt not back up traffic into the street. Is that true? Or is there no CUP? Is there no such condition?
There's no condition on this. There's no conditional use permit as well.
Well, but we're requiring a TDM, right?
There is a TDM.
Traffic demand management.
Yes.
It seems to me that needs to have a requirement that there be no backup into the travel lanes. I think that this is, we can't do anything about massive increases in regional traffic, but perhaps we can and should address this. I personally, I'm sorry, am I missing something here?
So, Commissioner Firth, or Board Member Firth, your concern is there would be, or the potential for, or the concern about vehicles queuing in such a way that there's backup on San Antonio?
I am.
Okay. So I think we've addressed this on another project recently where we established a performance standard where we required, that
Don't do it.
Right. And that there could be modifications as required to site operations, valet operations, TDM plans. And so we can incorporate a similar condition to address that issue. And so then it's a performance standard that we just remedy.
Because I think we've been talking about this since the first hearing, and I think the architects and designers are comfortable with what they have. it's interesting, I don't have expertise to critique by law, I don't have expertise to critique a traffic study, but I do parking. The courts have held that parking is something that people of ordinary understanding can comment on and be legally meaningful, oddly enough. And at our last session, I believe the applicant told us that they would load and unload not in the circular courtyard, but further back. But when I look at the plans, it says drop off, and the entries appear to be right there. And when I look at the documents, admittedly an earlier document, it says they'll be greeted at the drive entrances to the hotels, and guests may call for their car from their room prior to departure, so the valet team can have it delivered to the lobby entrance. Well, as soon as I'm going to the courtyard and somebody's got their car delivered to the, what's the other hotel? AC?
AC.
AC hotel, and somebody else is wandering around with their whatever, I'm blocking access and nobody can get through. So I'm still concerned. I understand I'm a minority here, but I'm concerned.
You want me to? So I apologize, I don't have a really enlarged version of that driveway on my slides here, but just to very briefly identify what our expectations are, and I'm sorry if there's a misunderstanding. The drop-off is at the circular drive. There's a lobby on either side of it. The circular drive is comprised of multiple lanes of driveway. There's a width there so that there are 2 lanes so that if a car is stopped, you can still get around it. One of the advantages that we have, and as hotel operators, T2 has a wealth of experience with this. The implementation of a valet system where we will have people who are able to move cars quickly and shuttle cars to the back for staging before they're moved down into the garage will allow us to, with confidence, keep a open path of vehicular movement in that circular drive. And we do not anticipate having stacking extend out onto San Antonio at any point. Sure.
So, board member, if we get to a point where you're interested in a condition like that, or if the board's interested in a condition, we can have some language for you.
And if we are interested in the condition, and if you are working with us to propose one, the big question is going to be, how is it enforced? How is it enforceable? Because the city is full of conditions and has a limited ability to make things happen. So you sort of need a mechanism that lets the vigilant eyes of the neighborhood report and get good responses quickly. Thank you. Oh, and I am grateful for the design changes that have taken place during this process. These are very big buildings. Our efforts to have them more concentrated in the site have been unsuccessful. I think the efforts to have them step back, to have more landscaping, and I would note to staff that it's not just the ground level landscaping that needs to be an important and maintained condition of approval. I think they will help. I think this is going to radically transform the view from local residences. I regret the loss of sunrises and the hiding of the moon. But that's the direction the City Council has given us, that this is zoned for that density, and I think this building is better than a lower, unterraced, unmodulated building would be. I think that there was a comment that this looks like a jail or a prison. I don't think it does. I mean, you heard us talking about the future buildings off Cal Ave, where in fact the city is in much better position to listen to us because the city's the client. Whether they do or not is another matter. I don't think these are going to be ugly per se. When I moved here, it was sun and its sea of asphalt was the dominating thing when you got off the freeway, and I think that the landscaping and the JCC are an improvement on that. I think this road itself is better looking than it used to be. It is unquestionably more congested. I don't think these are going to be ugly buildings. I think they're going to be very big buildings. And this used to be one of the most post-war neighborhoods in Palo Alto. And for me, post-war means after World War II. I live in a pre-war neighborhood, practically pre-Civil War, but not actually, close, 1880s. And it won't be anymore, and it isn't. And I spend a lot of time in this neighborhood. I go to church in this neighborhood. I go to the gym in this neighborhood. I go to the nursery in this neighborhood because practically every other nursery for miles has disappeared. And these transitions are losses. But I agree with the environmental consultants that these are not CEQA level losses. They aren't the kind of damage to the environment that gives rise to CEQA findings. I am willing to accept the loss of a historic building. I trust we will document it well and see if there are any bits and pieces that should be salvaged. I admit that I never saw it until I started reading these studies. But I accept the HRB's conclusions on this. So the only thing that's holding me up is my anxiety about backup traffic, so I'm interested to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Wynn. I have some questions for staff, I guess. So, and I don't think we've talked about this one before. So there's an existing holly oak tree near the back property line. It's like tree number 81 that's being proposed to be retained. And so my question is, what tree protection measures are being proposed for that? Because the basement is going to, as I read the plans, would extend into the root zone of the holly oak.
Right, so that type of tree species is not a protected tree. However, the project will go through and have a tree protection plan as part of the process. So I'm sure they'll try their very best to maintain that.
Okay, I think Randy has a follow-up.
Yeah, I'll just mention very briefly, our city has a very thoughtful and capable tree technical manual that identifies all of the management techniques that are necessary during that period, including weekly evaluation and arborist reports that are filed frequently to ensure that it's healthy and it's being protected properly, and we'll follow all of those guidelines.
Okay. I have another question on parking. So on sheet, A2.0, there are two paragraphs. One is about parking and the other is about the room count variation. So there's a whole narrative about changing the ratio of parking and valet parking. And I was wondering if there was a staff comment about that, and if putting this paragraph in the drawings gives them, what do we call it, any sort of right to make that change.
Yeah, I think we'd like to have the applicant explain that narrative that's kind of relatively new.
Yeah, because it makes me fairly uncomfortable to approve a project if something's in flux. Randy, thank you.
Sure. So again, an organization that builds hotels regularly and has a lot of data about what the appropriate amount of parking is for a hotel. I think that there's a movement that's not just local but regional and farther that says that you shouldn't build too much parking. It actually increases traffic, makes the opportunity just too simple. We have a traffic report that identifies, based on studies at 3 other adjacent properties, that a 0.7 parking count is all we need. The city regulations only allow a 20% reduction. And so we're waffling around about this a little bit, but we're in a conversation with city staff, Josh Mello, and ultimately I think this will probably be something that the council vets, and I'm not, I'll leave it to you to talk about it however you like, but I think it's something that the council will need to weigh in on. But our hope is that we're able to offer a reduction in parking so that we are providing 0.7 physical stalls and then valet beyond that. And the language that we have in there is a little bit different than that. We've adjusted since then, but it's just a request, but it's not a formal ask at this point. I will point out that one of the reasons that we think that this is important to do is it removes that lower level of parking. And so it removes all the dewatering associated with that and the complexity of that extra level of excavation. And we wouldn't do that unless we were confident that we had enough parking. And we're confident enough about this that I would tell you that much like what we did at the Hilton Homewood Suites when we were approving that project, we are open to the concept of restricting parking along San Antonio Road such that for our frontage there is no parking, that all the parking will need to be within the project. So those are the kinds of things that we're open to talking about. I think that my expectation is that this is sort of a council discussion because it's a parking question, but I just wanted to make sure you're fully clear about what we're suggesting in that language, and the reason that it's on the drawings is to initiate the discussion, but not to finalize it.
Okay, thank you for that, Randy. And then just for staff, just a clarification, in our zoning ordinance, right, is the planning director has authority to reduce the parking requirements? Isn't normally just in transit areas, or is it or in mixed-use projects? Is my recollection? I mean,
there's a menu of different types of reductions and the maximum amounts that are specified that the director could allow.
For this kind of use?
So if you look at the table on that same sheet, that is what's being proposed. That's consistent with the code and the current ask. This paragraph and narrative that Randy went through is not a part of the plans, although it is on the sheet of plans, but it's not actually physically being implemented on the plans. So I think maybe this would have been more appropriate as a memo or something instead of on the plans, and maybe we'll have that as a revision going forward. But as proposed, physically shown on the drawings, it meets the development standards code and the reduction request.
And my next question is also on the sheet, which is 8.2.0, which is room count variation. So the narrative is that the interior of the building is only 50% complete at this time, and that it would be finished before plan check, and that there may be some changes to the room mix. And I was wondering if the staff had any comments about that. I mean, it seems to me that like a change between like a king and a double queen is slight, it's a couple feet, if I'm looking at your plans, but I've seen other hotels, recent hotels, where the mix between like a studio and a suite is huge, and it actually changes the mass significantly, and often for the better. And I was wondering the staff's thought about that. I mean, it seems to me, I don't know what Randy was thinking about, but potentially, to me, that should come back to the board. I mean, who knows what the future holds, but to me, it's a potentially huge impact on the look of the building.
Right, so we could hear from the applicant, but I think there's definitely some substantial conformance that we would have to look at when the plans, if this ultimately gets approved, comes back in for a plan check. If there are changes, then we could bump up to different levels of review. But I'd like to hear, at least, we'd like to hear from from the applicant regarding what they're meaning there in that paragraph.
Randy? Yeah.
Sure, so we're not talking about magnitudes of change here. We're talking about very subtle refinements. And what we meant to say by this, because we are exactly in the position that you're describing, right? We might be switching a king for a double queen, or converting a suite into perhaps 2 studios, and we want to make sure that we are maintaining the the parking ratio that is acceptable. And so what this says is that although we're still massaging the interior organization of the building slightly, and I do mean slightly, whatever changes we make, we will maintain consistency with the ratios for parking that we're obligated to. We were just trying to clarify that. And stay, yeah, and we are not talking about adding any square footage in any way, right? This would be within the envelope, within the design of the building. That will not change. We're just talking about internal walls moving around.
So just to confirm, you're not talking about changing the elevations we've seen?
Correct.
Thank you.
There will be no movement of windows or balconies, or this is purely interior organization.
We set our parking requirements on a room basis?
The parking is based on the room count, and the public on hotel projects always asks, well, where did the employees park? We've gone over this on other projects. It's all within the room count, and the employees is all built into that room count.
Right. So
number.
It took a little while for me to educate myself about this, but the ratio that's developed considers visitors, it considers staff, it considers all of these things, because some people who come in a lift, some people who come bring a car. Some of the staff come by bus, some of them come in a car. And so there's this mix, right? This is, I would say this is where some of this becomes art form and a little bit less precise. But the standards that the city sets and the reduction that the Director of Planning, and in our particular case, because this project is being forwarded to council, ultimately council will adopt, has to do with all of those factors being considered together.
Okay. Another question is, are any of the signs included? Or are those going to be submitted separately?
Right, so the sign package will come later.
Okay. And I have a question for Randy. I have a question for you. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just getting some advice.
Yeah, no. The signs, so like on the Marriott Courtyard building, you originally had both signs on the sides of the building, and then I think in the last 2 packages that we've seen, one of them is moved to the front facade of the building, and it's just the courtyard, one that I was thinking about.
Wait, I'm getting there.
Is there, great, thank you. Is there any way for that to go back to the side? And the reason why I'm asking is because that particular sign is like opposite the greenhouse 2 entrance.
Right.
So every time they go in and every time they go out, they're going to see this big illuminated line. It seems to me to be less impact on them if it were on the side of the facade. But what are your constraints?
So first, I'll just go back to 2015, right? And the very early concepts that we showed for the building did have the signage both on San Antonio and at the interior entry court. So both locations, and we've been consistent with that all the way through. I think that we have some flexibility about the size or the how illuminated that signage is, but I think from a branding perspective, particularly from Marriott's perspective, it's important to them to have signage on the front of the building.
Are they agreeable to halo lit? Or are you thinking this is illuminated?
No, I would expect that it's halo lit.
Okay, well, that's better. That's definitely better.
Yeah, I'll admit myself, I was pretty surprised when I saw the signage at the Hilton Homewood Suites, which was approved after I had left the project. And it's an internally illuminated sign, and I'm not thrilled with how that looks.
Okay.
But I think that a sign on the front of the building like this should be a halo product.
Okay, thank you. And there's a question for staff. One of the speakers asked about the impact of crime, and is that a CEQA topic? Is that a CEQA environmental?
So there's a section on public services that deals with police stations, fire services, libraries, schools, and whether there's an adequate amount of service there, and there was no impact to that level of service.
Okay, but I mean, part of crime is like seems to me is like a socioeconomic issue and not necessarily a.
Right, I guess the idea is that if there's crime, then maybe there's not enough police services or police stations around, so yeah, that's where that was addressed.
Does staff have any comment about emergency vehicles? Do the plans get routed to police and fire?
That is, yes, they did review and they recommended approval of it.
Okay, thank you. And then I think we've had, I don't think we had it today, but I think it's been mentioned before a couple times about the pavement on San Antonio Road that has been redone, and that this would impact that. And so I just wanted to point out that there's a condition of approval number 44. On page 157 that says that the pavement will have to be resurfaced after the project is completed. It also does mention a moratorium, and I was wondering what that, I'm not sure what that is about.
We don't let people dig them up for new wires and lines.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, another speaker had mentioned about work in the right-of-way, and we have condition of approval number 45. So it basically says that they have to get a permit to work in the right-of-way, and that's not connected to this permit. In no way do they necessarily get authority to work in the street by the design review permit, design review approval. Again, that's number 45. Okay, so I am, just going to say, yeah, Randy.
You don't mind, I have just one more thing that I'd like to ask our landscape designer to add to the discussion. So
Okay.
there was a comment about the native species and a concern from staff regarding the need to return to subcommittee about that. I haven't heard anyone speak about that, but I thought I might ask our landscape architect to weigh in because he's delved into that topic just a little bit. Can you indulge us with that, or did you have something?
Well, I was going to ask about that too, so we can do that now. And I think Peter had questions about landscape as well. So yes, Carrie, welcome.
Thank you. Since we met last, we've taken that approach to increase the amount of native plant material and for both its drought-tolerant qualities and as well as compatibility with the surrounding environment and the habitat value that it helps to create. And so we've already moved in that direction to help increase the quantities. And actually, those materials primarily occur off the structure where there's plenty of soil, where the plants can really thrive, and where there's the most interface with the adjacent properties and such. So on a percentage basis, a much higher percentage of the site is now in true natives as opposed to just drought-tolerant materials. So we're definitely interested in moving in that direction. We would like to try and work with staff in terms of having that be a condition of approval such that those objectives are fulfilled as a part of the permitting process as opposed to coming back to the board if that would be acceptable.
Okay, and as it has, this is condition approval number 7. And as the staff has worded it, right, it's to subcommittee So it's not the, at the moment, it's not the full, not the full board. I had some things that I want to say, though, about the landscape, is that there are, so like the southern live oaks are non-native.
That's correct.
But it's considered desirable for habitat because it's a food source. So I think that the finding that we have really doesn't sort of take that into account, but I think that there's enough knowledge here that we can sort of say that is, those are desirable trees.
Yeah, we took a very narrow definition of native, to be strict in that regard. There's a number of other species that are similar genus, like the coffee berry would be a California native, and the Italian buckthorn is the same genus but different species. So we're getting that in as close as we can, trying to meet really the broader objectives of, like, the southern live oak is the fastest growing of the oak trees, and it is what's there on site, so it sort of makes sense to continue to utilize that. So I think we're trying to find the path that takes us to achieve as many of the objectives as possible.
So on your landscape sheet, you did a very nice drawing, which is on sheet L3.2, which is the front facade of the building with all of the southern live oaks, which are their existing street trees, and then you're proposing a new row.
That's right. That's right. The existing street trees are the southern live oaks.
Okay.
Right.
So you're showing them at like 3 stories, which is maybe like 30 feet high in the drawing. And so my understanding is that tree can grow up to 65 feet, but I haven't seen it in this. It's a fairly new species to be planted here.
Yeah, there are some on Page Mill. You can see. Okay. Kind of near the play fields there. Those are the oldest ones that I'm familiar of directly, and they're getting to be pretty substantial size. So what has been depicted in the renderings is probably a 15, 20-year sort of time frame, but those trees will not stop at that point. They will continue to grow. So they will get to be more robust, more dense, and have a taller appearance over the long run.
I have a question for you. Does it make sense to show, well, when I say make a statement, I think it may be beneficial to show to the council a drawing with mature trees beyond the 10 to 15 year horizon.
That can be done.
Because I have a reaction to the drawing set that the buildings look big, but when I look at the dimensions, the height and width, they don't look that big to me. So I have a disconnect in here, and it seems to me part of that is that you're showing the trees, as you should, at the 10 to 15 year growth rate. But ultimately, this is like I think the big idea of having a double row of southern live oaks, and the southern live oak is the tree that was all the famous plantations used, like the double rows of oak trees, like Oak Alley and stuff, to me is very compelling and helps mitigate the bulk of the building. So, but I'm not sure that the landscaping shows that. I'm not sure it's clear to everybody, to the public, that there's a bigger landscaping idea for San Antonio Road. So, okay, and then I think my last comment on landscaping for you, Gary, is that I'm still a little squeamish about the 6-foot planting areas on the side yards for the buckthorn and the cypress. So I'm not sure what my vote is here today, but I'm still, concerned about that. I think all the revisions that you made, Randy, are all good. You hit all the things that I wanted you to do. So, we bring it back to board, and now it's our, for a motion. Anybody? Want to give it a stab?
No, I'm not ready to make a motion yet, but I'd like to, I guess, be clear on the landscaping. To me, having the entire landscaping package come back to subcommittee is just, oh, I was going to say it's too much. It's a big design element, and I don't see how in subcommittee you can really do justice to it. If we really aren't happy with it now, then it's not there, I don't think. That said, I wonder if we can be more specific. What really are the problems with the landscaping that we can't just approve it right now? I think these oak trees seem pretty good. And why not just let staff work out the issues with drought-tolerant native plants exactly, but let them go on their way? So that's my comment about the landscaping, Alex, was that it's just too easy to put it off to subcommittee. And if there really are issues, then I don't think subcommittee is the place for it.
Okay, so yeah. This is a tough one for me. The language of the finding is, right, to the fullest extent
No, it says practice.
practical?
Yeah, it's got a wiggle room.
Okay.
To the extent that the landscaping utilizes to the extent practical regional indigenous drought-resistant plant material capable of providing desirable habitat that can be appropriately maintained.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think it's close. I'm looking at the plant list right now. It's close. I don't, you have to balance I mean, the landscape architects always have to figure out what is the owner of the property going to be able to maintain properly, and so that's in the back of my mind as well, is the practicality of it.
Yeah, I have to say,
Okay.
I find what's in front of us seems pretty good to me. Maybe I'm missing something, but it looks good.
Okay, I could be persuaded. It seems to me there's some fairly standard plants that we see on like every project that might be able to be switched, but I think the big decision about putting the Southern Live Oaks in the front is the big, to me, that's the big decision. And I don't really care about all of the podium. And the podium landscaping is difficult. They're in planters. Yeah.
Will we be open to modifying condition 7 then to just read that it works with the staff rather than comes back to subcommittee? Wayne, maybe that's something you seem strong about.
Oh, I think that's probably possible. I wonder if, I am worried about, I'm concerned about the terrace level planting because until I'm dead, these trees aren't going to be that high. And so I had really hoped for it to be significant and not a little plant huddled in a pot. So if you could convince me that it isn't a little plant huddled in a pot, it's going to be big and irrigated and visible from across the street, that would help me.
You're saying like the olive tree and all those in the courtyard?
Yeah, up on the terraces, just sort of take
The
me
podium.
through it. Up high, in the building, at the second and third stories.
Well, those just, if that's a problem, then pick a size.
Advise me.
Okay, for something like that, I'd say, 15-gallon or a 24-inch box.
I like 24-inch box with irrigation.
But that gets to be an awfully big tree
If
after a
that's
while.
too big, well, not all trees, right? I mean, I think significant, which means, to me, significant means visible as significant greenery across the way.
So,
But this,
I think that in the drawings, some of I read something about 36-inch box trees, at least on the front. Maybe it was just the Southern Live Oaks.
They're not tiny balconies.
So with regard to the Southern Live Oak, we've increased those to 36-inch box, so they'll be more substantial from the get-go. We also require that the plant material be contract grown for the project, so the contractor won't be going out there the day before. They need to plant and find out whatever's available at the nursery and put it in. They have to tie off the plant material early on in the process so that the plant material is really optimized for the size at the time of planting. So we're expecting those to be robust.
Yeah, that should be instant garden, right, up on the upper terraces?
On the terraces, we have a variety of plant materials. I would characterize them as being sort of larger shrub-type materials, but they can have fairly open canopies. Typically, the optimum size to getting a plant like that into a container is probably 5-gallon going in. There may be some 15-gallon materials that are appropriate on a case-by-case basis.
And what size container?
I'm sorry?
What size container?
5-gallon, small.
Is that what you're showing in A18? Looks bigger than a chair. That doesn't look like 5 gallons to me.
The pots themselves
Yep.
are,
And those drawings?
they're about 36 inches in diameter.
I think he's saying it's a 5-gallon plant in a larger
Well, no, I asked
planter.
about the container size. I understand small plants
I don't know, when
better.
you say a 5-gallon plant, that doesn't mean that it's going to go into a 5-gallon pot.
I understand this. I have a really successful terrace garden, in my view. But I'm looking at A1.8, and I'm asking you what size containers you're showing there.
Those are about 36 inches in diameter. About
And if you converted that to gallons, what would it be?
25, 30 gallons.
It's more than 5, way more than 5, right?
You could, yeah. What we've done, or what we propose to do, is to have one larger plant that would get to have a more substantial canopy, and then smaller plants within it, which would cascade over the edges of the pots.
That's all nice. And what were you thinking for the larger plants? The main plant in the container, what were you thinking?
Wayne, how about
We
if,
don't really have trees on the terrace. We have shrubs that get to be, we have a variety of species. I don't think we've been
I'm sorry,
specific
just tell me
about that.
what sheet am I supposed to be looking at to identify the plantings up there? Because, I mean, the reason I'm asking is because we specifically asked for this. It's not as private as it would be if it was just for internal consumption.
Yeah, we were looking at a variety of plant materials in there that would be evergreen. Probably be things like palms, like other more foliage-based plant material. But we would be designing that. That's part of what we'd be coming back with as a part of the condition, is to be specifically establishing every one of those plant species.
Okay, so we have a preliminary plan.
would you like to make that as a condition of, what do you call it, a subcommittee review, is the plantings on the balconies? Because I don't think that's defined in the drawings here when the
I would.
And that's a little bit easier to manage on a subcommittee
Yeah, I would,
level.
because I think that these have a more important role
Okay.
in the overall appearance of the building for the next 15 years than the typical
And I
terrace.
think what we're
And what we're
saying
looking
is
for
that
significant.
we're expecting them to have the size of, at least that of a person. When I'm looking at these renderings, these plants are as big or
big.
bigger than a person. And so that's sort of the expectation, and that's what, we're not seeing that described anywhere here. But if you could put that as, well, I don't know how to put it, Robert. I mean,
If I may.
It's not a shrub.
We do have sheet L3.1.
Yeah, they're big. They're taller than a person, significantly taller.
Exactly. That's a great schematic idea. We're asking now on subcommittee to see something more
To
precise.
flesh it out, foliage it out.
To give that to us. And maybe that would then take the place of condition 7, so.
I would appreciate that.
I'd like to also shift a little bit, but to caution staff that these outdoor terraces look lovely right now. They will be windy, and if the applicant over the course of the design process and permitting process comes back with substantial screening to get wind buffering, in my opinion, that would change the whole thing about how the building looks. And it's not something I would think is an over-the-counter kind of back and forth with the design staff.
And
5 or 6 foot walls to give some wind buffing might be necessary, but it's not proposed now, and I don't think it would be acceptable without coming back to us.
And so if you're heading toward an approval, that would be an appropriate condition to include in any kind of motion, that any windscreens come back to the board for review if that was a concern, to address that issue.
I'm not trying, Jonathan, to make a specific motion, but rather just to caution staff that that's not an acceptable level of give and take.
I understand, and I'm not suggesting that it's a motion, but what I'm saying is if you are getting to a motion about the project, and if that motion is for an approval, and you're concerned about what might happen in the future, putting a condition that says the windscreen or some kind of a, wind barrier, maybe subject to board review or shall come to board review, if that's something you're concerned about.
May I interrupt for a moment? First of all, any significant change to the building architecture would trigger coming back for review, and we're aware of that. I'll also commit to you, and having talked to the owner, there will be no windscreens on those balconies. This is what we want them to look like. So, yeah, happy to have that as a condition because it won't be an issue for us.
I mean, one possible way to deal with this is to modify condition 7 to make it about terraces, and the landscaping shall come back to the subcommittee for review, and any proposed change in the addition of screening will also be subject to ARB review, and then it'll be easy to track. I think it's the experience of the ARB that sometimes things are seen as insignificant, which startle us considerably when we see them on the ground.
I'll tell you what, Wynn, can you suggest a phrasing for that number 7?
So condition number 7 would be revised to read terraces, the applicant shall return to the Architectural Review Board Subcommittee for approval of terrace landscaping. And period, any additional screening structures on the terraces shall require an Architectural Review Board approval. Then you know what the process is if it comes up.
That just seems like they want us to. So with that, I'm prepared to make a motion that the board make the findings in the staff report, including the change to number 7 that we just outlined. And
I'll second that.
Yes, when?
I'd like to request a friendly amendment to add a condition that the and staff needs to help me with where this goes, that the TDM, somewhere up after 61, right, on page 160, that the, is it going to be the TDM or the Valley Parking Plan that I want to talk about? What I want to talk about is imposing a condition of no backup into San Antonio.
So I would
New
make
condition?
that, I would make that a separate condition, and I could read some language into the record if you'd like.
Sure, this would be condition, new condition 63?
Yeah, well,
Or
whatever the number
62A
is.
at the moment?
It'll be a new condition. We'll renumber as necessary. Vehicle queuing on San Antonio Road is prohibited at all times. Applicant shall ensure on-site vehicle circulation and pickup or drop-off operations do not block or impede the free movement of pedestrians, bicyclists, or vehicular travel on the sidewalk or roadway on San Antonio Road. For any violation of this condition, the Director of Planning and Community Environment may impose additional conditions related to drop-off or pickup restrictions, valet operations, the Transportation Demand Management Plan, site improvements, or other operational changes to ensure compliance with this condition.
I'm fine with that.
That's okay with me.
Me too.
Okay, so I think we should vote on the amendment first. Is that the right order?
It was a friendly amendment, and they both accepted it.
Don't we still?
If it's friendly, it's not needed to be voted upon. And then if you're considering, there was it's probably not necessary, but there is the comments about the signs. It might be helpful just to put a condition that says any future signs shall return to the ARB for approval. Well, I think the signs are coming back, so you're going to review the sign program, right?
So.
Okay. So I would just put another condition on there.
Okay, so sometimes when the staff says the signs come back, or for A or B approval doesn't necessarily mean it comes back to the board.
I would specify that it comes back to the Architecture Review Board.
Does anybody want to weigh in on that? I don't know if the board cares.
I like that. That's pretty much a given, isn't it? I mean,
Okay.
Are we approving them right now?
No.
Okay, let's be clear.
Anybody? I think you have to wait, yeah. I mean,
I'm
please
happy
weigh
to
in.
add that condition of approval to the motion.
I mean, to me, that just seems like a waste. I mean, adding in a condition that says you can't change anything unless you bring it back, well, that's sort of a, I mean, that's a pretty much foregone conclusion.
But I think what's ambiguous is when you have a set of drawings with signs drawn on them, it's not always clear that you haven't approved the signs.
Okay.
Well, but also it's coming back to the board, not to the staff.
Okay.
I think
Fine,
that was Alex's
that's
concern.
fine.
And then I have one more, Alex, the text that you identified on page, sheet A 2.0, I would suggest that maybe we can just instruct staff that we're not approving or commenting or otherwise acting on that. I'd prefer that that paragraph came out. It shouldn't be here, which is the discussion of possible improvements in parking, which might lead to less subterranean, whatever. It shouldn't be here because we know nothing. So if you could delete that from the approved set, I would propose that.
Okay, that sounds good. Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
I'd like to look at it more carefully first, thank you.
That was a good catch, Alex.
So when you're concerned that they're going to, in the end, have less parking and not build the lower level?
No, I'm not concerned. I don't know what the answer should be, but I know that we don't know, and I don't want it to appear that we're approving or disapproving this. I just want it out. It shouldn't be here. I don't want to create ambiguities.
Fair enough, I can support that.
Sure.
I appreciate that they brought it to our attention.
Okay, are we ready?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Me. So that's a 3-1, and Board Member Kim is recused. That would be me.
Typically, when we have a dissenting vote, we give the board member a chance to express their statements of opposition. Of course, this will be something the council will be interested in wanting to know.
Sure, and so I think I do support a hotel use on the site. I do generally support like almost all of the project that you've proposed. I think the concerns that I've always had were the side yard plantings, and I think I've said that from the very beginning, and then also, to a lesser degree, the circular drop-off in the front. And I think that the board has always been sort of uncomfortable with that since the very beginning. I don't agree with the neighbors' argument for a residential project on the site. The zoning doesn't allow a 100% housing project under current zoning. It would only be a mixed-use project. I think the zoning does allow a large hotel, 2.0 floor area. I would say our other recent hotels in South Palo Alto were 1.75 floor area. That's like the Hilton Garden Inn and the Hilton Homewood Suites. We do have a 2.0 floor area at the Clement Hotel. And it seems to me that you're just trying to fit in like a little bit too much. If you're taking out a little bit of square footage, it seems to me would help with reducing the number of parking spaces that you need. It would get a little bit larger planting areas on the side property line. I do think the project is generally compatible with the neighborhood. I think you have made design linkages in architecture and landscaping. And I think you were very close, in my mind. I'm on the fence about this one. But it seems like since there was dissenting, since there was a lot of neighborhood opposition, that I did want to just acknowledge that there could be ways of making it slightly better and more compatible with the neighborhood. So, congratulations. We'll see you, I think you're going to the council soon. Is that on the agenda, on the council's agenda? June?
Yeah, June 12th.
Yes, June 12th.
June 12th, so that's right around the corner. I will be there. We'll see you there. So, great. Thank you, Randy. Okay. Are we ready to move on to the next item, or does anybody need to take a quick break?
I could stand for just a minute.
I'll take a break.
A very short break, and then we'll hear item number 4. Ready for item number 4, which is a public hearing for a quasi-judicial matter, 260 California Avenue, request for a hearing on the director's tentative approval of a minor architectural review for an outdoor seating area. The environmental assessment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA per guideline section 15301 for existing facilities. The zone district is CC2 RP. And we have Graham Owen, our project planner. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Liu. My name is Graham Owen. I've been working with the applicant and the hearing requester on this application. So yes, as you said, this is a conditional use permit and a minor architectural review application that's been tied into one. The project is for a new restaurant at 260 Cal Ave to occupy tenant space in the ground floor of the new building that was built about 2 years ago. So as a component of that restaurant moving in, they've requested 2 entitlements. One is for a minor architectural review for an outdoor seating area, and then the other is for a conditional use permit to allow alcohol sales in conjunction with the restaurant. So staff, they were both staff level approvals, but we approved both on April 6th. We did receive a request for a hearing on April 19th for both of the entitlements. So we had the Planning Commission is the hearing body for the conditional use permit. We had that hearing last night, and then we are having the hearing for the architectural review now. So just so you know, a little bit of recent background. We had the hearing last night, as I mentioned. The PTC is the hearing entity for the CUP. We had a discussion about the hearing requests and the reasons for the hearing request, which don't relate so much to the alcohol use or the restaurant use per se, but more to the gross floor area of the building and the associated parking, because there were some questions about that. So we've gone through. We went through with the Planning Commission those issues, and we presented an app places memo, which is similar to what we've presented to you here today, which includes an FAR diagram which describes the gross floor area of the site and how it would be used between the restaurant use and the office use and the exempt areas in the garage. So with that, the Planning Commission deliberated on the FAR diagram as well as staff's modified conditions of approval and ended up recommending approval of the project 4-0 to 1 with 1 abstention. So just so you have a little bit of background, here's the site plan for the project with the first floor overlaid onto the site plan. So at the bottom is Cal Ave, and then the areas that are shown in the gray would be the areas that are served by alcohol. So this is the site plan that is more for the conditional use permit and showing those areas where you'd have alcohol sales. The other areas that are shown with greater detail are the back of house functions, so the kitchen mostly, and then the ancillary functions like the bathrooms, for example. This is a zoomed-in site plan for the outdoor seating area, which shows the area in question, which has clay planters that define the space where people would be able to sit for going to the restaurant. It also shows an arrow that has the ingress and egress out of the front door of the restaurant, which would pass through the clay planters that are proposed. So as I mentioned, the reasons for the hearing request, and I believe we'll hear from the hearing requester momentarily, but they had to do more with gross floor area and also with parking, the associated parking that goes with gross floor area. When we received the hearing requests, as a result of the hearing request, we determined that an error had been made by not including the outdoor seating area that's proposed in front of the restaurant towards the gross floor area of the site. Per the code, it's a covered service area, and so it is required to be parked, as well as included in the gross floor area. With that, we also determined that some areas that are down in the garage, the below-grade garage contains some storage areas. This was with the original entitlement of the building. And those areas are currently chain linked off from the rest of the garage, And since they have a function unrelated to parking, they're not considered exempt from gross floor area and therefore put the building over the 2-to-1 FAR that's permitted on the site. So with that, we worked with the applicant and discussed a couple of solutions with the hearing requester as well. One of them would be to remove the chain link fencing and thereby eliminating the distinction between exempt areas and non-exempt areas. So essentially, if you remove the chain link fencings, don't allow storage down in those areas, it's just interstitial garage space, so it would be considered exempt. The other option would be to retain the existing chain link fence, but have those areas be dedicated exclusively for bicycle parking. The Planning Commission, or the Planning and Transportation Commission, considered both of those options and ultimately recommended that the chain link fencing be removed, since it's just a cleaner approach. One thing about the parking, so the parking that was provided with the original entitlement of the building included on-site parking spaces as well as 56 spaces into the assessment district. So with the intensification of use from retail, which was originally shown in the ARB plans for this area, to restaurants, you have a higher parking intensity with a restaurant use. And so an additional 2 spaces would be required above what's currently provided on the site. The applicant has proposed to provide those 2 spaces with a puzzle lift system, which would be in conformance with the code that we just adopted, allowing such lifts. So with that, we can go into the gross floor area calculations if you'd like. I know that the applicant has a presentation and plans to discuss that drawing. So with that, I'll leave it at that and let the hearing requester, I believe, go next, and then we'll hear from the applicant as well. But staff at this point has determined that the project meets the development standards for the district and for the use, and therefore recommends that the ARB recommend approval of the of the minor architectural review application with the modified conditions that you have in your app places memo.
Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. Levinsky, you have 10 minutes.
Before I start, Graham, do you have the mouse? Or
yeah, I was going to pull it up.
Or I don't need it. Okay. Good afternoon, board members and staff and everyone. I was actually quite pleased yesterday to see the revised floor plan and numbers. However, I since have had an opportunity to study it because I only received it last evening, and there's some serious problems with it. These are from the plans that we received from the city in April. And I've tried to highlight there the square footage that is assigned to the ground floor. And when you added up the 3 parts, the restaurant, the office, and the recycling trash room, which was exempt, but we're now saying is included, that comes to 5,227 square feet. You might want to write that number down. Graham had kindly sent me a spreadsheet of his own that he used to try to calculate the parking. And it also says that the ground floor of the building, the same area, is 5,227 square feet. If you look at the plans that you were given and try to add up the amount of square footage on the ground floor, first the part for the office comes to 1,281 square feet. The part for the restaurant comes to 3,680 square feet, not including the part out in the front of the building, which is not in any of these calculations. If you add those 2 numbers up, it comes to 4,961 square feet. That is, these plans say that the interior square footage of the ground floor is 4,961 square feet, which 266 square feet missing from what the plans that the city had previously approved for this building before that I requested a hearing on. So somewhere last night, 266 square feet disappeared. The gross floor area changed as well. In the plans that Graham had provided, the building was 5 square feet under its FAR limit, which was 27,018 square feet. Now, what do? They agreed to add back in the trash room, so that added 172 square feet. They removed 72 square feet of storage, that's 100 square feet, nicely. So if it was 5 square feet under, so now it ought to be over by 95 square feet. But if you look at the plans show that it is right here on the plans that they are the total building GFA says 26,847. So somehow this building shrank even though they put more square footage in. It's really not possible. If you make a correction, that is you put back in the 266 square feet, the building is over the legal FAR. Adding back in just a few square feet would trigger it being over its legal FAR. There's some other problems if you look at it. For example, they agreed to share the stairs. There's a thing under the office that says shared stair 1 exit. There's 12 feet. Shared stair 2 exit is 88 square feet. But there's no other place where those are shared with. So there's like missing parts of that. These plans are also not marked as coming from the architect. All the previous plans we saw had an architect's name and the seal and so forth. These have the name of the construction company on them. None of this was discussed last night. No one spoke about this. There was no disclosure that the building plans had changed in this manner. The Planning Commission had no idea when they discussed this matter last night of this, there's this 266 discrepancy in the plans from what we had been previously given, I believe. So with that, there's a serious problem, obviously, with these plans. They agreed to include the trash room, so that part of my letter that you received, I don't have to discuss. There are still issues about the common areas and how those get split. I've tried to simplify that down here. This table here shows what was approved by the ARB in 2012, and the way the building plans were presented to you, there was 233 square feet of common area assigned to the restaurant. When the plans were submitted to the city for this go-round, 0 square feet were assigned to the restaurant. The latest plans show 87 square feet, so we've climbed back a little bit, but not really all the way. But there's some real puzzles here. For example, what I thought I heard last night is that they don't want to assign the stairs and elevator any portion of to the restaurant, but there's a basement storage for the restaurant, and the bike storage is in day-long bike storage is in the basement as well. So the restaurant workers are going to need to go down there for storage and need to go down there to put their bikes. So it's still not clear quite how they get up. Well, I have a question about ADA. And that is, if you can't use the elevator, if they're not saying that the restaurant shares gets a share of the part of the elevator, does that mean that restaurant workers are not allowed to use the elevator? They are obliged to use the stairs? Is that ADA compliant? Also, we were not given the calculations for how they came up with their numbers at all. The outdoor area has been one ongoing source of confusion. You probably all understand the plans for this, so I'll just skip through that. As you've heard, that the law does require that permanently roofed, but partially enclosed or unenclosed building features used for sales, service, display, storage, or similar uses does count as floor area and does have to be parked. And in the plans, as we've seen them, the city is counting part of it, but not another part of it. Last night, we were shown a diagram where we were told 150 square feet only will be outside, but the plans still do not reflect that. So we've not seen plans that show a 150 square foot area as being what will be granted for them. We do point out that the servers are going to need to go through the entrance door and to bring food and menus and drinks and such to the customers and so forth. So we consider that part of the service area, not exempt. And as I said in my letter, well, I'll skip through this to save time. As I said in my letter, in order to put a seating area out on the sidewalk, it has to be eating area according to the code, that you can't just put any old thing on the sidewalk. It has to be eating area. So for the purposes of the sidewalk encroachment, the city is considering the whole area out there eating area. But what the city hasn't been doing is considering an eating area for the purpose of gross floor area. And to us, that doesn't make sense, that it should be, if it's eating area under the law, it should be eating area consistently under the law. Sort of Alice in Wonderland thing, where the restaurants can enclose more and more space and not count it as FAR. So I have a recommendation, and that is that, please ask the applicant about the inconsistency in the plans, and you might want to consider continuing the item so that we can have a accurate set of plans to discuss. Thank you very much.
Okay, and so now we have Mark Conroe, and you will also have 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Ready? Honorable members of the ARB, city staff, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mark Conroe. I'm the original developer of the building, one of the owners, and represent the applicant today. Last night, after several hours of discussion in front of the Planning and Transportation Commission, where 3 Palo Alto residents spoke in favor of the project and another 10 submitted letters of support for the project. The PTC voted 5-0 with 1 abstention. Actually, Graham, I think it was 5-0, not 4-0, but there were 6 members, I think, there. The 1 abstention really was in our favor because they wanted us to have a solution that allowed for more outdoor dining, whereas the FAR calcs limit it. In summary, the PTC agreed with the planning director and the planning staff's conclusion and recommendation that we are code compliant in all respects, including with FAR and parking, based on the plans that you see before you, the revised area calcs. I'll try to quickly address Mr. Levinsky's arguments. Some of the problem is every time we address comments, there's a whole new slew of comments, so all the calculations he just threw out, which I don't think make any sense, and I'll try to address them, I'm reacting to in the moment. But let's step back for a second and look at the big picture, because we are sort of in the weeds, and I want to give some perspective. We spent the past 4 years trying to find the right tenant for this space, this long dormant space that's been boarded up. The building construction was completed 2.5 years ago, and we moved in all the space except for the restaurant tenant, the office tenant that is. It's mainly an office building with a ground floor restaurant. The restaurant is about a little more than 10% of the space. 2 years ago, after looking at about 100 different restaurant candidates, we found Protege, and we felt lucky about it. They offer something unique to Palo Alto. I think they'll be building a world-class restaurant that's good for Palo Alto. It'll bring some renown. They talked about bringing culinary training to up-and-coming chefs. These are 2 world-class restaurateurs. City zoning and smart urban planning encourages active pedestrian-oriented ground floor uses, and Protege is such a use. We started the approval process about 18 months ago. We submitted full application about 9 or 10 months ago. Since then, we've been dogged by Mr. Levinsky and have been repeatedly delayed. We've been sincere and responsive at every turn to what city staff has asked us to do. We've responded and done everything they wanted to do. I've reached out personally to Mr. Lewinsky 2 months ago and got no return. City staff, and I have repeated emails asking city staff to allow me to set up a meeting with Mr. Lewinsky, and finally city staff said, we met with them and they're indifferent meeting with you because their issues are code and policy. I think that really summarizes where we are. This is really a process of delay to kill the project and keep it boarded up another 4 years. This has caused huge hardship to us personally and to the 2 restaurateurs who I convinced 2 years ago to come to Palo Alto because it'd be a great place to do business. Entrepreneurial town, they're entrepreneurs. At Mr. Levinsky's urging,
we agreed to rip out the 700 square feet that was approved by the ARB and the basement storage. It approved in 2013 in order to comply with parking and FAR. Basically, it put us over our FAR limit, so we complied with that. Let me, basically what we're talking about is a few square feet. He's talking 200. I think if you actually look at real numbers, it's maybe 13 square feet on a 45,000 square foot building. That's what we're quibbling over. And we're looking, and because of all these delays, we're very, very close to losing this tenant. They're very frustrated. I'm very frustrated with this continuing process of delay. Frankly, I wondered if it's about outdoor design or if it's about parking ratios or FAR or about liquor license. It seems more just a strategy to frustrate and stop progress. But let me address quickly his comments as much as I can. Very simply put, if you look at the exhibit in front of you, and these numbers do, in spite of what he says, yes, yeah, and I'll quickly, you can, the upper floors are the blue, light blue on the left. You can ignore that. You can ignore the garage in the basement, except for the little purple space, which is just the storage that's remaining. The dark gray are the existing garage storage, and the purple. The only thing we're really quibbling over is, assuming the numbers tie out, which they do, is whether this abstract and specious and speculative argument that there might be somebody who goes to the restaurant at lunch who walks through the lobby because they park behind the building. If we wanted to go down that rabbit hole, what you'd find is 13 square feet. Simply taking the ratio, and I've talked to the office tenant, how many people they have going through the lobby and how many employees they have and vendors they have, which is about 200. And then you look at the number of customers at lunch that could come by. They have 86 seats. You assume 75% occupancy. You assume 25% of those people park behind the building, 75%. And so I've run the numbers, and it's allocated 13 square feet for the stairs that go down to the garage. The only reason the restaurant needs to go to the garage is to access 160 square feet of storage space. There is no ADA issue there. They can go down the stairs, and I assume the person who's carrying up these heavy boxes to the restaurant. But even if we did run down that rabbit hole, you'd find it's a few more square feet. The net with all that is the plug in this whole thing is garage storage. We started with 400. It's dropped now to 160. If we have to allocate a few square feet of the lobby or the elevator, it'll drop to 150 or 140 or 130. And that's the net result of all this. It has nothing to do with it. It doesn't, but all we are is shifting the responsibility of space from the office tenant to the restaurant tenant. And the net result is we just take it out of the storage. Real quickly on the square footage, and I can hand this to you, but if you simply look and to tie out the numbers, the allegation that the numbers don't make sense, they actually do make sense. Staff's looked at them. This is the original, I can submit this, the original ARB approval. If you look at this, there's 5,424 square feet. If you take the numbers shown in this diagram for the common area on the ground floor, including the restaurants, 5,475. It's actually grown by 51 square feet. It actually hasn't shrunk by 200, whatever number he used, 266. So nothing's disappeared, and actually what we've done is measured the building and actually noted what the actual space is. And really it was started with Mr. Levinsky a couple months ago. He was questioning, he's not questioning now, but he was questioning the size of the restaurant space. So we field measured. On his, the smoke screen about the architect for Potager is the person on the plans. The architect of record for the building is DEFCON Design. They have an architectural division. They're the architect of record. They stamped all the plans, and that's who is responsible for the building. We're not talking about the restaurant here. We're talking about allocation of FAR and square footages in the building at large. We're essentially being audited. The building is essentially having a private audit against it from Mr. Levinsky on all the square footage unrelated to the restaurant, and we're complying with that. We've done that, and it all ties out. The reason, and he sort of sound like he's maybe complaining that we actually have lower gross floor area than we did a couple weeks ago, and that all has to do, we're toggling back and forth between meeting parking and meeting FAR. The punchline is now our gross floor area has gone down. Part of the two things happened yesterday. One is we agreed at Mr. Levinsky's urging to add back the exempt recycling room, which we have since done that, and that's reflected in the plans before you, which the Planning Commission again approved last night. Also, there's the exit for the, and this is getting a little bit of an abstraction, but for the garage parking in the basement, you have to get out of the garage, and there's required exiting. So staff says the exiting that's dedicated for the garage in the basement is exempt. So we made that adjustment. Originally, it wasn't exempt in the original plan because no one thought we would get to this level of audit. But the numbers tie out. The staff agrees. The Planning Commission agrees. And still, I don't think Mr. Levinsky will ever agree, because I'm sure he'll be. And by all means, I strongly, strongly urge it, do not continue this item. It'll kill this deal. We'll be sitting with another restaurant where this was approved a couple months ago by the planning director, and what's been done is at the last possible date, they submit an appeal, then they keep dragging it out in hopes that we don't move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board, and then we'll have a rebuttal period.
Is there nobody else to speak on the item?
Well, we do have
No other public testimony?
we do have the Anthony
Okay, the applicant team.
Scriver, right, but I don't have any, but my understanding that those are supposed to be within the 10 minutes?
Yeah.
So, but he could speak as a public speaker.
Yes.
Right.
No, I think that's part of the applicant team. So if you don't have any other speakers, then I would suggest at this point, the applicant's time sort of ran out there at the end. You can afford the applicant an additional 10 minutes to offer rebuttal, though there's really not much more, I don't think, to say, but that'll be the applicant's call. And if he declines to come to the podium, then I would give Mr. Levinsky an opportunity to speak in rebuttal for up to 10 minutes, and then I would have the board do its deliberation. I would do it now if it's being declined.
So when I don't have any public speaker cards?
Well, I can take a look at that, but let me just make sure I got the. Okay, so no, it's the appellant's rebuttal, in this case, following the applicant's rebuttal. So it is, as I stated, but you do have a card from Anthony, and Anthony could probably speak for up to 10 minutes if you wanted to as a rebuttal.
I would prefer to wait until Mr. Levinsky talks and we can use that 10 minutes.
So, no, so let me just stipulate for, procedurally what's going on here. We've heard the app from the appellant, and I use that with a small a. It's not been formally appealed. The hearing requester first, as set forth by your rules in your procedures. You then heard from the applicant. You have no other cards to speak on this matter. The next course of action then is for the applicant to offer any rebuttal. And I know that Anthony, I think, has an interest in speaking. Afterwards, Mr. Levinsky has an opportunity to do his rebuttal up to 10 minutes. Thereafter, the public hearing may be closed and you may deliberate on the matter. So at this point, if the applicant wants to have a rebuttal, this is the time.
We've seen our rebuttal after their rebuttal. I just spoke, so they spoke, we spoke. He offered a rebuttal, we'll offer a rebuttal, we'll respond to his comments. We can't go right after we can rebut after this vote.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Jonathan, which rules are you quoting from? I'm not finding any of this in the set of rules I have.
So you have architectural rules, procedural rules?
Yeah,
That,
I'm sure they're there, I just can't find them.
Well, no, I
Which
don't-
page?
Under quasi judicial hearings.
And page 14, maybe?
That's page 4.
4? So I'm looking at the wrong thing when I'm looking at the Architecture Review Board procedural rules as downloaded from the website? I'm just trying to follow you.
Can I see your cover sheet? Oh, you know what, I don't think it is page 4.
Okay, so you do have 10 minutes. Then we'll hear from Mr. Levinsky and bring it back to the board. And you don't have to use the 10 minutes.
But you're free to. That's right, it's Levinsky next.
So just as Mark's approaching the podium, let me just explain. So typically we have a presentation, which we heard from Mr. Levinsky. We then hear a presentation from the applicant. Your presentation included a presentation, but also a rebuttal in that same moment in time. In another scenario, you may have 10, 20 people speaking about the project for which you would come back and have a rebuttal to any of the comments heard. There are no comments heard, so you have the option to choose to rebut further if you choose procedurally or not. But you're next if you want to take advantage of that opportunity, and then the hearing requester follows.
So I'm just okay. I'm just reading what it says here. It says, yeah, each person has 10 minutes plus 10 minutes rebuttal. So it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense that I speak and then rebut, have another 10 minutes. I would prefer to speak after so I can hear his response, so I can actually advance the conversation. Because if he says something, I have no chance to respond to it, then I think we're sort of stuck.
So he's already spoken. I mean, he has made his presentation. And I think the timer, I mean, we should start the timer for the 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Jonathan, for pointing me to the right place in the rules. And it does indeed say that the appellant starts, and then the applicant, then the project applicant speaks, and then the project applicant rebuts himself, and then the appellant rebuts it. But that makes no sense. And so I was going to suggest that we move to waive the rules.
Well, it does make sense. It does make sense. I mean, it anticipates a public dialogue about the matter, but I guess, yeah, you don't have it. You've heard the 2 points. And so now we have an opportunity that I would like somebody to take advantage or not, so that we can advance the meeting.
Again, my suggestion is offer some time to Mr. Levinsky and try to advance the ball, hear what he has to say about what I said, and then give me 3 minutes at the end just to comment on what he has to say, because I really, taking another 10 minutes doesn't make any sense to me.
So again, I want to be really clear about this. This is your chance to do a rebuttal. You have up to 10 minutes.
Okay, this is our last time to speak.
This is your last time to speak.
Good, we'll have, Anthony will take 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll reinforce maybe a couple of the points I made. Thank you.
I'll try to be short. Board members, good morning. My name is Anthony Sekviar. I am the owner of the proposed restaurant Protégé to be located at 260 Cal Avenue. I can't speak to the technical aspects that are being discussed today, but I would like to take the opportunity to read a summary of my experience with this project. I don't know how much relevance this will have with your decision, but I think it does make a point and stress the sense of urgency we have in coming to a conclusion. My partner, Dennis Kelly, and I decided to make Palo Alto our home for Protégé, and have spent the better part of the last 2.5 years scouting for a location, planning our design, and applying for permits. It is our dream to have a world-class restaurant here in the heart of the Silicon Valley, to train employees, the culinary arts, to employ people, and to serve our community. After nearly 10 months of delays relating to permits, to say we are frustrated is but the tip of an iceberg. I have three children, all under 6 years old, and together with my wife left a successful and lucrative job in Southern California soon after filing for permits last August. We had saved enough money to support our family for the expected 3-month permit approval process, and I wake up today nearly 10 months from filing, and I'm talking to you. We have had zero financial support. We have not taken any investor money for personal profit. We are not part of a corporation. We are not part of a restaurant group. We are two citizens and local residents with a vision and a desire to open a small business in Palo Alto. We decided to open in Palo Alto for a number of reasons, the most obvious being the affluence of the demographic, the cultural diversity, and the density of population. But what really appeals to me, and what appealed to me to come to Palo Alto, was this feeling of entrepreneurship that historically this area has embraced. The community has embraced our vision and have all been genuinely supportive and excited to see our restaurant start. But in contrast, the permitting process has been anything but smooth and welcoming. Frankly, it's been frustrating and fairly confusing. I am sensitive to due process and respect the need to be in compliance. We've had multiple planners assigned to our project, and while we have spent an incredible amount of time and money to make changes requested by the city and those in opposition, these changes have led to further issues and additional delays. We have done everything the city has asked us to do and made multiple compromises to our plan to appease our opposition and Mr. Levinsky. To finally receive approval and support from the planning department only to have it appealed is devastating, both mentally and financially. I have met with Mr. Levinsky and those in opposition, and it is, in my opinion, that his vision and interpretation of the city code are not in line with the planning department and the majority. I understand that Mr. Levinsky feels it his responsibility to audit the city's decisions, and I commend him for his diligence, but I feel it unfair to halt our project so he can set a precedent for code and policy change. I'm not an expert, but I can only hope and imagine there is a better approach and more appropriate avenue to address these issues with the city's code interpretation and make a positive change. The only entity that I have legally that can tell me whether I am in compliance or not has issued an approval. So to be stuck in neutral is very frustrating. We feel hostage to create a debate on how the city enforces the laws we are following. We feel strongly about the addition of our restaurant, where two local owners are on site, hands-on in every aspect of this business, making a connection with the community as a positive addition to the culinary scene here. We simply want to move forward, and I humbly ask you to have a sense of urgency in coming to a clear and concise recommendation to move our project forward. Thank you.
Very briefly, just retouching on the arguments made. Again, I think it's frustrating to have this level of kind of rehashing and obfuscation, but the diagram does speak for itself. Running through very quickly, the areas we're talking about are not the purple, not the blue, and not the pink. The pink are the common areas that he wanted us to allocate, and he agrees with the allocation. The only thing we're talking about is I think the yellow, well, I'm not sure what we're talking about, but the numbers tie out, and they're slightly, instead of 5424, it's 5475. If you simply add the numbers below the first two numbers, you add the 265, 148, 126, 53, 100, 12, 88, 489, 35, 93, 43, 24, and 20. That equals, I think, 5475. And the ARB approval, as numbers he actually cited, are 5475. That's 50 or 51 square feet more, not 266 less. On the outdoor dining, it's a separate point, but simply put, we're only using a portion of the outdoor dining to meet our FAR and to meet the parking. We're using 150 square feet, period, end of story. Planning staff understands that, planning commission understands that, and there's no reason to make it more complicated than that. So we're in compliant. Again, we can chase our tail about these numbers forever, but everybody except for Mr. Levinsky understands and agrees with the numbers, the planning commission, planning staff, planning director, and ourselves. If we had more time, I would lead you through a much more detailed analysis, but thank you for your time. And I strongly urge you to take action today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Levinsky, you have 10 minutes.
Sunny here. Thank you. I'd like to address several issues that have come up. First of all, the overall context for this, as I think you all know, is parking, and that we have a parking crisis in Cal Ave, and we find over and over again, the city trying to spend millions of dollars and also creating an RPP program to try to offset the parking shortage that's in Cal Ave. So we don't want more buildings that create parking problems by exceeding their parking allowance. Emails have been sent to the city that say, quote, "This project has been unfairly delayed for about a year by individuals who have a political agenda." That statement just can't be true because I only got the plans a couple of months ago. That's the first time we actually knew what was being discussed in this space. There's no ability by which we could have delayed the project before that, if that were really our goal. The goal is not to delay the project. The goal is to make sure that the laws are followed. And as you've heard, the city agreed that the outdoor area should count as FAR, which they had not told the applicant. The applicant had not submitted plans that counted that as FAR. So to blame us for having discovered a problem that wasn't caught by the architect and unfortunately by the city seems unfair. It seems that, if they want plans to go through quickly, they should submit plans that don't have these problems. I still believe from what I've heard that the numbers that I gave you earlier are correct, that the building did shrink. Now, we were told once before that that when the numbers didn't jive with the 2012 numbers, that they'd gone out and measured the building and discovered it was smaller. And that was the reason why the numbers on the architect submitted plans, the plans that we were given by the city, were what they were. And we accepted that. But the plans submitted last night are 266 square feet smaller on the ground floor than what we had been given before by the city and had been approved by the city as correct. So here we are. We're causing the problem because the numbers changed that were given. I don't think that's correct. So I urge you to pull out your calculators and add it up, and I think you'll find I'm right. If you want, I can put the slide back up that I showed. Would that be helpful? I'm seeing. I don't know if you can respond.
I think we might get that when I bring it back to the board.
Okay.
I think you might have questions about the numbers.
Very good. Okay. I'm going to save everybody time and wrap it up, and thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Levinsky. So I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and bring it back to the board. Peter?
Yes. I wish I could say thank you, but I can't. This is frustrating for everybody here. Okay. They're proposing to put in a restaurant without making physical changes to the building. It seems to me, talking to the board, we ought to go back to the approved ARB plans for this building, and that's the FAR ratio calculations, whatever you call it, we should be sticking to. I think that this business of, as somebody said, re-auditing the building is just plain wrong. They're not modifying the building. We shouldn't be recounting it. We should be trusting the way we initially did these calculations for storage, for trash, for percentages of stairs that are one way or another. When I pulled up the original drawings from 2012, the Hayes Group plans, they show the building as having 27,000 square feet of floor area counting towards the FAR in total. They give a breakout here for commercial and retail space, which are fairly similar to these numbers. They're all within a few hundred feet back and forth. But it seems to me that it's just really inappropriate for us to go back and recount that. We don't have the set of plans. We haven't been given the detail to look at it. The staff hasn't been given the detail, and we're much wiser to accept what the previous board has approved, what the city approved, what has been built. That said, the building was built to 27,000 square feet of FAR. It seems to me that unless they want to go ahead and remodel the building, that's the number we're working with. That's our baseline. I think that the applicant has now given us drawings claiming they've remeasured it, and when I add up these numbers, it comes in some 400 square feet less, give or take, and honestly, that raises a big question mark in my mind. Was the building that different from the ARB originally? But I think it's inappropriate for us to even be questioning that. So that's point number one, is I think we need to just take the building at face value as it is and not reopen questions of partitioning of space, trash rooms, basement storage areas. It's all existing. It was approved at the time. I hate to bring this up now, but when I take the second thing, the applicant wants to put a restaurant and they want to put some outdoor seating. So I dug up the code about outdoor seating, and respectfully, I agree with staff's initial interpretation. I believe that outdoor seating, as long as it's accessible to the general public, as part of the definition, which has not been included in all these things, should not be counted towards FAR. Seems to me it's not the intent of the code. We're not trying to make every sidewalk cafe count the table area outside as part of the FAR. If you go around town and look, a lot of outdoor cafes in front of restaurants have spaces that wouldn't logically be part of the volume, the mass of the building. The intent here is not for that kind of space. The building was built with a heavy-duty glass canopy that shelters potential sitting or pedestrians walking by. It seems to me it might be reasonable to say that the applicant ought to make these planters and enclosures things that are temporary. They're on wheels. They can be pushed around. Maybe at the end of business, they push them back against the side, against the building, which is probably what they're going to do anyway because it'd be on the public right-of-way. But honestly, that's not FAR. That's not part of the size of the building. And that's not what we want to be encouraging in our town. We don't want builders to start counting these sidewalk areas because all of a sudden they're going to, well, might as well enclose it then, and we're going to lose these wonderful spaces, which is what we're trying to make. I think, with all respect, we've just not been interpreting this gross floor area count here, and we should just let them put whatever outdoor seating is appropriate for the safety of the sidewalk and for their business. That said, when I went out, and I did this twice now and measured out, I think that they want to have much more than 150 square feet of seating out there. The building seems to have 3 distinct spots where you would put tables, and I could easily imagine that being a lovely place, we'd like to have that. I guess it's more like 400 square feet. I'm fine with that. That's going to make the town better, the street more lively, and I don't think that's FAR. I think as a board we should be clear about that. I'll pass you guys the definition I pulled out from the code. So to me, it's a second non-issue, that we shouldn't be trying to count that, and I think it's important, not because in this case we should just move this project along, but we don't want to establish that concept that outdoor cafes are FAR in a building. It's a Pandora's box to try to count that. Is the seating across the property line or not? That means FAR, that's outside of your property, still counts towards the size of the building. That's not the intent of FAR. Then I'll come back to the third thing, which I think is a more legitimate issue. To the owner of the building, you built this building claiming this space was going to be used for retail purposes. You're now changing it to restaurant purposes. That has a different requirement for parking spaces. So to expect that it's an easy and quick application without proposing how you're going to deal with that difference is not, it's not reasonable. You're asking for a change in use, which would trigger more parking requirements, and in your initial applications, you didn't really address that. So of course, the community is not happy. If you've been here all morning, we were talking about having to spend millions to build a parking garage because we haven't been vigilant on our parking regulations in this neighborhood for this building. This building was built, honestly, underparked. And now to say that you've been delayed because neighbors are upset, well, they're upset because of the parking. It comes down to the parking again, like it's done all morning long. To my way of thinking, when you're adding outdoor seating, that legitimately affects the parking load of the restaurant and should affect the calculation. What I would like to see us do is take the area of the restaurant plus the additional area of the outdoor seating, calculate what additional parking load that imparts to the building. I think it's about 4 or 6 spaces. Then the question comes down to how are you going to mitigate or provide that parking? And that's something that the architecture board isn't going to give you answers to, but I think it's something you could come up with ways to do it. So to me, again, I have 3 parts to this. First of all, let's not recount the building. Let's stick to the numbers that the architecture board and the city agreed to 5 years ago. Secondly, let's not establish a precedent of counting outdoor sitting areas in restaurants as FAR of the building. That's not the intention. And lastly, let's get serious about making sure the changes to the building comply with the parking requirements and that they provide a legitimate amount of parking. So after we've spoken, I have some ideas about how to do the parking perhaps that makes sense, because I'm not sure throwing puzzler lifts in there does it, but that's my 2 cents.
I agree completely. The one thing, looking at this, putting in a puzzler parking system downstairs, I think is just going to, is a way to cut off your nose to spite your face. Nobody's going to use those things, not for coming in for lunch for an hour, sit there and try and play around with one of those things. They're just going to park somewhere else. If there is an assessment district based on this, why can't we just add the parking spaces to the assessment district?
The assessment district is now mature, and so there's no more spaces to buy into.
So then what, so basically, they have to come up with something on their own then?
Any additional parking would need to be provided.
My biggest concern with this is that if we're trying to cram, I don't know exactly, but turn, let's say, 4 parking spaces into 6, I think the reality of it is you put those machines, you're going to lose all 4 of those parking spaces, and people aren't even going to bother. So I think we're going to lose in the long run by putting those machines in. I'm not a big fan of those things to begin with, but and I think especially, it's one thing if you go to work in the morning and you park it there for 8 hours, that's one thing. You're going to swing in for an hour's worth of, no.
Sorry, if I may, the lifts are meant to be for the office employees and not for restaurant patrons.
Okay, well,
And
fine.
there has
I
been
mean,
some,
to me, huh?
yeah.
Can I chime in for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
So I think Robert's right on that. Those puzzler lifts aren't going to work. But what struck me, and I'm just looking for a solution because we want to get these guys going. We want this restaurant. The facility right now has, I think it's 13 very good surface parking spaces open to the alley in the back. The restaurant is open mostly at night. Why not ask the applicant to sign that those parking spaces are used for the restaurant in the evenings? That'll make a real difference on the parking load. And that's really what the problem is. And then if we need to get the count right to meet the detailed code, let's put the puzzler lifts down in the basement. So we met the law, but let's ask the applicant to give the restaurant dedicated parking in that surface parking lot, which I think will actually be used. Every time I'm going down to Cal Avenue for dinner there, it's always a hassle looking for parking. If the restaurant had a parking spot right behind it, that would be a win. And I don't think it's going to affect the building in a negative way anyway, because that's used mostly during the day for office purposes. It seems to me that that might be a way to approach it. Thank you.
I don't mean to interrupt the board's deliberation, but there's a couple of things I just wanted to lay out. There is a number problem that we need to solve, and the mechanical lifts solve that problem. There's a recent text amendment, which I was talking to the chair about, gosh, was it only yesterday? About presenting that ordinance to the ARB so that you know what the city council has recently adopted with respect to mechanical lifts. And we have a new code provision that explicitly lays out the authority to place mechanical lifts in buildings for certain types of land uses, and offices are one of them. Restaurants, however, are not listed as one of the uses. This is a mixed-use development with office and now restaurant proposed, and so this mechanical lift solution solves the number problem that we're trying to address. So I think. And Graham mentioned this, I mean, the Planning Commission spent a couple of hours on this very issue, and you're going to spend your time and you're going to deliberate on this as well. Ultimately, I think, comes down to a question of what floor area calculations do you find to be acceptable? That's one part of the equation, because the outdoor dining area is triggering a demand for increased parking. And part of your review is, helping to make sure that it complies with code. So Graham had presented
what, in this at places attachment, the conditions that have modified over time to reflect now, this reflects the Planning and Transportation Commission's conditions, and reflects their sort of take on the floor area analysis, which I think is in line with Board Member Balte's conversation. So if you're satisfied with that floor area analysis, I think that is a big part of the question that is out there. Additionally, there's tables and chairs, and railings and planters and things like this that are going to be on the sidewalk, which are also subject to your review if you have any comments or questions about that. But that I think is the essence of what we're looking at, those two areas. So if the interest is moving the project forward in a manner that complies with code and all the rules, I think we have that path here laid out in this at places memo. And unless you have a different perspective about the floor area calculations or some of the conclusions that were made, that's a discussion point that I think we would benefit from having.
I agree with Peter completely.
Okay, Wynn?
I think I have some points of agreement with Peter, but not many. When I sympathize with the appellant, I sympathize with the applicant, I sympathize, and I absolutely agree with Peter that people arrive here already unglued because of our traffic and parking problems. And so you don't walk into a peaceable setting, you walk into agita. And sometimes this leads to elections, changing zoning again. I also keep thinking that surely AI is advanced enough so that we can teach some machine to interpret our code, at least in the first round. But I need to think about this a little bit historically, and then I need to ask you about consequences. So, do we now believe that we let this building be built bigger than we should have?
We do in years past, had not been counting storage areas in parking areas. That was an interpretation at the time. We now have a better understanding, and so now we do count those areas. So
I would take that as a yes, and how many square feet is it?
It's in the staff report.
I understand. I have heard a lot. I've heard a lot of numbers this morning.
Sure. It's about 300 square feet.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And just on that point, that's the chain-linked, cordoned-off areas in the subterranean garage. And
I understand. And those of us who remember the Masonic Temple hearings will remember those wonderful examples about how excluded square footage turns into storage. Because
I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. So it was approved as storage. It was intended to be storage. It was authorized as storage.
I understand. But we misinterpreted our code, and generally as staff, we aren't allowed to expand the scope of what the code otherwise approves. I mean, it was an official misinterpretation, but we have now changed it. Is that right?
I would say that.
Am I being harsh here?
Well, I think that today, we hear from the council, the last direction that we got from the council on this was, we should really be looking at the plain reading of the code. And so when you apply the plain reading of the code, today how we read the code may not be the same how we read it 3 years ago. But the solution to the problem is to remove the chain link fence, which is the condition that was also imposed.
Got it. So I also disagree with the appellant that gross floor area is gross floor area. It isn't. It's a proxy for a couple different things, and one of them is parking requirements. One of them is a proxy for intensity of use, and that's why we use it for parking requirements. And the other one is a proxy for mass, and that seems to be irrelevant here. So they have the building, and I absolutely agree they don't need to, they have I'm assuming they operated in good faith when they built the building. They have a vested right to keep that building because they had a properly issued building permit and they spent money. So they've got a vested right to the building as it is. They don't have a vested right to expand its use in terms of intensity of use, meaning the restaurant use, or moving on to what we're generally calling the sidewalk. So I have a second question, which is this outdoor seating area on private property or in the public right-of-way, or both?
It's both.
Okay.
Well, the seating is on private property. The railing extends into the public right-of-way. So the seating proper is on private property.
And when we calculate gross floor area, we will include anything under the canopy that is not, 1, open to the public, and 2, not used for sales, services, or related uses. Has to be both things, right?
Covered areas for sales and service are counted towards FAR.
So if I'm the hardware store and I put out all those barbecues under an overhang, that is FAR.
Correct.
Right? Even though I can walk in from the sidewalk. Got it. And that's what it says in the code. It's not what it says in the code? I was just reading it.
The code says if it's not generally accessible to the public as well.
It says it's counted unless, it is counted if it is, I'm sorry, it's excluded, right?
Right.
If it is accessible to the general public and not devoted to sales or service. So either one of those conditions makes it not excluded, i.e. included. Is that right?
There's two provisions of the code. So thank you for highlighting this provision of the code that frustrates us to no end. There's 2 parts to this definition. One part, 65A, talks about what does count as gross floor area. And that says open or roofed porches, arcades, plazas, balconies, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. Permanently roofed, but either partially enclosed or unenclosed building features used for sales, service, display, storage, or similar uses. So that's the one that we're looking at, and we're saying, yes, this does count for this strip of area, it does count. Area that is excluded from floor area is in B, Romanet 2, and that's the one that Board Member Balte was talking about, where you have these different areas and it's not accessible to the public, or when it is accessible to the public, but not devoted towards sales, service, and display, storage, or similar uses. So
those are not in contradiction.
I don't believe they're in
They're
contradiction, no. We do think that it is area that counts towards floor area.
Right, and I don't think there's any controversy in the way, I don't think the code is ambiguous. You can never write a code that's going to cover all situations. They always require interpretation, but I don't think we get to interpret them when they're not creating ambiguities.
But if these planters and tables and chairs are temporary in nature, they're moved around, they're put there every day, then it's no longer dedicated to this function.
It's used for, it doesn't say dedicated to.
No, but I mean, by that logic, right now, this space should be counted. Right now, it has the same physical covered balcony.
Using it for sales or service, Peter. They're not displaying their wares out there. They're not serving people food. I'm missing something here.
No,
and I'm not sure this is a helpful discussion.
Listen, I just don't want us to get involved in your deliberation is all. But it's the 2 points. It's either excluded or included. And, you know, I think we have this is a debate that we have also on staff every once in a while. So, I mean, I don't think either one of you are wrong. I just think you're highlighting, you know, different sections of the code. Well, let me restate that. I do think, I wouldn't interpret it necessarily the way that Board Member Balte has with respect to this specific issue. I do see this as floor area, but I will tell you that on the the Planning Commission had a similar conversation about whether or not this should be considered floor area and contributed to parking for some of the reasons that Board Member Balte talked about with respect to having restaurants, and this is the type of use that we want to see on California Avenue. So.
I'm not arguing that this is a good idea. I'm not saying we should or shouldn't do this. I'm saying we are instructed by the code to do it. So I believe it's covered floor area. So you have devised various methods for reducing the calculated FAR floor area so that 150 square feet of the space can be added to the building's FAR and come within the permitted FAR. Is that right? When they
Well, is somebody
convert
gonna
the
answer it?
space under the overhang into a sales and service area, they add FAR to their building. And you have figured out by removing the enclosed storage areas that you're still within the permitted FAR for the site. So we don't need to worry about that. We can be frustrated because we think it should be bigger. I mean, I look at that space and think, why wouldn't you go all the way up and down? But the answer is, this is as far as we figured out how to go, right? So
The answer is no. They can have, there's still a delta, we believe, staff believes that there is a delta of floor area that still exists that is not at the maximum floor area for the site.
So they could have more than 150 square feet of outdoor space used for serving as a restaurant?
If they wanted to, however, that has
Okay.
a parking implication.
But Jonathan, with all
But
respect,
I'm trying to separate these two out, because parking ultimately, sorry.
They're two different things, but they're
Yes.
related. So if you're going to have outdoor on private property and it's going to meet this definition and be used for sales and service, it counts as floor area by our definition of gross floor area. Parking is based on floor area. So they're related. If you're going to increase your floor area, you're going to have to also account for the parking.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to figure out is what the applicant's options are. And so you're telling me that, and at this point, I've completely lost what they were asking for.
So I think it's.
How many
I
square
think it's-
feet were they asking for?
I think they're asking for 150 square feet of outdoor dining. What's presented here is what the applicant is looking for. Applicant is not disputing any of the staff. I mean,
Yeah, I think I can get where I'm trying to go fairly quickly, which was to say, the constraint at this point becomes, how do they handle the parking requirements? It's not that they're bumping up against their FAR limit as a site. And so,
and I would say whatever their interests are. I mean, parking may be
I
one of those
understand, but I'm
things.
talking about what we can say yes to. I'd like to say yes to more square footage than this. I mean, if it was up to me, I would be saying that they were entitled to whatever the max was under their FAR, provided they provided parking to code. But that's not what they asked for. So the parking alternatives that we can't buy our way out of a parking problem on this site. We have a code section now that says we can authorize puzzle parking for office uses. You believe as staff that it would be effective on this site? Okay, thank you.
Not only effective, but also permitted by code.
Even better. No, I knew it was permitted by code, but I want to know if it's effective too. And would it be possible, and this is a question you don't need to answer, but it's easy to answer, is this the limit of parking expansion on site, basically, one of this number of spaces?
Is this the most they can do? No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gwen. So,
Using the term loosely?
yes, okay. I don't have a lot to add to this. I would say, like, I think that the at places memo that the staff provided us, I just skimmed it very quickly, and I don't have an issue with it. Peter, you mentioned you disagree with the code definition of roofed outdoor floor area, and I just want to highlight there have been projects like on University Avenue, like there's a what is it, Lemonade? So before Lemonade, there was the La Boulange bakery. So they had a proposal to cover most of the plaza with a trellis for outdoor seating, and I think the staff said that that would count towards floor area, and so that went away, and then they did umbrellas instead, and the temporary umbrellas didn't count as floor area. But they're big. I would just say, I just want to caution you that there are significant implications for that kind of change. I mean, there's one thing if you just see like a row of tables in front of a building, but there are other instances where I think the city would want to be more careful about it. I mean, large courtyard. We do have large outdoor restaurants, so it's an important issue that I don't think we should take, I would say we shouldn't rush to judgment. I mean, I think we should look at if we think there's a policy issue, then maybe we should ask staff to do a larger analysis of it. Like, I don't want to, it may make sense to make a judgment on this one case, but I think there's I think we should look at it more broadly if you guys want to go that way. So, okay, and then I think my last question is for staff. So I understand you have the memo, right? And then in the staff report, it mentioned 2 options.
Right, and the Planning Commission offered a solution to that, which has been incorporated into that memo, which is to remove the chain link fence.
Which is the first item, right? Remove the.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not doing 2. Got it. Is that correct? I'm not sure I understand this. No, it's we're doing 2, right? Is removing the storage, but not the bike parking.
Calculated FAR.
I'm sorry, 2.
It's 2 and not 1. Okay. Okay, so that's where I am, but I'm not, well, let's let the board deliberate, because I think we're at 2-2, maybe?
Let me respond to what you said, Alex, about the covered area. I think it's quite right. When a restaurant builds a trellis or makes an enclosed outdoor dining area, along the lines of what we had with the Indian restaurant off at University, that definitely counts towards FAR, and that's what they're talking about. What I'm envisioning these guys asking for is putting some tables on the sidewalk. And to me, that's where I think we're just getting our head in the sand. I mean, when a restaurateur puts a table on the sidewalk, that's not adding FAR to the building. And I don't think that's what the code is saying. So I don't want to debate it anymore, and I don't think it's beneficial for the staff to review it and stuff.
Right. I would say, in general, like, as I've been taught to design buildings, that we want facades to be deep and have depth and shadow and character. And so this was a Ken Hayes building, and so he did that.
Yeah.
And I do support that, and I think that the policies that the city have should encourage that, instead of having like a thin curtain wall right at the, edge of the property line. I think that's that's like the wrong way to go. So I do want to, I think we're in agreement about that. So I guess the issue is that there's a cantilever or there's a existing overhang, so then that's considered roof. So that's like, it's like.
Let me address, Jonathan mentioned earlier that, I think Wynn asked you, the building needs something about the way the FAR is counted now. The building is suddenly less than the maximum amount required. When we approved the ARB thing back 5 years ago, it was at 27,000 square feet, the FAR of the building. That was clearly documented. There's nobody debating that. How can right now the building be then at 26,000 something? I mean, how can you guys be supporting that? That's my fundamental question is, what are we using to base, if the basement storage was never included in the FAR, how is it all of a sudden required to remove it in order to bring it into compliance? If it was already at the maximum, how can you it just doesn't make sense.
So the biggest change in FAR between the ARB set from 2013 and what we have right here are the areas on the first floor, the ground floor, that are the required access from the garage to exit the building. So with the ARB set from 2013, those areas were included erroneously, as we see it, in the gross floor area of the building. But as they have no function unrelated to exiting the parking garage, we consider them accessory to the parking and therefore exempt.
So you guys are changing the way the FAR was calculated on the original building, reducing that with things like stairs, exiting stairs.
Could you point on the plan where it is? This is presumably near the alley?
So there's the stairs exiting the basement garage. And so from the basement level to the street level, there's required access for the basement garage. And so you'll see the gray coloring on those stairways.
That's the excluded.
Which?
He's excluding this.
Okay, I got it.
So we've done both. We've counted areas we shouldn't count, and we didn't count areas we should have counted. And so that's how we get to
Thank you
this
for being
balance.
clear. Okay, so then we are recounting the building, and then you guys genuinely believe that it's actually a little bit smaller than what was originally approved? Okay, so look, it's not for us.
With this, and also with removing those storage areas in the basement, or removing the chain link fencing, yes.
So what did that do to the parking calculations? Did you reduce what
Reduced it
otherwise
by 2 more.
reduced the number of additional parking spaces you would have required?
It washed out, it stayed at 2 additional spaces required, which they're providing with puzzlers.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I just find it unfair that we're asking them to remove these storage areas that we're talking about were carefully designed and substantially built. They're detailed out in the original construction drawings, and it's not trivial to remove them. And I think there's no benefit to the public interest taking them out, and we're asking them to do that. And just to make the numbers match because you want to recount the whole building. I'm much more comfortable just leaving it as it is.
I don't want to put words into the board, but it seems like the board is heading toward yes on the project, that there isn't the issue, there may be some questions about the floor area and, some commentary about that, but it seems like the project's moving toward an approval. I would say that the Planning Commission last night had a discussion about that very issue, and the question was, what is the benefit to the community? How do we, what's the add of removing these spaces or not? And they decided late in their meeting that this is just the cleanest way to make it clear that you're not allowed to have that storage area. And I would say that when we issue a building permit, and as architects, you know this, it doesn't mean that you necessarily get that. We can find an error that we've made and require that it be brought into conformance with the code. And that's kind of the situation that we're finding ourselves here. I won't get into the commentary about that.
But I guess the part that I have a problem with is that, as we were talking about, if it represented bulk or mass or anything like that, labeling it something seems stupid to me. I mean, to make a big issue out of it, to have them take the chain link fence down, because the reality is you can't put a car back there, so you can't use it for anything else other than a big empty hole. So what are they going to do? They're eventually going to pile crap there again and make it a storage area without a chain link fence in front of it. Right? And what, we're going to go down and check once a month that they're not doing that?
So, no, we're not going to go check once a month, but we will, we do have to do an inspection. That's one of the conditions that we have.
Okay, I'm being a bit facetious. I'm just saying, to me, it doesn't make any sense to tear something down when we're not benefiting really anything other than making the numbers or the calculations count.
Okay, and so, yes, I hear you. And you have an applicant and a property owner who want resolution to this matter, and they've agreed to this condition. The Planning Commission...
Okay, but I'm just because they've agreed to it, I still think it's a stupid condition. I mean, the reality of it is, I think what it all boils down to, I mean, after hearing this for an hour, is that they want to use something, they started out with retail, which it went through originally. Now they want to put a restaurant in, which means more parking. If they've come up with a solution by using this, the mechanical parking system covers that additional parking, then I think it's a done deal.
Okay, so again, I just want to be clear about this. The plan that's before you is what the applicant is requesting. They understand that as a part of that approval, they have to remove the chain link fence. That is an acceptable condition to the applicant. It's if you're not getting into the discussion of the hearing requesters, if you're not buying the argument about the hearing requesters' statements about the floor area and all these kind, if you're past that, you're right. It is a done deal, and I think it's done. If you're ready to move forward with the motion.
Let's focus on the parking. Where are the puzzler lifts proposed to be located? On the upper floor or the down in the basement?
They're currently proposed at the upper floor. It provides vertical clearance that's needed for
Is it possible to put the puzzler lifts in the basement level?
Probably not necessary.
Okay, well, look, I think we should just push this along. It's clearly, we need to approve it. And if we have to be in sync with everybody else, then as much as I don't think I like the way we've done it. We should just put this forward. So what is the format we need to do?
Okay. So the staff at places memo, right, is the staff recommendation. I just misplaced it. Is this the number 4, right?
Jonathan, what do you think, what would you recommend that we move to approve, please?
Right, so I think it's the staff recommendation as modified by the App Places memo.
So moved.
I'll second.
We have discussion briefly. Sorry.
Sure. Well, yes. So we have a motion and a second. And
If I could speak to my motion.
yes.
And that is incorporating, of course, these modified conditions. I don't disrespect what Mr. Levinsky did. When I came here, the city building staff, at the vigorous encouragement of architects and applicants, was rounding down on calculating FARs from building plans. So you could add 5.5 inches on every dimension of your building. Because why not? And the neighbors came unglued, and I thought the neighbors were obsessive, but I also thought you shouldn't be rounding up from plans. And all laws of this kind become ridiculous at some point. They all require interpretation. I mean, really what I hear my colleagues saying is the FAR ought to be a little bigger, the rules are silly. We have these exclusions because people wanted bigger buildings that are more than 1-to-1 FAR. They're more than 2. They're more than whatever they say because lots of the space is excluded. And those exclusions have been fought for one by one by applicants. And the public says, wait a minute, you told me we were going to have 2.0 and it's more like 2.9. What is this? And we say, oh, it's excluded space. So these are not unreasonable things to look at, but I do not share Mr. Linsky's analysis of how these things are calculated. I also disagree with the notion that floor area is floor area. It's no more than income is income for tax code purposes. It all depends on what you're looking at. I think that what's seriously happening here is an intensification of use. I look forward to it happening. That is a sad and dark space at present. And as Mr. Levinsky says, we're not opposed to this being a restaurant or it having outdoor spaces. I admit it defies reason when you think, okay, why can I put 30 spaces on the public sidewalk and not a problem, but if somebody parks for it, anyway, I'm not trying to defend it, but I think this is what our code permits. I don't think it's within our rights to modify it as it goes, so I am moving the staff recommendation as modified because I think it's a good one.
Okay, you ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? None. So that is a 5-0 with 4-0, yes, with Board Member Kim absent. So, just clarification for staff. So this is we treated this like an appeal, right? But this is a director's decision?
Right, so what we are doing is this item is going to go to the city council on June 12th.
Because of the CUP?
On the consent calendar.
Okay.
The CUP necessarily needs to go to the city council on consent, and the director has the authority to defer a decision of the ARB for 3 different criteria. This meets one of the criteria, and so the whole package is just going to go to the city council on June 12th on consent. The council may choose to, if they elect, 3 members of the council can pull it up and schedule it for a hearing. Otherwise, if they don't, it gets approved on consent.
Great, thank you for that clarification. Okay. We'll see everybody on the 12th then. We're here the next.
protein bar?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
I'm trying to remember what I told you.
Okay. Item number 5, public hearing for a quasi-judicial matter for 3265 El Camino Real. Request for architectural review for a new 3-story mixed-use project with 275 square feet of commercial space and 3 residential units of 4,435 square feet. The applicant also seeks a variance to the minimum mixed-use ground floor commercial floor area ratio and a design enhancement exception to reduce the required driveway width from 20 feet to 16 feet 6 inches. The environmental assessment is pending for the review, and the zone district is CN. And we have Adam Peterson, our project planner. Welcome, Adam.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Liu, members of the Architectural Review Board. I'm Adam Peterson from the Planning and Community Environment Department. I'm here to present the project at 3265 El Camino Real. This was a project that was heard by the ARB as more of a sort of informational item in December of 2016. The ARB provided comments. The applicant went back to the drawing board, made some changes to the plans. Namely, they removed the ground floor and sort of second floor office space that were fronting El Camino Real. They replaced that with a ground floor commercial space at 275 square feet, and then move some mass to the front of the building and still have 3 residential units, but sort of move the massing around a little bit. And so we're here today for the ARB to review the proposed project, provide comments, and continue the item to a date uncertain. As indicated, the project is located on El Camino Real. It's right here. There's a 2-story hotel, 3-story mixed-use building, and then a 1-story restaurant that sort of flanked the site. Really quickly, I'm going to dive through or just sort of skim through the ARB's comments or key comments from that December 2016 hearing. Number 1, the ARB was concerned about the narrow driveway width. The applicant's proposing a 16-foot 6-inch driveway. The transportation divisions reviewed this, and they're supportive of that reduced driveway width with the design enhancement exception. The trash location was moved to the back of the building. The applicant proposes rollout service for that. The applicant has reduced the mass of the building by approximately 2,600 square feet. And really, one of the ARB's main comments was that the tree and the parking were really driving the design of the building. Staff worked with the city arborist to evaluate the tree and also the city code. The city code says that you can pull out a tree if it's dead, dangerous, and a nuisance, or if 25% of the buildable area of the site is being taken up by the tree. Unfortunately, in this case, the tree is neither dead, dangerous, or a nuisance, and it does not take up 25% of the site. So the site is stuck with this tree. And so the applicant needed to come up with a design that respected the tree and also met the city's requirements. So what the applicant did is they basically changed the office space to a ground floor to a small commercial space, which thereby reduced the parking. The applicant does have 2 stacked parking stalls for the project that's consistent with the parking requirements. Moving on, there were comments regarding the architecture and the design. The applicants updated the architecture to include hardy lap siding, strong aluminum reveals, metal railings, stucco, and a stone veneer. And this is applied consistently throughout the project. The ARB was also concerned about an unfriendly pedestrian entrance. There's 2 pedestrian entrances to the project, and located immediately behind the commercial use is sort of a lobby for the project. Really quickly walk through the floor plan. Again, we have a pedestrian entrance at the front on El Camino Real. This is the commercial space. We have a pedestrian entrance on either side, which leads to a lobby here. Above each level is our residential units. The renderings will sort of illustrate what those look like. We have 1 accessible space, which technically meets the parking requirements for the city, and that is for the commercial use. There are 2 stacked parking here for 4 parking, and then finally 2 pad parking places in the back. The design, the trees preserved in the back of the site with a staircase that wraps down from an upper level sort of balcony area down to an open space in the back. Really quick, just want to walk you through the renderings for the site. Again, this is the entrance with the garage. commercial space, and then 2 pedestrian entrances that flank either side of the commercial space. You can see that the applicants reduced the mass along the sort of the rear portion of the building. There's more sort of these independent residential units towards the back, and it moves the mass up front too. Moving along, this is the front along El Camino Real and the rear of the building. This is, again, another rendering of the rear of the building that shows that the design does respect the tree. Again, just to reiterate, this project requires architectural review. There is a design enhancement exception, which the transportation staff has been supportive of. The variance is used to respect the tree and provide adequate parking on the site by reducing the ground floor commercial and office requirement. And so again, the motion before the ARB is to review the proposed project, provide comments, and continue the application to a date uncertain. Thank you, and I'm available for any comments that the ARB may have.
Great, thank you, Adam. And so now's the time for the applicant presentation, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, members of the Architectural Review Board. I'm impressed with your stamina today. I'm tired just watching. Much of what I would like to iterate is included in the staff report. So I would like to try to make this brief. Let me see if I can, how do I go forward here?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just state your name for the.
I'm Bob Iverson with Hunt Hale Jones Architects. When we last met, our proposal was clumsily attempting to fit too much program into a highly constrained site. Planning and the design team then met and with the goal to create a building that would comfortably fit the site, respect context, provide livability, meet zoning, and maintain the heritage oak. Your previous comments guided this, and they were, the project is too tall and massive, especially along the tall wall along the west property line, which was going to be highly visible for the foreseeable future. Too dense and urban, lacking residential and livability feel, and no relationship to the open space. And most challenging, we needed to simultaneously meet the desires of the zoning density and strong street facade while addressing current context, a sort of fit between future context and the present context. We have tried to address these items and make all of the aspects of the project knit together to create a comfortable, holistic project. The workspace needed proper street frontage. The residents needed clear and pleasant interiors with strong connections to the private and common open spaces. Parking needed reasonable proximity to all these uses, and circulation needed to tie all this together in a clear, understandable form. At the same time, we tried to create fenestration and materials and detailing to reflect the variety of uses while maintaining a coherent project. For instance, we needed to simultaneously create a strong, durable street facade of at least 25 feet in height while providing a softer residential life in the rear. It was our attempt to make none of this contrived or simple stealing of elements from precedents, but rather all decisions are meant to support the entire concept. For example, the recesses of the El Camino facade are further protected by balconies and awnings and railings and appropriately located louver system. In contrast, while using the same railings window system, the rear generously opens towards our more substantial open space than we had before. The community open space has increased significantly. Circulation through the project or through the site, is intended to strengthen the massing and create a comfortable way through the project. An identifiable residential entrance provides a short path to the stair elevator system. From here, a flowing path meanders to unit entrances and various open spaces, and culminates in the circular stair to the common open space and respecting the oak tree and its form. The massing result is intended to provide a highly residential feel at the rear with a strong front, and additionally allows for greater access to light and air for the residents. The fenestration and materials and detailing are going to be contemporary in nature, but hopefully intricate enough to create depth and richness to the building. As previously mentioned, we are not simply borrowing precedent, but we are applying and adjusting these examples to support the circumstances of the site. Layering of the front facade intends to create a depth to this elevation while providing privacy where needed. Railings will incorporate a design that promotes privacy, but allows for glimmers of light and depth. The stone will be sleek and tight, but of varied coursing and dimension. The siding will be of varied exposure and panelized, distinguishing the building from typical single-family typologies while recognizing residential living. Finally, we intended to create passive, sustainable features within the design and provide some more active features that would appeal to the tech-savvy residents. Opportunity for cross and stack ventilation at the units created by the massing, proper protection at the south and west windows, but open to the east and north, will hopefully enhance livability. Operable mechanical shutters are provided, and space for solar systems will be available for future use. Once again, thank you very much, and I'm willing to answer any questions. I think the staff report did an excellent job, so I'm more than willing to react to any commentary.
Great, thank you. I don't have any speaker cards for this particular item, so I will bring it back to the board for questions.
Question, do we have any material samples?
Not at this point, no.
Any more detailed specifications on what these finishes will be?
Just the images that I've included in the drawings.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can go to more enhanced images, I think, which I have here. Yeah.
Any other questions? No?
I had one question, which is how the breezeways work. Are those, each of them, an access way to a separate unit?
The breezeway is access to only one unit. Each unit has its own basically private entrance, and so the breezeway itself accesses only one unit. The other two are accessed on the ground floor of the podium.
Thank you.
Deck.
Okay. Yes, when? Here, why don't you start then on board member comments?
Oh, I think it's much improved. No further comment from me.
Robert?
Definitely a big improvement over what we saw the first go around. I'm still a little, I mean, this is being called a mixed use, but I mean, we're talking about the equivalent of a one-car garage for a commercial area, and the rest of it is all residential. So I mean, I'm having a hard time classifying this as mixed use. I don't have that big a problem with the 16 feet. The only thing is, when you're coming down El Camino, at the rate of flow that traffic's going, you have to usually stop fairly quickly and make a tight turn, so the wider the better. So I'd be a whole lot happier with 20 feet. I mean, it's definitely, like I said, a big improvement over what it was. It just, to me, it's still asking for a whole lot of variations, and it just seems like it's inappropriate to put 3 full-blown housing units right in the middle of a commercial district, where it is. That's all I have at the moment.
Can I respond or not? Can I respond at this point or not? No? Okay.
Well, I think we'll get there. Well, I think we're gonna get there in a minute. I might have a question for you regarding that. Okay, and Peter.
Well, I share my previous board members' comments. I think it's a much improved design. It fits the site much better. So just a couple of things on the floor plan I'm trying to puzzle out, because the more I look at it, the more I see things that I just want more information, I guess. But as I pull in the parking space, the last 2 spots there, how do I back the vehicle up and get back out again without?
That is the little deck that is provided out in the back is also intended as backup space.
So that's underneath the drip line of the tree. So you're sort of pulling outside the building through that big opening at the back, underneath the tree, and then coming forward. That doesn't seem to work very well. If you're really supposed to stay away from the tree, then you can't have cars driving underneath it. I'm sure there's a way to lay it all out correctly, but it just seems odd to have such a large garage opening onto this public outdoor space. If it really is going to be this beautiful outdoor garden you so nicely described, then I'm not sure I'd want to see a 20-foot opening into a parking garage from that, and I'd want to have cars occasionally backing up where my child is playing, for example. You'd really want more of a barrier. What I'm left thinking is I wish you could just sink that parking area down even half a story or something to get more separation. I know you're close to the tree, but you're already doing it for the mechanical lifts anyway. And if you could just get it more separated, I think it would work better as a whole. Then I was glancing through the floor plans for the buildings, and I noticed you have a fairly interesting window on the El Camino elevation on the right. It's a very tall building window, and I was sort of wondering what's going on. And it turns out you have a stair wrapping.
It's with the stair system, yeah.
So the stair wraps sort of between the kitchen counter and the window, going up like that. And it's certainly innovative and ingenious, but I wonder if it's really all that practical.
Well, I think it's to allow light into that unit. And eventually, I think what I'd like to do is poke a little hole in here and put an operable window in there to allow for some more ventilation up through the stair. And I think it's just a way of allowing light into the unit without overheating the unit.
So then, as I let me finish if I could. As I dive into the floor plan more, I realize it's a dramatic stair, and what it's really going up to is just a sort of a small room up on the 3rd floor with just a room up there without any larger space. Or there's no bathroom. It's not connected to anything. I hope I'm misreading it, but if I'm not, it doesn't make sense.
There's something. No, it's the whole. There are 3 bedrooms.
It's a 3-bedroom, yeah. It goes up to 3 bedrooms.
Is there a doorway through there? Is that what I'm missing?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
they're kind of drawn.
Oh, so you go up to that 3rd level, and then I can carry into the. Okay, I'm sorry. So I didn't.
Landing, play area.
That's just a play area at the top of the stairs.
No, that makes
basically.
perfect sense then.
Yeah.
So it's not really for us to question the details of your layout and stuff, but, and I think it does give you the opportunity to have a nice vertical element on El Camino, which I applaud. So all more power to you. And then the last one just gets to, I was looking at one of the renderings of the back of the building, and it just caught my eye as being very tall and narrow.
The rendering is actually inaccurate on that. If you look at the actual elevation, it's a split window system. It's a taller room in that case. It's a living room that we punched up.
So again, if you could let me finish, please. On sheet A 4.2, the rear elevation, when I look at that, it kind of scares me. It's just very ill-proportioned and not, and I look at the elevation, and I think that's got some promise to it. And
You're saying the A2.1 is actually the way it will be?
Let me check on that. I'm not sure if I've,
this is some SketchUp business, yeah.
trying to find that sheet. Let me, darn it. I'd have to take a look and see. I don't know if I have that particular sheet.
Well, what I'm
Yeah.
left, I guess what I'm trying to comment on, my fellow board members can hear, is that the more I look at it, the more I see small questions that aren't starting to add up to my first reaction to this whole thing was, why aren't we approving this right now? And then the more I look at it, the more I see little things that just don't jive. So I look at that rendering and it scares me. I look at the elevation, maybe that's good. I ask you for some idea of what the materials are and I get nothing. So we're not trying to get it approved right away, so that's fine. But I guess I'm saying I'm just still.
Well, I think our intent was to come here and try and get, rather than go down the road we did last time with the full-blown presentation and get sent back to the drawing board, we wanted to see that we were on the right track. And that's kind of where we're going.
Fair enough. So
This is the third scheme that they've presented. So there was a scheme before this.
Yeah.
So then let me say, I think you are on the right track. I think the building has great potential and is certainly approvable.
By the way, A2.1 is the correct. The rendering just didn't pick up on it. Trying to work, you know, we don't have in-house rendering, and trying to get them to mash it up has been a bit of more of a struggle than we anticipated. So, yeah.
So I think I will be able to support this at some point. Right now, there's still a few questions. My biggest one has to do with the parking and its relationship to the backyard, and if it's not possible to get a little more separation psychologically. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, so looking at A42, which is the renderings, so what is happening to the left of the descending staircase?
We have a preliminary landscape plan for that, and that is more just a planting wall, I believe. If you go to sheet L1.1, that would be a more accurate description. And so there's a planting area adjacent to there's a little bit of height change down at that point. It descends in the rear, so that's a little bit of a ramp that goes down on that from that deck on down.
I'm sorry, I'm having even more trouble reading it than that. I'm probably exposing all kinds of ignorance. So I see that there's a deck, there's a staircase coming down from it.
The staircase is above.
The staircase is coming down, right?
Oh, yeah.
And to the left of that, what am I seeing behind the deck?
Well, that's why I was trying to push you towards L1.1.
Right.
That is a ramp down from the deck. It's a wooden boardwalk in a way.
You're saying here.
Right, and behind the boardwalk?
Probably about a foot and a half.
What looks like a car
It's a
gleaming-
doorway.
There's a big, what looks like a garage door with a car in it.
It's a garage doorway so that the car can back out over the wood deck.
Is that what we're talking about? This is the backup space
It's a
for the
back,
car?
it's like a,
backup
it's,
space.
Got it.
okay.
So I didn't realize that deck was at ground level. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to the, I think you had a, Barbara, you had a comment about the mixed use, right? The lack of the small level of office space. I just wanted to go back to that. So our zoning requires a certain amount on the ground floor. And
What is that,
we do
by the way?
15%.
So yeah, 15% is the required amount
Of the entire project?
of the site area.
Of the site area, okay.
Yeah.
It was it comes out to 1,124 square feet, and what as a result of maintaining the tree, it was sort of that's where we were coming out, is that by putting that much on the ground floor, it pushes everything back into the tree, And so that's where the problem comes in. And so that is how we worked with planning to try and establish some sort of compromise between a hardship for the tree and the requirement, the fairly large requirement for ground floor space of the commercial.
Right, and we would not normally allow an all residential project in this
Exactly.
zoning.
Yes.
That's how our code reads, and yes.
Can I just present this as in a little exhibit about small shops and such that was written and then
Great.
applies to a conglomerate of these? Those are all fairly small.
Can you use the microphone, please?
They are all in one location. However, if you were to, well, if you could extrapolate that over to
nowhere,
a,
so-
you know, there are other examples of one small shop.
So
in one
how
location.
far are you off?
Way off.
Well, yeah,
1,000 square feet?
1,000 square feet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do we have the option of just not requiring commercial? Is that within our purview? We can just reduce the amount, but we can't eliminate the requirement? I don't think
The
so.
project is asking for a variance from that development standard.
Can we make the variance a complete elimination of that standard?
No, because I don't think that you could classify it as that. You could probably vary how much it is, but this way it would still be a commercial or a mixed use.
So we're right back where we were an hour ago. I mean, this is a non-useful building with no parking. I mean, non-useful commercial space, and there's no parking. The only parking space is a handicap spot.
I would argue that
do we
that
have
space
the
is
option to
useful.
just approve a variance for it?
You mean by eliminating the
Just
commercial?
eliminate it. Call it what it is. It's a
There is
three-story.
as Alex was stating, there is the prohibition on fully residential projects. So we would have to explore that further, and we could bring that back to you.
And that was a council level discussion. So it wasn't, I don't think, my recollection is that that discussion was more was more based on after Arbor Real and not necessarily for a very, very small site.
You started this hour.
Yeah.
I would still argue that while it's small, I think it's still a useful spot. I think that there will be a potential for a tenant to come in there.
But the other thing is also there's no parking for it.
No, there is, yeah. They've got a
Yeah,
spot.
one handicap or one accessible space. That theoretically you can't park it unless you have a placard.
Unless you're selling wheelchairs in this spot.
So-
What good is it?
So I mean, really, you don't have a parking space for it. I mean, yes, there is a
Yes.
physical space, but you can't use it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just trying to be
Yeah,
realistic.
yeah. I'm not sure,
Right?
Okay.
I mean, if we're talking about a variance, that needs to be part of it, then also that it goes more to the tune of just saying, can you get rid of it altogether? Because that also eliminates the issue of the,
The tree gives you intense room for requesting a variance. It's a significant difficulty in developing this project.
Okay, so let's just let staff deliberate on it. We're not making a decision on this today, and let them see if there's a way on.
no, but I'm
With
not a
regard to
big
the
fan of variances, never have been.
Well, it's not the board's decision, right?
Okay, but it is my decision
You can
to
have an
vote
opinion.
yes or no,
Yes, yeah.
you know.
And you can have an opinion.
Okay, fine.
With whether or not it meets the variance findings, right, is
Okay.
the director's decision. Okay, and when did you have something?
Oh, if we're going down a list, my principal concern at this point is the safety, is modifying the backup on those two garage spaces for returning so that there's a barrier between the backing up and the use of that outdoor space, whether it's a circular bench on the edge of the deck or whatever, but so
we
that
could easily put that in there,
it is safer. And I would be curious as to, there's no garage door there now, is that right?
There is no garage door there.
I tend to think that would be better with one. One of the things that might do is give me a sound signal when it goes up, for example.
So, okay, is that?
Yes?
Where are you suggesting the garage door?
On the rear?
At the back, at the rear two spaces, and one of the things about having a garage door is that you can signalize it so that it beeps when it opens. That will drive your neighbors nuts.
Well, the neighbors are a restaurant and
It's only your fellow residents of this site.
Can I also address we're keeping the existing curb cut on El Camino, which is wider than the 16 feet. It's the garage door itself that is 16.6, and we have a little bit more space than that as you pull up to the garage door by the return, just on the right side, actually, but not by much. So I think we're about 17 feet as you pull in underneath the building.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a couple of other comments. One, when on the garage door on the back, I have seen that done in San Francisco, where there's a garage door on the front and the back. And at least in San Francisco, it's very advantageous just for security, because people go up and over and all around to break into buildings in San Francisco. So having the back door is useful there. I don't know if it really makes as much sense here, but it's been done, and it's in the projects that I've seen, and it does affect the backup space, but it's still done. I can support the DEE for the driveway width because you have a very small lot. The tall window that Peter was asking about, I just want to caution you that in our El Camino design guidelines, it sort of discourages like louvers and screens on the windows. And I think it was intended for much like a large office. We have some large office buildings from the 60s that have all, like the entire window is covered with a screen. I think that was an intent, and I'm not sure that this one, architectural feature that you have, has to be, I don't want to say, that it couldn't have a screen.
Well,
it's in there.
We could go to a cow wall system or something like that with a punched opening in it, maybe, or something along those lines. It's more or less, it's more to filter light through and protect from heat gain rather than.
Yeah, so I think my main thing though is that because you're building up against the property line, against a one-story restaurant, that I want some sort of architectural feature or definition there, and it's tricky because it's a fire-rated condition. Right. So, but to me, like making something attractive there at that corner is more important than the guidelines restriction on screening, solar screening. Generally, I can support the project, and I think that's all that I have. Or I think I have one more comment. Oh yes, I have one more comment. So the residential entrance is off to the left, and you have like a wood slatted gate. If there's a way of making that more prominent, I'd be interested in seeing if there were options, because right now you have very small commercial space with a bigger entrance, and you have like 3 units, which in Palo Alto would be should be very high end, just given the square footage and the way the prices are now. But you're making them go through what looks like a small side gate. So anyway, if you have ideas, I'd be interested in seeing them.
Well, no, that's mostly what we're looking for, is for input on that level, to see how we enhance certain aspects.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't necessarily have to be big, but I mean, in terms of quality of materials and whatnot, it could be very attractive. So anyway, I think that you are on the right track. We looked forward to seeing this one come through.
Anything specific as far as the material and the skin or the fenestration besides the louver aspect that you would think would help this project when we go forward?
So I would say in the past, if you're just looking at your front facade, the board has often wanted to see a change in plane anytime there was a different material, because otherwise it's just like a Z flashing between them.
Right now, if you saw the section, I have a larger stone element that gives a little water table effect at that point. Would you rather see something stronger, I guess, is the case?
This is above the garage
Yeah, it's above the
entrance.
garage. If you go to the wall sections.
Can I, yeah.
And it ties in with that awning over the residential.
Yeah, this is open to the.
It's meant to tie in with those.
So this is the.
So I guess it would be on really how is the actual profile, right? Because I mean, the faux stones, or I don't know, pretty thin. So I guess it's on how it's detailed.
It is.
Right.
Yeah. And on the, I had, I think, a similar question as Peter about the siding, right? So if it was hardy, like quarter-inch thick hardy panel versus, I don't know, metal siding with a deep rib, or
Hardy is coming out with this more premier version
I've seen,
that is thicker. We could do that, or we could switch over to a metal siding with a greater relief to it.
I don't know. I mean, it seems to me the hardy siding is a environmentally preferable material. I think when we have buildings with metal siding, and then it really comes down to the details, like all the corner details, where it's lapped and the screws, if the if the corners are mitered or whatnot. And so we have some projects that have really beautiful metal siding details that I think are nice, but I think like your standard airport or bus terminal level of metal siding details probably won't cut it.
Our intent is definitely not to go that route, and but to be of higher quality on all levels.
And I would say, just based in the neighborhood, you could go either way. So like a lot of the area around Fry's site were all like railroad warehouses, so they were corrugated metal utilitarian buildings. So you could tie into that, or you could make something else on El Camino. So I think you could go either way on that. I think really I'm more concerned about just the quality, the details. And we have some projects that have, like there's the mixed-use building on Birch Street where there was a debate with the developer whether or not to use granite cladding on the first floor or porcelain tile. And there were two architects on the team, and they were sort of arguing amongst themselves which one to and I think they went with the porcelain tile, which didn't look so great because it looks thin, right? So I think the issue is just trying to make, if you're trying to do a stone, it's just to make it look robust.
Yeah, they're definitely not trying to make it look thin. That's.
Okay, so that's all that I have. I think you're on the right track. Any last comments?
Let me throw out, you were asking, I'm looking at your El Camino elevation a little more critically now, and I'll throw a couple of things at you. It seems every window has a different proportion, and there's not enough consistency. The commercial entrance has square transoms above it, whereas the residential stuff above has very tall, narrow windows. The one to the right is more deeply recessed, and then you have this curved piece as well, and it's a little bit too much.
Okay.
You want to simplify and find a consistency there. I think that the horizontal siding is a very attractive thing. You see that a lot on high-end contemporary homes where they're using ipe or teak even, or cedar, things like that. They're incredibly high maintenance, very difficult to put in well.
And that's why we were going hardy.
And so we've also used, in my firm, hardy board stuff. The premium one, which is I think 5/8 or 7/8, is really quite attractive.
Right.
The devil's in the details, and you really want to miter those corners. Hardy board is not a very easy material to work with when it comes to mitering corners. What they give you is a metal piece you nail on top of it, which looks pretty tacky. So you want to think hard about what your approach is going to be, but that deep shadow line on the horizontal lines can look really attractive. But then I wouldn't want to see, it looks like you have some sort of a reveal or a reglet
Yeah, and that's,
dividing it up.
and that's what I'm wondering, maybe those for the corners instead, and
Well-
make this more of a panelized item than
I would think less is more, and you want to have a consistent vocabulary. If you're going for a horizontal series of shadow lines, then I wouldn't try to put a vertical element to it. I'm just challenging you that a lot of architects want to use that heavy hardy board stuff, and the devil is in the corner.
Right.
We've done it where we have the guys use Bondo, and it's a labor of love to get it looking good and lasting. It cracks.
Right.
Same thing on your roof soffit up on the very top again. It's just how you detail that out more. So a little bit more detail when you come back to us is really very helpful to us. And what I found is not a series of hard technical details, but rather just zoomed in images and stuff that are showing what you're really intending.
And we'll definitely do that next.
Yeah. So if I could, I want to come back though once more, just because I want to be sure you're hearing at least me on this, that what I'm seeing on the parking on this, the more I look at it, the more I think it doesn't really function. You have two trees in the parking area and a landscaping in the parking, sort of mirroring the opening above it. And at least last time I've had a project go through the transportation department, they give us a lot of grief about backup space and turning radiuses, and I can't see them approving this.
Well, actually, I think it's, the landscape area does not mimic the opening above. It's much tighter. Once again, we have to get the landscape architect more involved on this at this point.
In my firm, we're working on a similar scale project, and we've had tremendous challenges getting the parking to really work. And it's wishful thinking sometimes what you've drawn here, and in the reality is you're going to be forced to make it really function smoothly and well.
We will, we have more than enough backup space there for us to get a planting area along that edge, underneath that opening.
Okay, so I'm just cautioning you to take it seriously and put some effort into really figuring it out. Make sure the city's transportation department is on board, because when it comes back to us, we're going to have to say yes or no. It's
right.
The third time back. So I'd really appreciate, I want you to hear strongly what I'm saying about this parking. And several board members have said now that big
right.
garage opening to the backyard is a question, whether you can back up or not. I'm cautioning you that you're proposing to drive underneath a heritage oak tree. Last I checked, you just can't do that in Palo Alto. And so don't go down that road and find out your whole design is contingent upon needing that backup space.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
So please take a look at that carefully. Thank you.
Okay.
I have one quick question. What's a utility consultant?
That would be the joint trench, typically.
The what?
Joint trench,
Okay.
yeah. In this case, Terrar, but they had worked on the previous project, and we didn't, if we were coming through with a full-blown proposal, they'd have already vetted it as well, and that's why we didn't want to go down that road of full-blown consultant.
That's right. Just never heard of it before.
Board members, if I may, I think we only heard from two people about the driveway opening, the 16 feet that needs a DEE. So if we could get some clarification on that.
I'm perfectly fine with granting a DEE for that.
I am too.
And I said it was okay before. Okay, so we need a motion. I think the staff wants us to continue this to a date uncertain.
Okay, I move that we continue this project to a date uncertain.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Balte and seconded by Guyer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. So that's a 4-0, Kim absent. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think my hips have just about had it. I didn't think this was going to go this long.
Where is this?
It's right in the MacArthur Park. It's a series of containers, a series of containers.
Yeah.